bitch.
Go on. Sneak a peek. It won't hurt for long. I'm beautiful. It's okay to stare. I won't bite.
Much.
If you look into my eyes, I'll change you forever to stone. Go on. Sneak a peek. It won't hurt for long.
Time to put this bitch back to sleep.
I'm beautiful. It's okay to stare. I won't bite. Much.
Alright. As y'all motherfuckers know, this is Our Lady Medusa, which we've been taught that, this is some evil Greek shit, some evil Greek shit. But what it is actually a description of the primal version of Kundalini. And that's something else I think we need to understand, or at least know about, that some of these energies that you call your beloved, chakras, Kundalini, your pineal, your melanin, and all this other stuff you come to be so proud about. Those are actually later day renditions, especially in the goddess form. The best example I could give you is the goddess Kundalini, because there's a goddess called Kundalini, and is actually a brighter version, or a more humanized version, a more palatable version than what they'll call the primal, which means first, or primary, the original shit. And the original shit in most mythologies, if not all, they depict the primal energies as monsters, because it represents a symbol of the energy before it turned into a human interpretation. So the Shakti energy, or the goddess Shakti, is a more primal, sexual version of the goddess later day Kundalini, just like Kali is a more primal version of, not Durga. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a refined, it's the energy before we humanize it and make it something palatable for us to digest. So Medusa represents, or the Titans themselves represent the primal forms of these energies. Like Cyclops is the primal form of the third eye. Like I break down in the book, in the Necronomicon, which are considered H.P. Lovecraft's monsters. If you don't know what it is, you'll get a thorough understanding in the book, and there's a thorough understanding online. There's a thorough understanding online of what that is. But primarily, it's H.P. Lovecraft's mythology that he used to get through his dreams, which he documented in his writings, which most occultists have built all sorts of new philosophies, new ideas, new decoding based upon his work. But primarily what he's talking about are these monsters. So what I did in the book, which no one has ever done before, I took Lovecraft's original monsters and connected them to their primal energy forces, which is a big deal. So, absolutely. And if you understand about the monsters, or the Titans, or the great old ones, as Lovecraft would call them, you understand what he's talking about is these energies that exist within you before you are able to refine it with everyday methodologies for raising Kundalini and getting into your zone and working with your chakras. Before you needed to do these things, they were monstrous in their unchecked, unstifled existence. Before Kundalini was in a body that needed to be raised, it was a primal energy. That's represented as Medusa. So the primal life force, unfettered, unchained by human thought constraints. Human thought restrictions.
So these energy forces then have no form of morality or no form of, I should be this way, that way. They just
And that's
are.
exactly why they're depicted as monsters. Because the only thing that makes you moral or constrained is humanity. So in Lovecraft's case, when he writes about the monsters in his mythology, he talks about these particular monsters, when they rise up again, they're going to, first order of business is to destroy humanity. So we got all these movies based upon Lovecraft's writing about these ancient evil aliens or these something primal, something from the deep or the depths. The creature from the Black Lagoon, the Blob, Alien, Predator, Cabin in the Woods, Evil Dead, something has awoken in the forest. That theme comes from Lovecraft, and why they do it, because Lovecraft has made his work public domain. So while it was hot and on fire, he said, well, anybody could write about it. You don't owe me nothing. It's free. Everyone's half. So if you don't get it, what Lovecraft is the father of what Stephen King is. And, that's not something Stephen King hides. He tells you, who's your daddy? Lovecraft. His work was studied in his style of writing, and that actually where the conflict comes in. Because these were dreams, the occultist understands the concept of channeling. Because the stories were written so well, and no one on the planet has seen anything like that, he gets a big following, just those who want to be writers. No, it's nothing deep, it was nothing special, he's just an excellent writer. You get a lot of that. There's a whole documentary on H.P. Lovecraft. I know I had it on my channel, this channel, but I don't know if I have it up still. If not, I'm sure you can find it on YouTube. And you'll see half of these motherfuckers is like, he was getting shit, and the other half is just a great dude. You know what I'm saying? But as an occultist, I've read more books on occultists decoding his work than his actual work, because he writes as a novel. So if you like to read novels and short stories, which I have all his work here, you knock yourself out. But I want the best. I'm a little bit more for the gusto, so it's hard to read his work. And I got all that shit from Bobby, who also found it hard to read that shit. We don't read shit like that, so he was more than happy to send me a shipment. He sent me like 14 books. They got lost in the mail. Some of my other shit got lost. He said, don't worry. He sent me like 20 more. Then the original 14 showed up. I'm like, well, nigga, what you want back? Keep them. You know what I'm saying? Because not only did he send his writing, he sent the writings of those who became popular writing Lovecraft's work. And some people he certified, Robert Bloch, August Derleth, to write more. So now you got a team of these monsters. What I dealt with was Lovecraft's original channels: Cthulhu, Nyarlathotep, Shub Niggurath, a Yog-Sothoth, Yig, and I'm sure I'm missing.
Dagon.
Nyarlathotep. Who was
Dagon.
Oh, Dagon. The Dagon, yes, exactly. The Dagon, which he talks in depth about the Dagon, their concept as the fish people. And then if you read and understand the Dogon people, which I do make the reference, you'll see a big deal there. Is what he's talking about. And what's interesting for him to have such detail about the Dagon and mythology in general, which you could find in his mythology that he dreamt about, lines up with a lot of world mythology. But he was not conscious. He was not studying this stuff. He was a nerd recluse from Rhode Island, originally from Europe. And, he could barely get any pussy. You get what I'm saying? So he wasn't a study of this mythology that was reflecting more mythology. He was just a random dude that was getting these stories. And he was writing them in actually story forms. There was a book called Weird Tales, which it was a collection of short stories, because that's what comic books were before they became superheroes. Scary stories by serious writers, and then it became a lot when it became comic-y. Is actually with Robert something, white boy. He did a movie called American Splendor about one of his characters. and he was in that movie, Robert something. And I seen a whole documentary on him. His whole fucking family is fucking insane. But he used to write all of these nasty, which became not Mad Magazine, but Mad Magazine inspired by his work. And Crack Magazine was inspired by his work. I can't remember his name. He's a real famous iconic in this thing. And that's when they started, comic books were a little bit more serious than Spider-Man and then that little commercial and, the Twinkies. And then fucking Stanley walks up and say, Excelsior! Spider-Man swings off. Remember that shit? Hulk and Devil Dogs. You gotta be old school to know that. But anyway, before it turned into that, that's where it was. In the movie The Green Mile, there was the character Billy Badass. He was just a fucked up character in the show. There was a scene, not him, the dude that was playing the Creole Mouse Dell. It was his character name. Either one of them were reading Weird Tales. Now, here's what's interesting. When my grandfather died, me and my aunt was cleaning out his apartment, I found a whole pile of a comic book called Weird Tales. Some of them shits was from 1920. Damn. I showed my pops, I said, it's before I was born. I said, yeah, I had a whole stack of these shits with actual Lovecraft's original writings and these shit. My grandfather was fucking with it. You know what I'm saying? Where they at? No, couldn't tell you.
Right. So, obviously, Lovecraft talking about these primal forces. The interpretations they got took it to another level as far as when the cultists like yourself could take it and really expand on the deeper meaning behind it. Before that, though, was there any, writings going and digging deep on these primal energies and breaking them down as far as...
Well, but I would go as far as to say, from those times, it would be Crowley and those guys as well. What's interesting is the original story is how the story starts out. He wrote a short story called, and I wrote it in my book, The Hound, something in the Hound. In this story is where he first started to intro what later became the Necronomicon. He started telling the story of this mad Arab named Al-Aku Azif, and how he finds a book and he finds the great old ones and ways to conjure the great old ones. Fictional story, right? And as time goes on, the more stories he's writing, the more he's adding on to the mythology that was created in this original story. They asked him how he did. He said, I would go in a dream and get it. Already, that puts you to channel. But he was adamant that nothing but dreams, this is nothing but fiction, this is nothing but my stories. So now, the writing or the occultness that was going on that day was all those societies. OTO, Blavatsky, who they're trying to say is the mother of metaphysics in the West, when it's actually Randolph, Pascal Beverly Randolph, who I heard she learned a lot from him and just hacked off him for the most part. She was able to get into a Tibetan monastery and find out some ancient writings, which she wrote in a book called The Secret Doctrine, about these old ancient races, 7 that actually came to Earth. One called the Aryans, and then Hitler and them read her work, ran with this Aryan idea, took that identity. But what she found in that monastery about the Aryan people was they were an ancient race that would one day bring back the old ancient information. So, of course, that's not nothing to do with white people. And as I pointed out, Brother Wayne Chandler's book, he tells you who the Aryans are, and shows you the connections to the ancient people in which it is. So even the name the white boys are using as Aryans is a hack. They have no identity here. We can't keep saying that and saying that's theirs. They have no identity here. Even the Aryan shit is not theirs. So she was pretty much the thing to do. There was another dude named Pope Runyon, had another OIT or OOO, whatever. So it was secret society based. You had to be in. That's where the talk was. It wasn't really nothing, at least that I could think of, that was outward. The most outward dude in the time, and as I started to say about Crowley's biggest deal was he found this book in the desert, which likens to the H.P. Lovecraft story of the mad Arab who finds the book in the desert and for how to conjure and contact the great old ones. Couple of years later, Crowley finds this book in the desert, channels this book of the law that we talked about, and that gave him a lot of credit based upon people who knew the standard Lovecraft, so they tied it all together. But outwardly, Crowley probably was the most vocal, probably, and he was still saying hidden shit. But again, if he says I kill 1,000 youngs in the 20s, oh my God, you say that now, you know. Fucking Bill Maher and Conan O'Brien and Jay Leno be talking about you for months. You say I kill 1,000 young. Now what he was talking about was masturbation and you deaf through sexual tantric sex. So the players knew what he was talking about, but the public just seen him as sinister and spooky, not to fuck with. So I would say that was probably what was going on.
Okay.
You know, in terms of what was out. It just wasn't, you was either in it or you wasn't. Nobody, like now, you ain't got to be in it to witness a nigga on YouTube, us, saying what we saying is, oh, let me just turn that off. But no, it was hidden probably, I would say. You know, I'm sure there may have been something else somewhere else, like any other thing going on now, but how history tells it, that pretty much.
That's what it was. And that makes me think about something that, you know, it's something that comes to my mind quite often, which is, you know, obviously, well, I know you've mentioned before and talked about, you know, what people say is the Akashic records. And as people, I myself, you know, virtually everybody who, you know, goes through the process of, you know, enlightening themselves, you start to have ways to access this information and access this Akashic records.
Let's open it up. I'm going to finish on that, then we'll get into the Akashic shit. This dealing with this primal energy shit, we had plenty of time. Also, up here, I'm going to talk about settings up here too. Okay. And this is why I'm bringing this in. And this is why I started talking about this first, because let me turn my phone down. Message. Yeah, nigga, I know, Mr. Phone. Alright. So, get my shit together. So, this primal force, we have to understand, the uglier it is, it's probably what you want on your team. Because they're trying, once you get past good and evil as a later day concept, what would happen is you would start to get to understand how it has nothing to do with good and evil, but has everything to do with the raw uncut. You know what I'm saying? So niggas who's yelling dark side, they're trying to do that to say, I'm not scared of evil. I work with Satan, to kind of make you get away from them, because socially they probably can't even deal with you anyway. So to say I deal with the most evil, most dangerous, wicked shit is another way of saying, please don't come next to me and really question what I do know, because I'm being embarrassed. If you get past that and understand, all of this whole thing is about acquiring energy, mastering and wielding energy. And all of these things and symbols are things and symbols trying to describe an energy. And the story that comes with it, the idea that comes with it, are nothing but ways and methods that they're trying to explain to you how the adept, you got that itch right on your back, how the adept can move and interact with it. Basically by giving Medusa a personality, and see, describing her power. With this particular power, Medusa, this primal energy, you actually can freeze motherfuckers' Kundalini energy flow, their life force flow. Because they're going to act extra human if you can wield this power, which is quite easy. It starts in your mentality. The first step in your mentality is understanding that it's actually you. It's not outside of you. And it's not nothing that's outside of you that's evil that you're working with or dangerous that you're working with. It's a part of you. Once you can understand and wield that power, you're able to project it on those who step in your path. And if they're able to wield this power, then you can't, greater than you can't do shit with them. That's the whole point. It's a power game. So the more deities I fuck with, the more power I'm fucking with. That's what you're gonna get. Oh, goon on me. Oh, shooting on me. I fucks. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We deal with this intimately. And see, energy talks to you as a personality while you're on Earth. That's the whole point. It filters through your human sensory system. So when you say the spirit is talking to me, it's nothing but you're interfacing with the energy. And that energy can communicate with you because all you are is an energy communicating right now. So Ogun and Oshun, they don't have a body, and just so you know, they don't have a temper neither. Oshun is mad at me because, no, if you misuse any energy, it's gonna look mad at you. If I stick a fork in that electrical socket, it's gonna look mad as a motherfucker. Yep. Is the electricity mad? No, I just use
doing what it does.
Right, I'm doing it the wrong way. I'm accessing it the wrong way. So you accessing the spirits, so-called the wrong way. That's where they get this concept. It will do that, and more people are under that problem based upon them trying to follow traditional rules of dealing with energies. So there's a traditional way you deal with Oshun based upon Ifa, the Yoruba people. So if you're holding those traditions down to do something out of it, because you put the energy in that position. So basically, if I put my microwave underwater and I don't wear plastic gloves when I turn shit on, you know what I'm saying? But that's the choice I made for that particular appliance, and you're gonna suffer if you do that wrong because you're not doing it. They say no, if you operate this underwater, you need to be not in the tub when you turn the shit on. But if you get in the tub, it should be mad.
Right. The only way you want to do that is if you try and commit suicide.
Right. Then you know where it is. Oh, these against that door.
Hey, did you expect anybody?
No. Oh yeah, Andrew. If it's Andrew, send him up.
Okay.
Get a chair, sit in the back.
Or a tractor?
No, it's in the angle. Yeah.
You don't know where it's going though.
All right, he'll see us. About to get a hella hot nigga up in here. He want to sit his ass in the middle. Yo, what up, dog? Yeah. Yeah. Recording though. No, we don't. You been watching the last recordings?
Yeah.
I remember Kamani before.
Yeah. I'll take it, man.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Good. How are you?
Good.
You want to sit down for a while?
No, Kim.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Scared of the law?
No. You need this for you, man.
Yeah, okay, let me check it.
Yeah.
Put it up.
One thing that I don't like the way it looks though, man. But it's
Oh,
charged.
this shit's hot though. Oh,
It's still hot.
what's the name of this?
That's a Kunzite crystal.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Kunzite crystal. Yeah, this is nice though.
Oh yeah. You start charging that up.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put this right up here for now, up on the screen. Get it moving.
Alright,
With some herb packs or something?
I I still got to smoke out some
Okay, my nigga. I like the way that sound. You know, that's come on over right here, dog. Put your face up in there, dog.
So,
Put it right down.
Yeah,
You gotta come down.
oh, y'all come down, get all close right here.
There you go.
There I go. What up? Get up, what up? Alright, y'all.
Alright,
Peace out, man.
Chill, you want to? You gotta get a chair though.
I'll get a chair. Yeah.
It's in the garage.
Alright.
You know where the garage is?
Oh, the garage is open?
Yeah, just open the door. Tell Khadijah what you're doing. Tell her you need a chair. She'll walk. She'll get you to it.
Okay.
She's still downstairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, just stop. You gotta get a chair. And she'll show you where they are. Tell Patty said chairs in the garage.
Okay.
She'll help you.
Alright.
So if we stop with this primal, or let's say we just need an understanding, then we can access deeper. So if you fucking with this energy, someone can't bring a weaker version because the energy is powered by their mind. So their mindset really directs the power in any of this shit. So if you say, I'm going to join EFI and I'm going to do what everybody else is doing, you're pretty much doing empty African rituals in America that you have no real idea of why. But you're going to notice progress because this routine has been working for this energy system. But because everyone's thoughts are involved in it now, because remember, this EFI was never made for mass consumption. It was made for the Yoruba people, which is now Nigeria.
Okay.
So culturally, they were so synced in that the thought or the energy force or the thought will remain pure or could remain pure. You know what I'm saying? But when you have so many people with so many different agendas, that's where the energy starts to get fucked up. And see what the priest knew because of this particular thing, that these things were generated by thought and the purity of thought. That's funny. They understood when you dealt with so-called dark entities, dark side energies. They know that's where the herd within of people who will use them day to day. Especially when you demonize them in mythology and you deal with people's idea of moralism, good and evil. But see, these have no morals because they're not in the human body. Morality is when you're on a social concept. So you see them as always evil and always doing shit and always have this agenda to destroy the world. Which is technically the conscious agenda. And when you hear them talking that old left hand shit in the movies, you're like, oh, they the cuckoo ones. See, if you look at the new Thor movie, The Dark World, when them dark elves was coming, if you understand it from an occult perspective, he was saying some on fire shit. He was telling them, y'all motherfuckers wasn't even supposed to exist. He said, y'all guys created a whole entire reality of something that was not even considered real. This so-called light world. And that's just the matrix he's talking about. And he basically was saying, the dark world is the world of the real. And, you know, we need to, that's what we're trying to bring. You hear now, there's all going to end. No more Chick-fil-A, you know what I'm saying? No more McNuggets, no more Rocky Road ice cream. No, we can't. But the real hidden science in this is because they understood less people will be inclined to work with these energies based upon your humanity keeping you out. And not only that, they understood you had to be on an adept level in your mind makeup to be able to even want to probe this for any type of answer. So the real niggas trying to fuck with power, this is what you fuck with. This type shit. Now we come to Set. And what people do not understand, because these Egyptian motherfuckers, Set's the bad guy. And since we know Jesus and Satan, we automatically leave him out of it. But the real science is, this motherfucker is the key. Like anything in society, you don't do anything until the so-called bad guy challenges you. Everywhere, every time, anywhere, anytime. You ain't getting no pussy, there's a bad guy. You know what I'm saying? You said, well, maybe it's my gut, or, you know what I'm saying, my fits. You're going to do something to try to
Need to get
change.
my money up.
I need to get my money up. Until you have a problem, there's no cause for a change.
Yeah.
So Set later day became the problem that was most important and necessary. So while we're looking at him as the problem to solve, what we need to ask is, why did the priesthood decide to make that energy a key? If you understand that the problem is the key for society to function, for the hero to take his challenge, you cannot be a hero unless you have something to overcome. So Set and Horus need each other. Horus cannot be Horus without Set. And Set cannot be Set without someone to challenge him as the bad guy. So once you get past good and evil, and I like this guy and I don't like that guy, you have to understand how important this figure is. Bobby Hemmett used to say it all the time. If he was just the bad guy in Satan, how come he's in every fucking hieroglyph just like anybody else? Because they seen him as just as valuable entity for the story to go on. Every story you get now in Hollywood must have a bad guy. Or whatever situation they in, the situation represents the bad guy. So it may be a love story between the two, and she's got to move to Nebraska and he's got to stay in LA. That becomes Set, even if there's no one bad guy shooting off their gun. Important necessity, especially when you understand they decided to keep him important as they moved on to a new reality in the, let's just say, the realm of Osiris as that nigga, and then Horus as that new nigga. Why did they keep Set? Because the ancient Egyptians, the pre-dynastic Egyptians, basically the Egyptians before they were pharaohs, dynasties, used to worship Set. Set was highly worshipped. There's a book by a guy named Mog Morton, and there's some other shit. I got Don Webb is another writer that writes on pretty much Set in a favorable way. Now, Mog Morton's book is The Bull of Ombros. He talks about how life was in pre-dynastic times when it was Set worship. For instance, he talks about the bodies before there was such a thing as mummification, or before we were doing it at least. In that context, they used to cut the bodies up when they buried them. So then later day, to keep that tradition in existence, Set cuts up Osiris. So we look at this as a bad act, but prior to that, that was the practice. So all the attributes that the pre-dynastic were doing, they left in Set and demonized it. Because the priesthood would be the ones to be able to unlock the secrets of even more ancient than Horus and Isis, because they wouldn't just dismiss Set as we would now in religion. There's not a church you walk into and Jesus and Satan's up there, even though everything that Jesus does, Satan, it's about the opposite of Satan. But we see it all the time because Set is up in all these other pictures with everybody else. That's what we're actually watching. We just don't see it in that context because we are dismissive of what we call evil. But what we're actually dismissing is what we call dark side, which I just told you was the key to actually finding light. They tell you in the very Bible, they tell you don't fuck with Satan with. Out of darkness comes light, because that's the true process. By dealing with these primal forces, Medusa, the primal understanding of Medusa, and I'm not talking about just reading her story, understanding and do what you do to communicate with the energy, then learning the later day version of it is a cinch. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying, you swim the English Channel and somebody's challenging you to jump in a fucking 3-foot pool. You're like, nigga, I swim the English Channel. You know what I'm saying? And so once you understand that, all these jacuzzis, pools and beaches become a walk in the park. You know what I'm saying? And that was actually the concept of the Camites. Once we study death, life becomes a cinch. You know what I'm saying? Once you ain't scared to die, this shit becomes easy. Or everybody's running around here based upon the ignorance of death. Everything you do. You know what I'm saying? Now, so Set, they kept the secrets of the ancients or even older concepts in Set. And really, you have to be past good and evil and all the rest of that crap to truly get an understanding of it. There was a guy named Lord Shiva. I worked at when I worked at that Time Warner, did the third level support, foreign support. We all just chilling on the floor. It's a nigga named Lord Shiva, the funniest nigga ever. He's a cool nigga because this black dude just turned around. He said, "Oh man, the Pope died." I don't give a fuck, motherfucker. What the fuck are you telling me? That nigga ain't speak to me my rest of my stint there. So I said, "Yo, Shiva, the Pope died." Shiva just looked over, the old motherfucker pulled his glasses down and said, "I don't care, I worship Shiva." I said, we making this shit corrupted here. You know, it's just funny shit. Shiva was a funny nigga. So, you know, Shiva didn't get the gist of how deep I was into it. And I can appreciate him because he's from a time, he's an old man that, you know, from the Dr. Ben era that changed his fucking name to Lord Shiva. He changed his real name to Pharaoh. Like, that's on the books.
Oh, wow.
And then, like, he got some mail. He always had issues. He got some mail that was coming to the job. Said Jimmy Johnson. Said, Jimmy. He said, how the fuck you know that name? But he really changed his name to Pharaoh. Then he went on further and changed. He didn't officially do it, but he had niggas call him Lord Shiva. The Lord, niggas on the job, like the bosses of Lord Shiva. Shit was wild, yo. Shit was wild, yo. Lord Shiva. You know, you get the phone, Lord Shiva. So I hear that shit as always, fucking the music. And so he was telling me, well, see, you know, he was watching some news story it was on. He's like, see, that's that Setithian energy, Seth energy. You know, it's not motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So that's your friend. You know, that ain't got nothing to do, you know, in the quick time, you can tell, he was arguing. Years later, I've been listening to your lectures. Oh, really, still? Yeah, you know, okay. See, I see what you're saying about this. Like, I'm like, well, that's a real nigga. Because, you know, them old niggas, it's hard to teach dogs new tricks. You should see them old dogs. After Bobby kept certifying me, they just loved them some Bobby. They just had to tell me, you will never, ever, never do what Bobby has done for me. But I've been listening to you for all these years. What are you doing there? Like, okay, I get it. Like the motherfuckers who love them some Bobby, him and nigga, you will never, ever. I'm like, never, ever, forever, never, forever, never, never, ever measure up to what the Lord. Bobby said, yeah, that nigga's probably a Hemite. You know what I'm saying? They were either Philistines for Phil Valentine or Hemites. Oh, Bobby Hemite. He's a Hemite. Or a Philistine. A Philistine. Yeah, we used to on funny shit. And, so, yeah, you know, it's hard to teach those old dogs new tricks. So he was, you know, still listening. You know what I'm saying? Last I heard he was in Kansas or some kind of shit. Funny nigga. But, even him, in his so-called advanced state, which, you look back, nigga changed his name to fucking Shiva. That's advanced. Well, he didn't just Facebook his name to Shiva. Like, cause all these niggas name, there's no niggas named Shiva. They ain't even up on that. They still Egyptian. All them niggas name is Kampa, Nefaru Pa, Omrak Patat. All them niggas, they still go in their work. They still go in their job. What's your name? Linus. You know what I'm saying? Sherman. Charlton. You know what I'm saying? Renalfo. Renard. Well, they ain't saying all of that. That nigga was telling the bosses called this nigga Lord Shiva. Not Shiva, Lord Shiva. He had the big
Nice.
Om. He had like a long chain with a big ass Om sign on it. No, word is born. He had the Shiva trident. He had a flaming Shiva trident. Word is born. And this shit was like this big. I promise you, this shit was like this big on his chest. And the boys would be like, Lord Shiva. This is wild. They call this nigga Lord Shiva. I was like, yo, I just had fun with this nigga. And then we had this Turkish dude. Turkish niggas, them niggas is straight from the Caucasus Mountains. They still got the Caucasus bloodline. You smell the stink Caucasus on them. Like, ooh, nigga, what's that? That's Caucasus. You know what I'm saying? That's Caucasus Mountain on you. They just couldn't get it. Like, you would talk to them, I used to just beat them up. Say, your whole nature is homos. I said, y'all the Turkish baths. Y'all niggas are the kings of bathing homos. No, this is not, we're Muslim. I said, the Moors came in and did that and gave you all that. Like, it's textbook grafted ass nigga. What was his name? I can't even remember. His breath used to stink everything. Word is born. One time, first, we was working 2 to 1. Leave at 1. Told that story before. My man Alex Raphael, this nigga go overnight. He ain't saying nothing to me. I'm like, you feeling that overnight shit? He said, yeah, we come in at 2 or 1 or 12, leave like 9 in the morning. 4 days a week. I don't know if I could do it. He's like, just come on over. Went over. They used to come in. We leave at 1, so they came in at 12 or whatever. So they was banging out calls with us. You know, we leave, bang out calls. I found out after we leave at 1, the calls stopped. Niggas just started taking off their shoes, putting chairs together, you know what I'm saying, rolling, unbuttoning shit. I'm like, Shangri-La, nigga. That's what you niggas is hiding. They ain't get no call. 9 o'clock, like 8:30. You know what I mean? Hello? So niggas walking in, they look like they was banging it. So I catch nigga Shiva went over. You know what I'm saying? Raphael, couple white boys was there. Turkish nigga went over. I go over. All them niggas is dead asleep. I take pictures of everybody. I still got niggas' socks got holes in it. Terrible. Word life. Somebody showed that shit to the bosses. The bitches went crazy. Them niggas was looking at me like this. I said, I'm gonna change all this good shit. We had to do reports. Went, did that 9/11 ritual. Got my spirit name. Next I came in, Robbie. That nigga said, yo, we ain't gotta do reports no more. Cause everybody's gonna move upstate. I said, what? Okay. I said, I know that's working. And he said, you need memory for your computer? I said, yeah. He said, I got a spot. He told me like 3 or 4 other fucking wonderful things. I was like, oh, this 9/11 shit is crazy. Went, got my memory for computer. We went, and then I found the Hindu area. But I went because Robbie was Hindu. The Hindu botanicas. Lakshmi shit, or the Hanuman shit. That Hanuman piece, the light up Hanuman, got it from there. Whole bunch of shit. So it was like, we just finding shit after shit off of this day. You know what I'm saying? And I still got them pictures. Them niggas was tight as fuck. So that white bitch seen it. I'm like, I ain't my bad. I ain't know. Just gotta deal with it. You gotta get on this magic. Y'all think it's gonna be alright. So, all of that shit the same. As advanced as he was, which I'm gonna say is more advanced than the average. More advanced than the average. Need water, something?
I might need some water.
All right, I got a fresh one in here. This one is open. Yeah, this one is fresh.
Make you smart, bro.
Yeah, it makes you intelligent. That's how we doing these lectures.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to say he's a little bit more advanced because this is pre-Facebook, YouTube phenomenon. So wherever he's getting this from, he had to read it at least. So we can say there. But it's not really, and this is the biggest deal, about the information that you're privy to, or you read, or somehow you read and able to take it off the page and make it realize, because that's what you got to do anyway. Your mentality when you approach it. We have such shot down, block mentality. Why do you think this stuff is being offered to us with pretty much no resistance? Because they understand your mentality is so shot, they can present it all to you, and you don't even know how to access it for real, for real. You may do a few things to make your life feel better. Change your name and have a new vocabulary. Feel now that you fucking your girl is a little bit more than just fucking. It's called tantric. And because you'll breathe a certain way, you're somehow opening up the fucking cosmos. And you can, and you very well may be. But because the mentality is so short-sighted, they're not worried about that. And it's really something you have to find within yourself to free. If you got to understand the entire process of this is freeing yourself, freeing your mind from the constraints of, and I know it sounds cliche when you just keep saying of humanity, but you really need to probe and understand what human thought is. By nature, it's restricting. When you first are born here and you got a body of a kid, or you can observe any kid if you can't remember it, all they do is run and put themselves in constant danger. They'll run near the steps, they run near the stove, they run near boiling water, they'll run in the street if you don't keep grabbing and beating their ass. How do you learn? What happened to that kid that used to just run in the street, play by the fire, jump on, climb shit that was impossible, that you wouldn't even look at right now? What happened to it? Slowly but surely, humanity takes its course on you. You were born here from that place which was not restricting. And there was no danger and no death. You still retain that as a child. What we call the stupidity of a child that would endanger yourself, that's why you need a babysitter, is actually because he hasn't been indoctrinated into human fear yet. So the more you stub your toe, the more you cut your knee, the more you burn your hand, the more you trip, the more you fall, and beloved, the more your mama beats your ass about whatever. You didn't brush your teeth, ass whipping. You didn't make up your bed, ass whipping. You know what I'm saying? You got mismatched socks on, ass whipping. Late for church, ass whipping. You ate all the fucking cookies, ass whipping. You get this ass whipping, or this threat of ass whipping, at every corner. What this is slowly and surely doing, before you get to the white man and the Illuminati and Willie Lynch and all the rest of it, what this slowly but surely doing by way of fear is instilling blockages in you, instilling stop points in you, instilling limitations in you. So before you get to the Illuminati and what religion did and what church did, and I teach this in class, Angela will tell you, you'll remember this if Kamani does it. I remember saying it in your class. What you can call as mind control. If I said, what's the worst mind control? And niggas will line up and they say it in class, religion, Illuminati, religion. But then I remind them, that's not the greatest form of mind control here. The greatest form of mind control is your fucking mama. Because you wouldn't even care about religion until she told you it's the thing to care about. Mm-hmm. She's the one that convinced you of that shit. Because my mother and father were not in religion. But I'll do you one better. My grandfather and grandmother and grandfather and grandmother on both sides were not in religion. Mm-hmm. Because if your mother and father are tired from their getting dragged there by their parents pick up where they left off with your ass. Never happened for me. So the religious mindset or religion poses no threat to me as a form of mind control, besides what fell off the table because it was everywhere. But as something that routinely instilled fear, you're going to go to hell if you don't do that. This is God's law. Never happened. So my parents didn't facilitate. Those would be the greatest facilitators because they are the gateway to these things. Mm-hmm. That's in the Willie Lynch. They told you, once we break this bitch, she'll break them for us. And that's the same thing. All of these things put restrictions on what it is you're supposed to be doing as a true conscious spiritualist. As a metaphysician, you can talk all day. But as a spiritualist, it's hands-on. And the battery, the gasoline that's driving you is a free mind. And we think the mind is free because I like dark-skinned people now, so I'm free. You know what I'm saying? That ain't enough. You know what I'm saying? My hair is natural, so I'm free.
You're a vegan.
Yeah, I'm vegan, so I'm free. That ain't freedom. You know what I'm saying? You're just a Christian vegan. You're just a Christian naturalist. You're just a Christian tantric sex having Kundalini yoga breatharian ass nigga who still got a Christian mindset, even if it ain't about Jesus, because it ain't just about Jesus. It's really, the big deal was to get us to believe the power existed outside of us. Just the fact that we think, even in our consciousness, that we still have to obtain power is actually a farce. The power is yours. You're only reading and studying to realize it, and you can't realize it because your mind isn't free enough to actualize it, to see it. To look the bag of to actualize this thing. And really, that's our biggest problem. Stuck. And then, along with the religious mindset, is the fact not just the stuckness, but the narrow-minded. How would you say it? Let's stick with this first, because I want to get this point out. This idea, this context of how outside of us is something we need to obtain, because that's probably one of the biggest realizations that will change your life once you're able to change that realization. Something outside of us, because what you'll see is, when I do hear people saying their victories, their progress, I smoke the herb pack and they'll tell me 10 things that happened and still say, well, what's supposed to happen? Like, you just described to me 10 things, but they can't see what's happening to them as a valid spiritual experience, because they're waiting for something outside of them to come and show them something that they don't have faith enough to dig in and find and realize is something that's in you all the time. And one of the biggest realizations after talking to spirits that I had was, oh my God, these are all niggers. And not only are they niggers, they are not proper niggers. They are not manicured niggers. Why would they have to be? They don't have no body. So when you hear them niggas talking that fancy pants talk, the grid line that interferes and interfaces, that reverberates off the magnetic sphere that inwardly and outwardly shoots forth into the psychic phenomenon that bounces off the grid line, that reverberates in the form of sacred geometry, that enters your melanin at an angle of 3.14, which is pi, that expands back into the netter. When you hear that shit, you automatically talking to a bullshit nigga. He may say a lot of entertaining shit, and I think you should be entertained by it. But I quickly understood and learned that nothing spiritual even has that fucking flow. And let me explain this. Well, maybe it's your mentality if it's your mind. Let me explain what your mind is. Your mind is none of those fucking big words. Your mind is in English. So you're not going to convince me you speaking big words somehow is doing something, and somebody sacred somewhere is going, oh, I get you. I didn't get the regular nigga that says he wanted some pussy. Like the fact that you say your vaginal your lingam in the yoni of sacred divine union, the Shiva lingam or the Shiva Pravati must come into union under the cherry moon. that's not getting you more pussy than I want some pussy, perhaps. And and like I said, you know, because I can talk that bullshit and tried that shit. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, nigga? What the fuck you want, bitch? Oh, okay, nigga, now we get down to it. Then I said, oh, these are niggas, these are you. Who are they? They're gonna be like you. Ain't no nigga. Think the niggas in Egypt that far? Alright, that. Put the rock. The shit's crooked. Pull the pyramid like that. Okay, now you got a fucking pyramid. You gotta tell niggas this shit all fucking day, fake ass niggas. Put the brick up there. The brick. Look like this. Thou forth come back. Thou shalt live as thou gettest on the 33rd and the 3rd degree angle, which comes forth that comes within. Yeah. No, there was the nigga, just go and drop that brick, man. Nigga, go ahead, nigga. Come on, nigga, we gonna smoke once you finish. You know what I'm saying? Same old niggas. It's y'all. It's the same niggas. Y'all knew much, but y'all wasn't. It was what you were, so you didn't have to stand on that as dignity with what you know. You know what I'm saying? Niggas do that here because they make money. So you're good at skateboard. You gotta, because you're making money at it. You know what I'm saying? You're good at a skateboard. You ain't making no money. You're sitting around there one day, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You got a whole different mentality. All that shit is social behavior. This big talk and all of that kind of shit. Ain't none of that. When you know what you know, you stand on what you know. We knew this shit. This wasn't something. At least what we manifest. Let's say that. This is what we knew. We still studying things. Don't get me wrong. Study will never go wrong. But none of them niggas were sitting around giving lectures on what they were studying. Let's pretend they were giving lectures. And who the fuck knows? But they were teaching on what they didn't know. Because we know they were teaching. So they were teaching on what they didn't know. And none of that stood for... First, I can tell you this. And I'll tell you this when we get into Akashic. I'm able to travel down. I was able to travel back to Cam. See, Bobby was teaching us. I was able to travel back to Cam. Bobby, remember my friends I knew from when I was 2 years old?
Yeah.
Me and him sitting in Bobby's class. And Bobby's telling about pretty much a program. I don't want to call it a program. Or what they've seen where some of us will stay here through this time. Who's volunteering? And my friend that I said I knew since I was 2 years old, I remember saying, oh, why don't you come through? He was like, I ain't doing that shit. I said, I'm going to do it, you do it. And remember I told you I also got that reading from the Ephod dude.
Okay.
And he was telling me somebody wanted me to come here to teach. And I didn't want to do it. A lot of resistance. Now, we already went through that, what I said when Bobby was recruiting. And based upon that work, because I already know I already been here and went through this. That's why I can retain this shit. Because we're going to get into Akashic. I'm going to show you, because I've done mine. And another time, I was chilling on Pallades. I did this work. Veteran. You know what I'm saying? And we came down this motherfucker already. Bobby came to me again. We're going to need you on Earth to sum this thing up. Fuck you, nigga. You see all this pussy? This is Palladian pussy, nigga. This is the best pussy. That's where jazz comes from. They got 7 stars, 7 Orishas from there. There's a book called The Bird Tribes. Just remind me to get it, and I'll get you the author. But The Bird Tribes, about Pallades and the Egyptians and these Native Americans that talk about they come from Pallades. A lot of that shit. So I got a connection from that.
Bird tribes.
Yeah,
Sure.
Bird tribe. Now, so he asked me to come on down. And I sure enough did. And I show up in this motherfucker as Brother Panic. Oh, when I die, that's when the party's gonna go down. There was a guy, I talked about him too, Metahochi, in this series that he's been in. Metahochi was the guy who first started putting black people onto the Ifa system. So remember I said you had the Yoruba people in West Nigeria. That's where they picked up most of the slaves. So the ones that were brought out to the islands area, inundated with Catholicism, started taking those saints and seeing the characteristics of the saints, started masking the Orishas in the saints. I'll bring that book in here too once we take a break. Black and White book by something Whittler. Magente's something Gonzalez Whittler. She's got a lot of books. She's got a black and white book on the Orishas. She give you their saint names and a whole little list of shit, good shit about the Orishas and the saints that were connected to them. So now for years, started to emerge a whole new religion mixed with Catholicism and the old Ifa tradition. This is called Sanctoria. Sanctoria based upon the saints. So you had a lot of Puerto Ricans coming to New York, fucking with Sanctoria. Black people like, what's this magic shit, dude? What is this shit? You would see goats in the street, chicken in the street, in Spanish Harlem, all these botanicas up. So black people naturally started asking, playing with it. You fuck with a girl who fucks with it. What is it? And they would say, no, it's from Africa, it's from Africa, it's from Africa. Nobody knew. So now black people started saying it's from Africa. We should know. We're from Nigeria. They tried to go to Nigeria and get in. Know what the Nigerians told them? Fuck you. All you want to go back to Africa? Fuck you. There was a guy named Metahochi that said, I should teach you niggas. And that's when all of these Ifa houses started emerging up. Bobby Hemmett said he had a nephew that was about to die. Heart failure. Or some old wild shit. Curtains, born to die. He was just born to die. Said Metahochi gave him a Obatala ritual, and he lives to this day. On some real, how did this happen, miracle shit. You know what I'm saying? And then Metahochi dies. Never heard of him. Didn't know, only what Bobby told me. Bobby said, let's see if you can get in contact with this nigga, see what's up. Sure enough. Boom, 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 boom. I like a challenge. It's like Thriller. Let's go. So, doing my shit. Got on that Palo liquor, baby. I told you that shit right there was a vehicle. Boom, boom. Oh, I feel this nigga coming, nigga. And niggas start saying, started asking me, did you change? Like, you don't know me, motherfucker. He said, oh, I know you. Come on. Where from? He said, nigga, you done changed. You knew. I said, no. The niggas went in. I could feel him smelling my heart. He said, oh, you the same old nigga. I said, yeah, you know me then, I guess. I said, alright. I'm going deeper into sleep now. I'm awake when this is happening. Deep into sleep, I go to a coronation. It is niggas lined up everywhere just to bring this nigga home. A celebration for him. I'm on this planet. Like I see him, he got me on this planet. I'm going house to house, and there's a whole planet of nut with drummers. Everybody was drumming, pop locking and drumming, doom to the doom to the doom. And on Star Wars when they have them end coronations, the whole fucking planet is out. Mm-hmm. They be playing that music, then the Ewoks be dancing, shit like that. I'm like, damn. So I'm outside the front of the door. It's like a long hall. You walk down. These halls were crazy. And they tell you about that shit in Valhalla. That's what happens when you die for the Norse mythology. You go to Valhalla, which are these halls. Everyone has halls. But this hall where you go to this war. This long hall, as far as the eyes can see, I'm outside the front. Niggas is bumping me, shitting on me, stepping on my shit. And I remember that feeling. I got that feeling when I went to a real drumming before. With that Orisha girl. Was bumping me, stepping on me. I'm like, I'm feeling that same Orisha as Bob, which is he is. He came and was like, let this nigga in. I'm walking with their procession. The fanfare of this shit is, there's no way I can explain with my mouth. Came outside, y'all seen this nigga's coming home. I'm like, if that nigga is getting that shit from this Orisha planet, and I knew they didn't want me on there, especially because I was fucking with the next door neighbors hard at the time, the Apollos. That shit, them energies do not mix.
Oh, for real?
They used to, but niggas separated them so hard with their thoughts. Good and evil now. So now it's like adversarial, because we see them as adversary, not just one different level from the next. And it used to be like that. The Ephi had a darker side, and the Apollos had a lighter side. But they separated so hard, those thoughts now made it good adversaries. So ignorant with what we're doing, they don't even know what we're doing. See, they know what we're doing, so that why we think we're coming back to our shit, you're coming back to your shit wrong. And therefore, it's not really activating like it could be, or like they would actually fear for you to wake up. You're not woken up from the spell they put you on in the separation of your mind. Fuck what you fucking with. Your mind is still decimated. You know what I'm saying? Beat to all hell. Turned out. You know what I'm saying? Stunt for a blunt. Your mind got skeezed. Turn your mind into a thought. Your mind's a thought. A skeezer. You know, like, shit's so chewy.
Shit's good as fuck.
This is good as fuck, I know. Fuck all them rainbow ones. I went through the gusto. Give me the red dye number one.
Good as fuck.
Red dye number one cancer. I need it. Trying to get the fuck up out of here, son.
Damn.
Red dye number one, baby. If that don't work, we back it up with yellow dye number 5. You know what I'm saying? Somebody gonna get cancer today. Your mind is tricked out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Tricked us out. So how we come with it is irrelevant. Well, all right. So what the fuck are we talking about?
You're talking about the ceremony.
Far as the eye could see, the fanfare was ridiculous. So I started seeing, like, God damn. If you want to compare it, I can't wait to get back. You know, red dye number 5, you know, number 3, I'm good with it, because the shit I seen him get, I'm like, oh my God, there was a whole planet accepting him back. The shit that you do as a teacher, first of all, in the spirit world, the greatest job is teaching others. That's the most honorable, greatest job. The only thing that I found is like going to hell or a sin in our context is misinforming people when you know better. Them energies will tear you at. That's because anything that's anti-truth. If you're in the game of teaching black people, even if you're misinforming them, but you think you're doing right, that's no crime. We're talking about the T.D. Jakes level of the game, the Creflo Dollar, which you see drops all this metaphysics, but purposefully keeps these people following his breadcrumbs and paying his not just his mortgage, because I get it. If he's really teaching them, who else is going to pay his mortgage? But we talking about a lifestyle. We talking about Lear jets.
I would say playing for jet fuel.
Right, you're playing for jet fuel. That doesn't fall under the burden of people who you're teaching. You know what I'm saying? I think they should do things where, you know, you should feel you can throw on a nice shirt, some flip-flops or whatever the fuck, eat and be comfortable if you're giving them something that's worthy, that's going to help their lives eat and be comfortable.
Give themselves some value.
Right.
Real value.
Right. But just misinforming people ain't going to get it. So you got to understand what set really means as an intricate key. If you don't want more science, that Mark Morton book, The Bull of Ambrose, he did part 1 and part 2. Anything by Don Webb. There's another guy I just got, I don't remember his name, that talks about set. Also, the movie Conan 1 and 2. Before it was a movie, it was actually a book. And the dude that wrote that book, he did a movie about him. What's that bitch that was in Jerry Maguire? You know, dumb white bitch. David Chappelle was gigging on her. Who the fuck is that dumb, plain, bland ass white bitch? I talked about it in my book, and I said she's been in all these fucking movies as the opposite. But if you seen that bitch right now on the street, you wouldn't even recognize her. So y'all gonna make me look this up. Just look up Jerry Maguire, because I don't want to lose the pace. Just look up Jerry Maguire on IMDb. Well, I'll look it up. Everybody out there saying it already, but we fucking around with this. I think I'll get it quick. Hold on, Jerry. All right, this bitch name is Renee Zellweger. That bitch. What the fuck was I bringing her up for now? This is some real old man shit.
You're talking about Jerry Maguire. No,
I'm going for something else. So she was in Jerry Maguire.
She appeared.
She was in a movie with the other nigga. I can't remember his name either. Vincent D'Onofrio or some shit. He was the dude who played in he was Pyle in Full Metal Jacket. Fat dude, said Pyle looked like 300 pounds of chewed bubble gum. Him, he's been in a lot of movies now. Yeah. Vincent D'Onofrio or whatever. He was in The Cell. He's now in the Daredevil TV show that's on Netflix. He's the bad guy, a veteran actor. He did a movie with her, playing the guy who wrote the Conan books. So they did a movie because his life was interesting. And what you see in the movie, when he was writing the books, she walked in on him and looked in through the window. And he was deep in channel writing these Conan books. But they tell you what it was, though. He was actually writing from Sumerian times, which is what that is take place. And if you remember, James Earl Jones was also in the first or second Conan, where he was turned into a snake. That was the priesthood of Set before pre-dynastic times. Set was a priesthood. That was the priesthood. What they did with Set's attributes, they put them in Anubis, Tahuti, and Osiris. Those three are actually what Set really was. That's the later day version of what they were actually worshiping. The wisdom of Tahuti, Anubis, and Osiris itself. So they took Set and just made him the adversary and took his attributes and made that the good guy. In this movie, so if you watch both Conans, you're actually watching something that was channeled, as opposed to just some guy writing a story about a theory. You'll see the only other way to get that, and they're speculating, is in the Scorpion King, Conan the Arcadian. All of those guys were pre-dynastic times. So, An was the Sumerian god. Anubis. Ansar. Or Set, or Saw. That AU, this is gold. A periodic table of elements, I believe. And that An, that's that Anubis. So they took all these attributes and these became these later. So that's why once you can break down the walls of good and evil and dehumanize these stories and see it as energy and symbology, you'll be able to get more out of it, more useful out of Set, on, so on and so forth. Yeah. So while you loving Anubis and hating Set, doesn't make no sense if you know the score. But if you're humanizing it, you're right on time.
That's good insight. Now, with these primal energies, so let's say the original set energy and how they exist in those realms, is there any such thing as morality in those realms? Do they just act? I mean, how?
No, what we're confusing morality with in those realms is actually what we actually call Mayat. So what Mayat is, we have regulated it down to morality. But what it is actually balances cause and effect. You know what I'm saying? So if I tip the scale this way, there's going to be an effect this way. That's what that really is talking about. It's a scientific concept, not if I take your goats, you should take my goats. We can use that principle on Earth as well in terms of how we do business or how we treat each other. You know what I'm saying? But that's not where it ends. The balance, or the balance in the force, you know what I'm saying, is what we're talking about. So, you could say, if I was trying to balance out this force, just do my eye, if I smack him, I'm going against my eye. But if I come and kiss you in the mouth as an act of love, I'm balancing, that's an imbalance too. Fucking one little nigga kissing on you. But I'm doing it for love. You get what I'm saying? That don't make no sense. So you say, it's easy for us to say, I'm smacking him up. He's fucking with my yacht. He's in balance. But I can be coming just to hug you every day. Okay? Fuck off me. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? So both acts, love and hate, still can be an act of imbalance. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's really what we're talking about. Now see, the concept is, when that brother makes the transition, his heaven is based upon his mind, which doesn't infringe upon me and my heaven. So it would be very hard for him to create an imbalance. He may have a whole heaven of pedophilia. And I've said that because here, that's the worst of the worst. That's the worst of the worst here. And it should be, more realistically. But the idea is, it's all in his mind. If he decides that is a heaven he wants, there's nobody that's going to say, oh, wow, that's foul. Because it's not really happening to another person's liberty, or you're not taking an actual kid. Everything you create is your mind. So you're actually fucking yourself.
So does anybody share your...
You can.
Yeah.
You can. Okay. You co-create. You know what I'm saying? But if Kimani, let's say, comes to my world, and he wants to co-create, you know what I'm saying? That's fine, but he's accepting that it could be whatever. And no matter what I do there or what he sees there, it's not happening to him as an individual, as his body. You know what I'm saying? So you would know the vibe. Kind of like, you know the vibe of motherfuckers. I ain't hanging with them niggas. Not tonight. Then you see a couple of niggas with some fucking Izard shirts and no socks on, and you're like, hey, this is my type of dudes. What you guys drinking, Jaeger? You guys drinking a Jaeger? What you doing? Jaeger? Jaeger's all around everyone? All right. Oh, you on the Jack. Oh, well, you on that Jack. You know how Jack do. Like, what? Then you go in the club like, that nigga's Hennessy, nigga. I ain't gonna hang in this. This is kind of vicious, you know what I'm saying? And, but you know, that kind of thing. So he may see that about my existence, let's just say, and you can co-create. They showed it. I cannot state in this movie enough what dreams may come. And he said it. He said, I'm in your world, Chris. And he was talking to Robin Williams as Cuba Gooding Jr. He said, this is the world you created. He said, this looks like a painting that me and my wife call heaven. He said, yeah, y'all found a painting. He said, we found a painting at a flea market. It was me and my wife's idea of heaven. He said, now you're in it. Your idea of heaven. He said, you want tea? He said, ironically, it's not like the real world where you have to go get it. Ironically, you create things with your imagination. He said this shit straight out. And he was like, ironically here, it's the opposite. You create things with your imagination. He said, you want tea? Just have some tea. He said, so are you making the tea or are you doing it? He said, well, when I'm in your world, we kind of co-create. He said, but this is your world. He said, I wanted you to meet somebody tomorrow. Went to this other world. He's talking to this Chinese lady. talking to her for a while, not getting it. She said, one time I was on the plane with my father. He said, Asian women are the most beautiful women in the world. He said, he didn't get it. And then she was Asian. He said, yeah, my father, this, that. He said, He said, no, I didn't mean Asian women. I just saying in general. He said, yeah, I know what you meant, but this is what I wanted. Because he kept looking around at her world, and remember, he bought his daughter a toy that she really liked. That was that world. And so he kept having flashbacks of the toy in this world. Then he knew he was talking to his daughter. Then it was like his wife, who was still left on Earth, who now seen her kids die, and now him die. She was suicidal then, when he was left. Now he died. She was holding on by a thread. She gone. So she kills herself. So the son he's like, well, good. She killed herself. Oh my God, my wife. Well, she's here now. Well, let's get this shit on. You know what I'm saying? He thought about it. He said, no, suicides go to a different place. So they gave you the heaven and hell scenario again, because that's all people can relate to. So he said, but they did it better, because what they did was saying she goes to a very different place. And then pretty much he said, that's the story. I'm going to rescue my wife. It's never been done before. Okay, we're going to do it. And where she went was a version of her own house. With basically, it was her version of hell. And she was just pretty much psychotic down there. He snapped her out, got her to heaven. And their whole thing was, we can go back on Earth and do this again. I'm like, fuck, for what? We started from the bottom, now we here. You know what I'm saying? Go back and get fucked up again? Never that. Now,
she can ask come back again.
Right, just do this shit all over. But basically show you her version of hell. Same concept. Because once you die from here, you go to a place called the astral world. The astral world is pretty much an extension of this place. The more etheric, let's just say. And really from there is where you must manipulate first before it trickles down into this physical world. So all the spiritual work you're doing is actually to impact the astral world. When you die, when you sleep every night, you go to the astral world. But there's this cord that's connected to your belly button. So the astral world is connected to your solar chakra, actually. It's this fake sunlight. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Your solar chakra. It's not the real light. So that's when they say when you die, don't walk towards the light, because you're actually walking through the sun back to a new birth. You're supposed to walk towards the darkness, because walking towards the darkness, you're walking towards this, and your escape will be out of here. And the light you'll see will be here, the seat of the soul. So when I got people out, you know what I'm saying, I'm in KL, I dragged them towards the darkness. You see a little gold, like, real little. I just dropped him towards that shit. And he went past the astral world. You stay in the astral world, and you stay there. Most people don't even know to come back to Earth, but you stay there long enough, you're going to get sucked back to Earth. Because it's just a part of this. So when you die, that little cord is going from your belly button. You exist in the astral world. Never, never land. There you can build insane realities, or you can move the fuck on. Stepbrother, he moved the fuck on. My pops, when he died, I'm like, I help you move on. He's like, nope, coming back. Sure enough, my sister, son, my nephew, had a son. Ain't no question. My sister ain't about shit and still could be calling him dad. And I see this motherfucker, I knew it was my father when he came back. But you can't, if you leave the astral world, you ain't coming back. If you advance now, you can send messages through your spirit, because your spirit can still exist on the astral world, even though your soul has moved beyond. Or your soul may have came back from Earth, but your spirit, your incarnations can still exist and can still be accessed. So if Panic moved on, people can still access me as Panic, even though I'm gone. How do I talk to them? I can know how to send messages through my avatar in the astral world, and they can pick it up spiritually on Earth. So Jimi Hendrix and them niggas moved on. And Jimi Hendrix and them niggas moved on big, because what they know how to do to move on big is initiate another human to get the accolades on Earth and use that energy to move the fuck on. Jimi Hendrix activated Prince Prince getting awards and the glamour and the fame gave the Jimi Hendrix the food. Way the fuck out of it. Because he lowered himself coming down here. Joe Louis died in the 80s. Activated Mike Tyson. To get the fuck on out. I used to get them all the time. I can't even remember half the shit. You know what I'm saying? I got all these niggas would activate niggas.
So when you say activated, like, what does that really mean?
Means that because they didn't have enough power or diamond enough power because of how high they were in the game, what they did was bless somebody that would have been a fucking nobody or mediocre, let's just say. And the acclimates that person get, pretty much the fame of Prince now feeds Jimmy. Malcolm X did it for Denzel. Malcolm X said to get up out of here, he was waiting for the perfect leading man. So all that shit. So what they get as a benefit is skyrocketed fame. So Prince was able to skyrocket based upon Jimmy's energy. Tyson, who's still in movies,
He's
based upon Joe Louis, skyrocket. He's everywhere. I mean, his story should have been was a Joe Louis ass. You know what I'm saying? And Denzel, after he did Malcolm X, that story tells itself. All that shit was caused of Malcolm X.
Look at Jamie Foxx after
Ray Charles. Yes, indeed. That's what that is. That's what that is. Watch the dude that did James Brown. Chaz Boseman, or whatever his name is, who's now the Black Panther. If nothing else, he's the Black Panther. But he's a working ass nigga. He also played Tahuti, a terrible Tahuti, in The Gods of Egypt. Terrible Tahuti. Terrible movie. You gotta call him Medusa for that. You know? So we gotta turn Medusa on for a second. Call back on this bitch.
If you look into my eyes, I'll change you forever. Stone. Go on. Sneak a peek. It won't hurt for long.
We had to end that terrible Tahuti with a little bit of Medusa. A little terrible Tahuti.
Whatchamacallit, that magical process. I remember Bobby talking about how 50 Cent actually did that as well. There was some cat that was real funny.
Yeah, he was talking about it because this is the channels I was kidding.
Okay.
And that's one of the things we started at. Well, Bobby did first start talking about it. There was a guy in his neighborhood that was actually Sugar Ray Leonard's cousin.
Okay.
A strong, steel-toting man who swimming in the creek or whatever the fuck it was and got dragged in and got killed. And he said after that, Sugar Ray turned into Sugar Ray. And Sugar Ray's hands were really bad. It was a whole story about, but it was this, that. I said, oh, all right. Then 50 Cent, there was a real nigga in New York named 50 Cent. And this is before rap music. To be famous in New York, you had to be a stick-up kid. So stick-up kids was famous. It was almost like if you got robbed by 50 Cent, you made it. If you got robbed by this nigga. He was from Fort Greene, Brooklyn. Legendary nigga. I went to the island, Rikers Island. This nigga was on the bus up with me. I was about 17, 16. I was shook. You know what I'm saying? First of all, you going to Rikers Island. This is not the new Rikers Island with the new maze. This is
Like the old grimy shit.
Oh yeah, this is 2 top shop. You know what I'm saying? 4 lower. Legendary shit. You know what I'm saying? When you get the statement, it ain't front where you're from, it's where you're at, nigga. You on the island, nigga. Like, cause Daddy-O from Stetsasonic, like, we have to blame Rakim. I seen some things. It ain't where you're from, it's where you're at. Rakim said that line. It ain't where you're from, it's where you're at. He said, that's wrong. You shouldn't have said that. Because it was always in rap, it's where you're from that mattered. I'm like, what? I said, no, he was saying some shit that every New Yorker knew. I could be from Queensbridge, but motherfucker, I live in Stone Mountain. Then I'm gonna stand out here, nigga. I'm from Queensbridge, nigga. Them country ass flip flop niggas would pound my. How many times you seen that on YouTube? New York, nigga, New York. They wind up dragging that nigga out the fucking gas station. You know what I'm saying? So niggas know fundamentally it ain't where you from. It's where the fuck you at. You know what I'm saying? In Brownsville, talking about I'm from Queensbridge. What does that want to do? Now, as a craftsman, you may say, here's a Queensbridge flavor I'm going to bring to whatever it is I do, cartwheels or whatever. I get what he's talking about. Rakim wasn't talking about that. That was a known statement. He didn't make that line. That was a known New York statement. And where you from is where you at. I was like, when I see this ignorance for grandstanding, you know, Daddy will make a lot of fucking hits. That's no excuse. You know what I'm saying? Be fucking dumb. So, 50 Cent, when I was on the island, niggas on the bus, the first thing he kept doing, because you know you cuffed a nigga, he just kept kissing the nigga, like, and the nigga just dipping, he just kept kissing him on his cheek. I'm sitting there, oh my god, what the fuck is going on? As soon as he got to the island, he just cut a nigga's face open, zip. The phone call, it was just called the phone call cut. No, what was it? The phone. Zipped them up. Man, 50 on the island. This is why a faggot was running the island. Feline niggas coming through with the felines. Like, you got the fresh feline. It was just ridiculous. I got a nigga from Queensbridge. The worst of the worst. Nigga named Young God, Jada. As soon as I walked in, that nigga's giving out cereals. You know, he's already made his way there. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? She said, this chick said I robbed the coat. Said, you did that shit, right? No. Said, you did that shit. I'm like, niggas just expecting me to do this shit. Like, nah. And really, he was telling me, because I ain't know shit about jail. That's not my style. He's like, nah, he said, he said, niggas who've been here the longest run the island. He said, it keeps circulating. You juiced in. So he said, niggas don't know. He said, new niggas don't know. To watch. They just went to the cell. You one of your motherfuckers touch my brother, I'm gonna kill y'all when you're upstairs. Just gave me mad cereals and milk. I'm like, yeah, bitch. And you can see niggas is just, because they just don't know what it is. That's really where the juice comes in. I got upstairs. I remember the niggas, I see my nigga Peanut. That nigga sleeping. Yo, what up, son? Yeah, what up? See, I'm on house gang. He said, try to get on house gang here. All the new niggas come through. He said, you won't go to the main population. Because you in the dorms now. I was in there with Brooklyn niggas, nigga named Kev Webb. He had on Valleys. Niggas was getting at him for the Valleys. We was in the gym. Some nigga walked by and just rubbed his foot. Ooh, the Valleys. Nigga just doing that Brooklyn laugh. Like, I'm like, somebody need to bail me the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? This ain't my style. You know what I'm saying? Fucking, some niggas came through, started sharpening toothbrushes. I was just playing cards. You know what I'm saying? And I was a wild nigga. Some nigga said, son, what the fuck you say? Fuck out of here. And nigga was like, damn, because this is in jail, nigga. I was acting like I was acting on the street. I'm fucking Jada. That nigga sent me Tone soap in a bag of pecan sandy cookies. Oh, I was a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas was that stink soap. I had a fresh bar Tone. To this day, I don't fuck with Tone or pecan sandies. I haven't been eating that shit since. I was the man in this motherfucker. What is they calling me? L. Yo, L. Man, I was young, so say, you need a haircut to see us, so you need a fucking haircut. You go. Nigga cut my shit, made the sideburns, the side look mean. The sideburns. Word is born. My mom said, your grandfather came up with the bail money. The niggas went to the gym, I just took my shit and bounced. I'm like, this ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? But that 50 Cent nigga was in there, the whole island was a buzz on this nigga 50 Cent. He was legendary. They did a documentary, which I have actually, on 50 Cent. We should erect a statue to him because he used to rob and just give out Pampers to the hood. It's like they talk about this nigga like he's sweet Jesus. Now you can see how this shit work. You could be anything, but if you famous, you Jesus. After when it's all said and done, Tupac, you Jesus. Biggie, you Jesus. Snoop will be Jesus. It's just like, it don't like. I remember this nigga was the scourge of New York. He was one of them niggas that he ain't really dead. You know what I'm saying? I seen him at Freaknik. You know what I mean? Same thing with Tupac, Elvis. Same thing. But a rob nigga, so much so that nigga copped his name from him. Like that would be a no-no. That name was so sacred. Like even when he did it as a rapper, I was disappointed. I was like, you can't, certain names you can't touch. You know what I'm saying?
Now the name I always wondered, like, where did he get that name from? You know what I'm saying? Like, where did that shit come from, 50 Cent? You know?
Matter of fact, we can look at the doc. We should be done, we kind of fake but done, but we still got energy. We'll look at the, I still got the documentary. I'll find the documentary on it. Real interesting shit. Really interesting. He was on the back of the Paid in Full album. He was the shortest nigga. Okay. Remember that posse shot?
Yeah.
There was another nigga named Supreme on there.
Okay, Supreme, I heard of him.
Yeah, I seen with my own two peepers him shoot a nigga in Latin Quarters. Some niggas said it was Eric B, Supreme, could have been 50, but definitely Eric B and Supreme. My man Hot Day hangs with Supreme. My man Hot Day just put up a picture of 50 and Supreme. Like let me show you. Supreme was a wild Puerto Rican nigga, you know what I'm saying? Nigga was doing something, Supreme just pull out, blah, shot that nigga in his abdomen, and the nigga bent over, ran out. See them niggas just kindly walked out, him and Eric B. See them niggas pull up in the front of the Quarters, I guess after the gun has been dipped, just drinking them little whatever drinks. Oh, I ain't say nothing, they just dipped off. I said, oh, niggas is real wild, kid. Eric B is a real nigga, you know what I'm saying? Real nigga shit. But yeah, so that 50 is eating off of that energy. So I was telling Bobby, that's the channel that came through, and the quote Bobby was talking about. And at this time, I went,
I gotta go see my
okay.
account.
All right, Andrew. Good looking brother, man.
Man,
got to do your taxes.
Yeah.
Got to drink some Jägermeister.
No.
All right, brother. I'll tell you soon, man.
Armani doing a good job.
Appreciate you,
bro, man.
All right, Andrew.
All right,
so, brother.
Yeah.
All right, man. Be safe. Don't worry about it. We got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right. Good luck.
All right, man. Thanks again.
Yep.
All right. All right, brother. So, yeah, I think we need to understand more about what we've been calling dark side. We need to get off what we've been trained into believing about this shit and understand that's really our path. They did their hardest, white folks that is, to get you to spookify anything you call dark. You know what I'm saying? To spooky it for you because they understood that's really the true key. That's going to be the pathway for your realization. And even then, once you're even in there, you got to know how subtle the realization comes, what to expect as the realization. And that's really a hard jump for black folks. They don't know how to get into their own, okay, aha, okay, let me try that. Because they're looking, they get this, well, that keeps coming to me. Let me ask Panic if that's real. Like, motherfucker, it's your mind. How can I make it more real than what's coming in your own fucking head? So let me ask Panic, or what would Bobby, or Bobby said this one time, so I'm getting, look, just because Panic said it or Bobby said it, it ain't the law for you, maybe. We try to talk in generalizations. Well, if you go up left and right, you're going to hit Walmart. That's general. But what if you went down, back, and did a cartwheel and still hit Walmart? Don't ask if that's valid if you're standing in front of Walmart. Well, Bobby said he went up, left, and right. And that's how he got to Walmart. I went back, left, and right, and I'm standing in front of Walmart, but I don't know if it's right. Let me try to text Panic. Send Bobby a donation. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, look, you have faith in your shit. You know what I'm saying? We're only displaying what we say, Bobby as well, after he had faith in his shit. He's not asking, I'm sure I could speak for him on this, and I could definitely speak for myself, not saying, no one's asking you to have faith in our shit. We're just trying to give you the keys so you can begin to have faith in your shit, whatever that shit is. And in fact, the crazier, the better. The crazier, the better. The least it sounds like a human thought process, the better off you are. That's why your crazy can only be your crazy. I wouldn't even ask you to indulge in my crazy. I wouldn't even ask, because that's conducive on every woman showing their titties. Unless you want to get crazy and show your titties, then we'll discuss it with your titty out. But until that moment, I can command titties coming out. You may want to keep them in the bra and do your own thing. Because I'm going to tell you some shit that's conducive to nipple showage. That's just call it what I am. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I explain the science of African and freedom, and your plants will grow, or fruit hangs from the trees, whatever you want to name it. Just pull it out. And I actually, before you actually come with them out, I'd rather see them get pulled out, because I like that little go into the thing and come out with titty. That's the fly shit. Like when they pull the bra back and just that shit just come out like
the real action.
Yeah, then you like, I knew that nipple looked just like that. That big sloppy areola with all them bumps around it. Couple of hairs around that motherfucker. And the ashy nipple. You ever see an ashy nipple?
Yep.
Bitch, your nipple's ashy. What you doing? You need to get some cocoa butter on them nipple tips, bitch.
It's crazy.
You ever lift the titty and go, ugh, you need to go. Like smell under their titty. It smell like underarm under their titty.
That's when they got some big titties.
Yeah, that's when they got the big, the big titties that cuff up.
And some double D's or some shit.
Yeah, that's some otherworldly shit. But they got to put baby powder under their titty. Yeah, to catch all of that shit. Don't put that baby, or when they lift it up and it be that light skin, be like that film, like that you can scratch off, like. Cause you got a lot of dead skin on your titties. You need the loofah, bitch. These hoes out here need the loofah under them titties. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but titties is great, man. Titties was great. I promise you. One of my exercises is the visualization of nipple personalities on chicks. So when I see the woman, I look, these are what her nipples look like. You know, long nipple, inverted nipple that's inverted this way where it looks like they're Chinese eyes looking at you. You know what I'm saying? Drippy nipples, crooked nipples, big areolas, little areolas, the feisty, hard, mad nipples that just point with the bumps, puffy nipples. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's everything. You know what I'm saying?
That's magic.
Yeah, that's all. So that's the greatest. That's the that cleans your chakras. You know what I'm saying? It does. It's everything. It's the expansion pack. You know what I'm saying? It's the 2.0 version. It's the upgrade. You know what I'm saying? It's the Verizon upgrade. It's the Samsung upgrade. It's the greatest. Helps with gout. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Lowers blood pressure.
Right. Chest congestion. Decalcifies shit. Helps your arteries. You know what I'm saying? Get your back expanded. You can breathe like, you know, breath of fire. It does so much. You see shit better. The vitamin, the keratin and vitamin A in your eyes start to coagulate. A lot of shit. I like it. The titties are truly, it's just amazing. Like I was watching the Emerald Forest today, and they're in the forest, and you know what happens in the forest? Titties. Oh, this whole movie is so fucking profound.
That's what I took out of the book Psychomancy, where you had to create this image. And mine was ass cheeks with pussy lips hanging.
Oh, from the back.
From the back.
That's nice.
That was my trigger image. It was an image you had to use to trigger.
That's the doggy style inevitability. Nice. Yeah, my trigger was titty nipples. Getting the nipples, that alkali starts flowing in your system. Psychic powers, baby. See, and that's where we can get into where we're going to get into with Akasha today. Is before you could read any or could be aware of it, you have to start at the basics, which is enhancing your psychic energy. Now, there's plenty of techniques. The greatest technique is this book that's holding our shit up so I can't pull it up. But y'all seen it before. It's out of print. Psychomancy. You can get your copies from me, your PDF copies from me. Well, I've seen them online. See it online. You're able to get it online, get it online. I don't care. And what you should do, you should know. You wouldn't even know what that fucking word meant until I introduced it into the game. And what's good about this book, which if you take the class, you get a free copy of it. What's good about this book is it gives you a step-by-step on how to advance or enhance or activate your psychic powers. Down to earth, easy step-by-step, spelled out, basic things to follow. Oh, another book in this motherfucker. I put it back.
What you looking for?
Just that another psychic book I had somewhere.
There's another one underneath here, but you can't find it right now.
It is. And Jennings and Phillip one, I believe it was. Well, it doesn't matter. Psychomancy is good enough to start enhancing psychic power. Gives you a step-by-step. And once you enhance the psychic power, or raise that, you start becoming sensitive to what we call spirits. And really, it's just different aspects of your mind that's able to communicate with you from a perspective. See, your mind can expand on all these energies. Medusa, let's just say, Set, Anubis, Oshun, any of these things. Once you're able to put your mind in that energy scheme, it's able to feed you now intelligence. So my intelligence comes from dealing with energies that exist that are my energies. If I don't deal with the energies, I cannot perform or use that intelligence. If I deal with these energies in the form of their symbology, their mythology, my ability to psychically communicate or tap into those energies within inside of me, to retract information, answers to my questions, or energies that will actually perform physical feats, healing, emotional balance, or help me attract physical items that I need to survive, the human body needs to survive. So your money, your love, your wealth, jobs, prosperity, whatever the fuck it is, court case, whatever could possibly manifest on this planet, there's an energy or a formula to offset it. If you know how to activate and how to move energy in the form of pushing or pulling. And that comes with psychic power. So for me to be able to use this Medusa energy, which is pretty much can be used to enhance or freeze somebody's going to, because remember her story is you look her directly in the eyes. Your ass is turned to stone. What does that mean? She's able to attract your Kundalini energy, your life force energy. So, see, that's telling you how do you shut a nigga down? How do you shut these white people down? Because, you know us, we start turning on niggas. What? That nigga ain't give me my $30 back? What's this Medusa shit? You know what I'm saying? You start doing that. I urge you, let's not. You know what I'm saying? Let's just not. You know what I'm saying? Use the power, and you're going to get the power when you are or any of these powers, when you're just true of heart, you want the energy for the energy, not to start fucking niggas up, getting these hoes out here stuck. You just want it to want it. Then you're going to realize when things naturally come your way, motherfuckers coming you with some bullshit, take them out. Because you already have the power's going to do it for you. I don't have to sit down and direct no shit. I just say, go ahead, cross the line. And just what I naturally fuck with in my... But you putting yourself in jeopardy based upon me enhancing myself with all of these energies all around. That's the fuck up. And half the energies you would use is first name basis. Bobby was telling me a story about that. He's having a dream. He said he was in a hot tub with 2 white bitches. He said, don't, didn't ask, didn't tell. But he said, they talking shit. And they talked about they're going to use Ogun to fuck him up. And he started explaining to him, he was Ogun. Man, them personal friends, bitch. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. So Bobby woke up, he was telling me, he said, I get it. He said, these niggas can't do nothing. The level which they're dealing with any energy that they would want to turn wild on me or loose on me, it won't work. We know the energy, we're so deep within the energy. That's like you a phone call, you a cord from a Walkman plugged into the wall. And you trying to electrocute the fucking telephone cord. It's like that didn't happen. Nothing happened. So even though you're both dealing with electricity and shocking people, the power line you're reaching from, based upon the limitations of your mind, will never get you in that place. You may be able to do some tricks based upon the old African tradition that looks dramatic to you. But no, you gotta remember, they'll tell you in them books, the Orisas had different paths. There's lower paths, that shit Oshun had about 21. There's lower paths and higher paths. There's paths that are hidden, that because of the limitations of that are built into your mind, you wouldn't even know those paths. I've dealt with those paths, Oshun, that don't exist in books. You playing this, no, that's not going to work. I just wish, but here's the thing. Anybody who's on it, I'm willing to teach it. I'm willing to teach it. But what you, like I said, it's not even about the system as much as niggas' limited ass minds. I spend more time in class trying to break down niggas' stereotypical thinking patterns than actually giving them fucking information. If they can, once I break down or go through a whole breakdown of a pattern, then giving the information that's much more understood and appreciated, which then tells me as to what I know, that it's not even about the information that's keeping them back. It's their little limited, shut down, mind-controlled ass mind that needs to work.
So would you say then that when we're talking about, accessing the Akashic records or being able to hack into the Akashic records, you know what I'm saying? That's the Akashic records would that be another way of just saying accessing energy? It's just accessing energies.
It's all accessing energy because everything in existence is energy or light, which is energy. So it's all that. But what type of light or energy? Akashic is maybe the question. So Akasha is how we define the records of everything and all things that have ever existed. Because everything that we're doing here means absolutely nothing. This really didn't happen. But when it's all said and done, the memories of all people who were here go into something called Akasha. Because that's how this world will be documented and actually referenced in Akasha as knowledge now. Because that's all this ever is. That's all this ever is about. In that same movie, What Dreams May Come, they also showed them going into Akasha. Because they were looking up records. So Akasha is depicted as a library. These giant halls of library with all things from all worlds to be accessed. Now here's the twist on it. All things past, present, and future So all things that ever existed or ever will exist is already in Akasha. Now this is likened to your DNA. You can look at your DNA as where it stands now, which is devolved. Look at its potential, more strings to evolve. And then look at its greatest potential, which it hasn't reached yet, as the future. So in Akasha, which the DNA is the physical representation of, its attributes and its story, the past, present, and future can be seen in the DNA in the context of, well, same way we say, well, DNA mutates and it becomes X-Men. So we have a whole saga about X-Men, which is about DNA in the future, which is considered in Akasha doable or able to be seen by those who can access Akashic records. So you start off, if you were trying to communicate with Akasha, which I've done plenty of times, first enhance your psychic abilities. Without psychomancy and the psychic abilities, you don't even know how the conversation goes down with any of these energies. So when you start talking to the most basic of energies, the first ones you're going to talk to, which will be your relatives, because in the DNA, they are the closest. The deeper you can get into the energies is the deeper you're going in the actual Akasha. All this shit exists in your DNA. That same movie, Emerald Forest, when the people got killed, they burned them, ground up the bones, and added them to a big pot of ancestors, and did a whole ceremony. Like, they was like the first ones, and now with the last ones, and the whole shit. Then they mixed it up, took some of the bones that was grounded, put it in some liquid, stir it up, and the whole rest of the tribe drink that shit. So now they live within us. Because they understood, Bobby Hemmett talked about it, that the ancestors are actually in your DNA. That's why you go so hard. There's nothing outside of you. The journey is within. It's actually in your own DNA structure. Now, I did in my book, if they stretched out one strand of DNA, we hit from here to the sun. Just one strand of your DNA, you got millions, maybe billions, but definitely millions. Billions through the body. I got all the numbers in there. But one DNA stretches from here to the sun, and they found that the information on one strand of DNA is from here to the sun. Just on one strand of your DNA, which is microscopic, in the cell. And they might say like millions are in one cell or whatever it is. I went through it in my book. The numbers are ridiculous. Now, and this is packed with information that you can access. These come to you all the time. It's good ideas, what you should be doing. You just do not know how to listen to it or enhance that conversation. That comes through practice and time, psychic abilities, faith in yourself and what comes out of your head. So the shit doesn't cry wolf anymore. It's been crying wolf for a long time, trying to tell you it just gives up. It's a function that atrophies. You know what I'm saying? You don't use your hands, your arms are gonna get skinny. So that shit is skinny because no one's listening to psychic powers for guidance. There's the lady from I Love New York TV show. Remember New York, Flavor's bitch? Her mom's be on there dropping some psychic shit. She's on couples therapy now. Bam Margada, the dude from Jackass, was on it. He fucked up now. Because remember one of the niggas, Ryan, whatever, died. So that was his man. So now he's on a drinking bench. He looked like a red, white drinking guy. He did before, but now for real. As soon as he walked in the room, that bitch started dropping all the psychic. She wasn't playing. Say, nigga, you got this around you, you this and that, you troubled. She was like going, she said, my third eye is telling me this shit. I'm like, that bitch is, that crazy cuckoo asshole is more advanced than half these niggas trying. It's in us, but you know what I'm saying? And really, if she had more of an understanding of who she is, her nature, and what that purpose can actually be besides picking up something that's obvious. Motherfucker walked into a goddamn celebrity halfway house, nigga. You got something around your ass already. You know what I'm saying? I don't think nobody's trying to, figure that one out. So Akasha, Khadijah is one of those who knows how to read Akasha. Wish she could do it for other people. That's what we do. That service is on our website. And that's pretty much the one that people get from her the most. But she doesn't give you that obvious shit. You were the sultan of the Allah Raha Babara Hajim in Arabia. I don't think she's telling you, well, you used to run a fish market neither. But whatever she's got going on there, I've been getting the reviews. Motherfuckers like, it makes so much sense. And it puts in perspective a lot of why they are what they're doing. Helps them pick up on the next level. Now, in Ifa, what you would do is get a reading from the Babalawo. And they will read what they would call your Ori. And basically why you came to planet Earth. And that's a form of reading Akasha. Because what he's looking in the records to see what's your point here. Because you got to look at it this way. You're looking to play a character when you come to Earth. So you're like, look, I need to take a Ori, or I need to take a vessel. It's like a casting call. He said, look, we're doing this movie called Avatar. We need this. We need a guy. We need a girl. We need a mother. We need a father. We need a this. So you come down and you pick a role and you come down. So to learn what you want to learn under the umbrella of that Ori. Your limitations as a human and your exception as a human. And really, this is Akashic reading. When we lost a little bit more of how to do that, what we did then was create a caste system. And the caste system was at least fourfold, because we matched it with the 4 levels of the soul. So at the top was the Brahmins, the priesthood. The second level was the intellects and the artists. The third level was the warrior and the fighting class. And the fourth level was the farmer. The farmer worked with the dirt near the feet. This formation is the same formation in Kabbalah. There's 6 worlds. And here is the above the abyss is artistry, poetry, and Ketha, of course, is priesthood. And that was the body of Brahma. I'm saying they put a 5th one in there. I can't remember what it is. Later on. But this thing that became the caste system, which was still pure in its concept, because the Orisha thing is the caste system as well. It was pure in its concept, but it can be something that is manipulated into a class system, in which it was. I'm better than you. I'm an artist, and you're a farmer. Now, but the idea was, because we couldn't figure out individual paths anymore. It's like if you were born to a farmer, in the caste system, you're going to be a farmer. You're not going to say, well, I want to be a doctor. You have to come to America for that bullshit. Born to a farmer. That's why you'll hear in the movies, when you hear the kid goes, from the ancient world, I must go home. My father died. It's my duty. I have to bury him. I must do this. I must do that. But I'll be like, well, I think I'm going to do that. Here we in this ego thing. They enhance the ego here because we think the ego is some big, crazy thing. They maintain the ego in America by just giving you ice cream choices. When you hear, like, you can go to Walmart and from beginning to end is the realm of 4,000 ice creams you can choose. That alone, that's what enhances your ego. You go to Africa, they got white and brown. You know what I'm saying? You always see the whole village eating that white mushed up shit all the time. You don't see the motherfuckers leg of lamb and grapes and all this shit. Because from the ancient world, they understood this is what creates this ego. This is what creates this ego. Little shit like that. Why we're just so busy talking about your money, but that is the class system, which is here. That creates the ego. But little things like these choices you have. Know how many fucking types of hamburgers, if you was eating that, you can choose from in this motherfucker?
It's crazy.
They said beef is what it is now in terms of its GMO, corn-fed corruption. because it's the demand for beef. And not just a hamburger, but there's fucking 14,000 different hamburgers you can eat in this motherfucker. And he said that's why we so fucked up on this agriculture, because of this fucked up shit. So that's actually what creates the ego, or not only, but it anchors you in an egocentric reality, and that's America, where you don't hear that too much on the overseas. You hear it now, but it's a little bit more stifled. That's why you had arranged marriages. Think of the concept. We look at that and go, that's insane. I may not love her, but they look, all the shit that you niggas keep acting like with Africa is actually what they live in. They're saying, if every woman is your mother, or like each one teach one, and we love it, and it takes a village. They said, we call every man uncle. So every man of that age, he's considered my uncle. And every woman of my age is considered a lover. She is just as valuable as the next bitch. It wasn't even about, I like her more than her, so I'm going to treat her better. No, it's like, she is valuable as her. The value in one woman is the same as the other. The value in this woman, my mother, is the same as this woman who's not my mother, who's of the same age. Because we see them as one uniform, quantum, same thing. So why not marry her and love her to death? Because she is just as valuable as the one you was at the prom with. So we had arranged marriages. We don't get it because they were shutting down the ego. They were creating motherfuckers that did not feel in any kind of way more special than the next thing. Everything Kamani had, guess who had it? Had it. You ate enough meat, I ate enough meat. I don't give a fuck. You ain't catch a mongoose in 40 years. You eating, you know what I'm saying? Because they understood. Ain't no one better but the king.
So you're saying that and you know, I've heard you talk about that before as far as how the ego acts as a blockage, right? Where it's something that can hold you back from, you know, obtaining your spirituality. Yet at the same point in time, obviously, you know, I don't know how to put this, but obviously we need our ego to survive. Obviously it's something that in America, I guess it's the land of choice. So it's a land where, so is there a way where having this much choice, right, actually makes you more spiritually potent because you have the ability to look at all these choices but understand that this is just the ego?
Well, no. The first thing you need to understand as a spiritualist is what the ego is, no matter how much choice or how lack of choice you have. The ego is going to exist. Your birth is the birth of your ego. Everything in your humanity is ego-driven. So having more choices just gives you more shit to have to let go of. See, if I only was fucking a bitch named Kickstand Sally with a kickstand leg, and they said I had to let that go to be spiritual, easy. I'm fucking Vanessa Williams. You know what I'm saying? Then you need to let that go. And not saying you need to let any woman go to be spiritual. Right. But to give you an example, Vanessa Williams, Nia Long,
right, not gonna happen.
Right, it was gonna happen. It's gonna happen under duress. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm fucking Kickstand Sally, you know what I'm saying? The wretched hoe she is. Then it might, when they say you have to let her go, I'm like, all right, bitch, get on your bike and kick up your kickstand and float on. And not saying this about a woman, but if you have less put it like this, let's look at Puffy, who made himself successful, or Kanye West. Look at how they act. Imagine telling them anything I'm telling them now. So that tells you the ego is not a way of being more spiritual. It's more being more puffy. So if you even see how Kanye West act amongst Kanye West, that ego has got him crazy. Like he goes on Saturday Night Live a couple of weeks ago and then just tells Lauren, I can't do the show. In the middle of the show, a live show. Said the whole cast is freaking out. Lauren got him on stage. That's the dude that runs Saturday Night Live. Got him on stage and eventually did this kooky ass show. The show was kooky in the fuck. It was him, Elder Barge, Johnny Gill, Aretha Franklin. It was just like a wild lineup. I'm like, and he was saying it like he was bringing you some mystical, magical shit, and they all sounded crazy. He's doing, and I'm Kanye, then Elder Barge, and there is no problems. I'm like, what the fuck, nigga? All that I want to give. Like, he looked beat, you know what I'm saying? He looked like he got dicked out.
I didn't even know Elf Barge was still alive.
Yeah, their whole family is still alive. That's the scary shit. You ain't seen on the web crying? I'm gonna finally came. Finally a minute. In the rhythm of the night. I don't know how you laughing at that and not laughing at Prince. That nigga there. She wore a raspberry beret, the kind you find on the chocolate line. A raspberry beret.
See, Prince don't do that shit no more.
He shouldn't have did it before. What are you doing now? That's in the afro. Yeah, I'm not gonna put you in a position where you gotta explain that afro, kid. What the fuck is that? Even Courtney, she was like, Prince gonna be at the Fox Theater. I'm like, for what? What are you gonna do? Diamonds and pearls. See that shit? You wanna see that shit? Like, that's the shit. But he doing diamonds and pearls.
I'll take a girl too.
Now you gotta stick through a whole afro.
Cool.
If you take the girl up, tell her to get her ass on stage and braid that shit.
You got a problem with that?
Yeah, I got a problem.
You rather see him in the perm? I mean, what?
Yes, I'd rather keep it real. Don't wear afro in the fourth inning, nigga. You know, in the ninth inning, nigga. You don't wear afro in the ninth inning. You know what I'm saying? Keep that shit 100, nigga.
You say it's too late?
It's too late, nigga. Too late.
That's fucked up.
It is what it is, dog. It's too late for that nigga. Fuck friend. I ain't with that. But so it was just his ego. Or shit, you could take Prince's ego. Gone. That ain't no spirit. Ain't nothing spiritual coming in that. No, that shit definitely enhances the humanity. And even the ego that you need, but you do need your ego to survive, it only helps your humanity survive. My ego put this outfit on me. It tells me I look good in it. Or I want to present myself a certain way. That's survival of my humanity. How I speak to you, how I speak to others, how I come across, how, you know what I mean? All of that's ego. That's not spiritual. The social aspect, let's say that I have to work with people, that's where it comes in. But really, if someone's working with me spiritually, I'm not going to start looking for their feelings in it. We either doing it or we not. Once we get past the lecture level of it and the me putting you on level, let's get down with it. You know what I'm saying? Ego ain't got nothing to do with it. I am that I am. You know, I do work with Khadijah. She know everything about me, all the stupidity. I ain't no in there front on some brother panic coming through the door shit. You know, nigga, you don't even know how to pick up your socks, deep nigga. The house dirty, deep nigga. You know what I'm saying? This deep nigga can't even keep food on his plate. Just shirt, deep nigga. You know what I'm saying? I don't even sit around and go, let me explain the science on that. Like, fuck you, bitch. Ain't no science. And if you hang around here, you're going to smell some farts. You know what I'm saying? And, ain't no fronting. You know what I'm saying? Ego's about fronting, presentation. And even in your most spiritual aspect, if you're dealing with other folks, you start to present it. I start to present it.
Yeah.
Because really, I feel like doing this shit naked. But I'm wearing my clothes. You know what I'm saying? Because we're presenting. But right now, I'll be in my drawers, watching, you know, Brooklyn's Fun, you know, Brooklyn Nine or fucking Jerry Seinfeld, Larry David, in my drawers, just eating off the bed, you know what I'm saying? Fall on the floor. I'm kissing it up to Jesus or down to Satan. I'm gonna do it. 10-second rule or whatever. I'm doing all the nastiest shit a human could do. But go outside, be all dignified. Oh, brother Panic, yes. Hey, nigga, I just ate my chicken off the floor. Be real, son.
Right.
You do it too. You're fucking.
Yep.
If your fucking Chick-fil-A fell out the box on your car floor, is you in there? Yeah. I might not even blow the shit off. I'm like, fuck it.
Yep.
Oh, brother Panic's here. Oh, brother, I've learned so much. You ain't learned how to pick that chicken up off the floor yet, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Just to get back to your animal nature. I just eat that shit while I was on the floor. It's all front. You know what I'm saying? So the more you get in your ego, the more you frame. That's that. There's no context where ego is going to help you spiritually. There are two different things. And I've heard people try to satisfy that shit. You know, if I wasn't supposed to have an ego, why do I have one? You know, these deep, nowhere questions. Nigga, if you wasn't supposed to be a slave, why were you a slave then? Because when I bring that shit up, that shit was by our choice. You don't get that one. But the dumb shit you want to justify and not challenge becomes metaphysical. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, you know, the ego is supposed to be a part of the process. Like, no. Understand what it is. It's the process of humanity, and it's very necessary for humanity. But humanity is a lie. It's all front. You front all day to get pussy. You front to get jobs. You front about how smart you are in school when you sit there going, you know you passed. You know, I really don't get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You front for your kids. Stop smoking weed. Give it over to me. Yo, babe, this nigga be smoking some good shit. Y'all need to stop it. You know what I mean? You front all the time. Manny is one big egotistical lie. You buy furniture so when people come over, oh, you this type of nigga. You wear clothes, nigga, oh shit, that nigga got on that shit. You a rich nigga. No, you spent your whole check on that shit just so a bitch can go, okay, what's your number? Everything's front, dog. Everything's front, nigga. We need to see that. You know what I'm saying? We need to understand where that is valuable, but it's not spiritual. Spirituality by nature is the idea of trying to get to reality. So if you're fronting on anything, you're unspiritual. It's trying to go where this shit goes, takes you, or you take yourself unfeathered by your opinion. Just show me what it is. I want to know because I want to know what Medusa is. If this is the thing for me not to fuck with, then that's what I learned, and I will not fuck with it. Now, I haven't found none of that yet, but I keep all my options open every time I walk through the door. First thing I learned from Bobby Hemmett, take this shit wherever it takes you. Don't have an agenda. Well, I know Medusa means that, so I'm going to find that. Because you will. Because your ego will tell you that. It's a survivor. So that's when you hear, I've said it, Bobby's probably said it, I think he has. Yeah, he has. Where you come in with pure of heart, no agenda. Why do you want to know? Because you just want to know. You don't want to take over your new business, take over rap music again, kill the white man and all of those shits. So you want to know just because you know. Ironically, all the shit you want to do will come once you're dealing in your right mind and in your right power. Without your right mind and your right power, just knowing about your power is not wielding your power. Mm-hmm. Knowing I got a dick don't mean I'm getting some pussy. I know I got a dick, but it'll be dry if I'm not putting it to work. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. We know about it, but this shit is dried up for us because we don't know how to put it to work. That's based upon the limits of our mind and our mind control. And even the very thing we think we're doing for freedom is actually what's locking us down. Focusing on this fucking payback for the white man. The ultimate payback is to leave his ass in the dust. But we so busy trying to come down to his level to shoot blows. He'll never shoot blows with you. He doesn't have to. He can't win that way. He won't fight your fight. He'll talk to you like someday there's going to be a war in the street. But even him going fisticuffs with you, you'll fight. You talking about getting guns and taking them out of corporate offices and taking over? The folly of you. That's his fight. You need to know how to shut those things down. And all things come from your mind. So you can shut it down with your mind. See, and you got black people who like try to climb this shit. Well, do it with your mind. Turn it off with your mind. Like, all this shit is from your mind. What are you going to do? And even if you were going to get a gun and go in the street, you would still be using your mind. But you would be using your mind to do his shit. He makes guns. He makes guns. If you said right now, if a white man came and said, I'm going to beat you with melanin, you would be dying laughing. Because that's whose power? Your power.
Right.
So now when you go, I'm going to beat him with guns, what do you think he's doing? Laughing his motherfucking ass off. Because that's his power. He makes and manufactures those. He makes shit that ain't even hit the streets yet.
Yep. Whole lot of shit.
Whole lot of shit. So it's funny when I hear it. And it's absolutely hilarious to them. And know what the joke is? They pretend it's a threat. That's how they keep it going. See, they said they're going to do that. That's what black power means. Oh no, black power, black power. Like, black power. Black power. That's like saying light-skinned field nigga. Don't work out. Dark-skinned house nigga. Shit clashes. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? To them, at least. You know what I'm saying? You dealt with your true power, then we'll see some real motherfucking asses moving. Oh, wait a minute now. You know what I'm saying? And they know even if you're dealing with the subject, you haven't freed yourself in your mind for that to flow through you and dominate your true intelligence system. See, I'm dominated by this. There's nothing in me that questions any of this situation. Nothing, as in terms of how it works in each area that it does work. You know what I'm saying? I've seen all that shit niggas is talking about firsthand. I realized it. Crystal cities, worlds to come, ancient worlds, ancient entities, us ruling the world, deep in Akashic to find out my story, Bobby's story, of course he was my boy, people around me story, in Akasha, why we here, how we stayed here, what we're doing here. You know, Dr. Lean, Brother Phil, you know, everybody who was somebody I did it. And interesting enough, it's the same shit. Wasn't too much different, you know what I'm saying? Just the frequency of Earth was different. So we dealt with this portion, the human portion, in a much more, I can say comfortable, but just in a different way. Never was comfortable. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been doing what we was doing. We just sat in the comfort. So, if you compare it to what's going on now, comfortable. Yes, but not really. You know what I'm saying? Yes, but not really. It was the same old decrepit shit going on. But a lot of it was being able to see foresight of what's going on now, which had us more worried than what was actually going on. Being able to see glimpses of a time where we would forget who and what we are. That was more that was a time I went in Akasha to see how we were preparing for a future time. Because I started to hear like, well, the Kamites knew something's wrong because they started leaving all of these messages. He said they didn't write on anything or build anything with writing until the 17th dynasty. Dynasties life, sometimes over lifetimes, more than one. He said that's when they started writing on vases, spoons, walls, and everything. Because at that time they got the premonition that we were going to forget what we knew. So we need to leave reminders. After the 17th dynasty, and this was in the decline of Egypt. All that shit you see is the height, was actually the decline. Now, even the dynasties I heard from the beginning were
The decline.
the decline.
That's interesting.
Right. So while we think it's the height compared to where you are, but we were declining a long time for eventually when white people was showing up. So it was on us. It wasn't just we made white people win all the shit. It was already going to shit. That's how they were able to even become an idea. So what I was able to do was go back to that time in the Akashic. And ironically, I got it through Phyllis Hyman. And I didn't expect that. At this point, entities or deities were coming to me fairly random. So I said, wait a minute, I need to know how I can actually contact one of them. This is by the time I was dealing with advanced deities. So I said, I'm going to start with Phyllis Hyman, with her old fine ass. She's out of this world beauty. And of course, she killed herself. Now, she told us she didn't kill herself. She had a boyfriend that killed her. And she set him up at a few Atomic Wings franchises, which he still has today. And then I was talking to somebody else who knew her. He said, oh yeah, he used to be the ass Jimmy or whatever. So it kind of was confirmed. So Bobby really liked Phyllis Hyman. Now me, she's a little bit older, but I remember how beautiful she was. Someone getting in contact with her. So put on Phyllis Hyman. The music frequency puts you in that energetic field. While I physically, for my intellectual satisfaction, started reading her stories. And now Bobby told me when she came through, she started calling herself Pista Sophia, which is the great mother in Gnosticism, Sophia. The Pista Sophia. Then, as I'm studying, she did a whole album, Sophisticated Ladies, which is Sophia. She did another one, I Am Goddess. I found about 4 albums that were saying all this goddess shit. It was like amazing.
Wow.
Like after I started reading, looking at our pictures, sure enough, got into a meditation. She comes through. And usually I know it's authentic because they'll give me something that you don't know. For instance, when Alegba came through, he said April 1st, he's closest to the earth. Well, no, actually, Oshun and Ogun told me we could come because Alegba is not blocking us. He's close to the earth on April Fools. That's in none of the books. It makes sense. You know what I'm saying? He said Ogun eats off of Labor Day. Well, this should make sense. That Labor Day parade in New York, that's his. I'll tell you, you'll start getting shit when you get it. How you know that shit is real? Because you're going to start coming out and going, like the shit makes sense on levels where you can't be faking this. And you know you didn't think about that before. It's like, you just get that shit. So Phyllis Hyman started coming through, started telling me shit about groupie love. She's like, no, I'm a tall woman. She said, dick couldn't really do it for me. She told me, she said, what got her off, she snatched a groupie or two up. And the mere fact that, she said the awe they would feel, the excitement that it was actually fucking her, got her off. She said, niggas used to dig her from the back every once in a while, froggy style. And she would feel it. She said, but she wasn't really feeling up in the guts, you know what I'm saying? Bitch like 6 something. I'm like, all right, now I'm starting to know we really having a talk now. She told me a lot of other shit. Then she took me back near the Aswan Dam, where all that shit is covered over. Because they found the making of the white man, the Tamahu, in there, and they shut it all down. And I was there, and we had a temple, me, Bobby, a few others, where we used to, do our business there. Show me Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben. These niggas sat on the council. I talked to Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben. Niggas love them so much, and you don't want to share that, but Dr. Clark came to and told me he sits over Akasha. There's deities that sit over Akasha. He said when they incarnate on a planet, that planet's history is now been set. And what's happening is they're moving forward now. We're no longer making history on this planet. Akasha. It will go into Akasha, but what's happening now is forward moving as we ride. And Dr. Clark, when he came out, that started the whole conscious metaphysical movement. Because our rise is now happening. So when he came, he actually came to document what we've done, the slavery. When they show up, the Dr. Benz, that's when the planet is over. They're about to pivot into a rocket. And he said, basically, they sit over Akasha. He was naming all the names. He said, what's this nigga? The nigga from Harvard with that little conk ass dumb nigga. I know you don't know none of them niggas' names.
West.
Like you did there. West. Conrad, what's his name? Cornell West. He said Cornell West is training under him. Nigga style, okay, enough. I quit. He said, then as I checked, I didn't realize he had a debate or something with Cornell West. There was something with Cornell West. He said, yeah, I'm training him. So Cornell West still got lifetimes to go through. I'm saying. He's very young in it. Because even though we look at him and say he's an enemy, but he's really not. Because we're really mad at his ignorance, Louis Gates and all. And the more ignorant and ego-driven they are, just the more young their spirit is. In reality, no good or evil. So as socialists, of course, fuck that nigga. He can't eat nothing in my house. I don't want him walking in. But the reality is, do I hate him on some cosmic level? No, he's just a young, dumb, black guy. You know what I'm saying? And he was getting trained by the masters. And they said it. You know what I'm saying? So he said he basically sits in guards with others over Akasha, because like a librarian, if you will. And you got to watch. There's a TV show called The Librarians, where they're a little bit more occult librarians that do more of the Indiana Jones type things, but they're actually just librarians. So they're showing you that there's a little something to that in this little TV show, and that is. Now, with Phyllis Hyman, though, she showed me and Bobby. She showed me and Bobby's relationship and what he was in terms back then and what we were together in the priesthood. And he was able to see the future, a lot of the future, where he would submerge himself in water for long periods of time and be able to come up and see a lot. And he was one that seen we were going to Bobby. We were going to see that we were going to go down this road as niggas. So I remember she was showing me what we did, once we started making these announcements. And I was checking on everybody. I was in this zone for like at least 4 or 5 days of channeling. So I seen who Phil was, who Aline was, who all the players in the game were. You know what I'm saying? And there were actually roles. It was like a whole bunch of cliques and a whole bunch of roles, a whole bunch of non-neutrals, whole people with theories that still niggas argue about and debate with today. That shit didn't change. And this was before debate got popular. I was seeing that we were still doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? And but then the true respect came from the deeper priesthoods, which we was in. It was like a priesthood of Tahuti type thing. So Bobby came up with it, and then the information used to go in these councils and talk about what we seen. And other people would channel and see shit too, which had the potential for going that way as well. But we started seeing that we were going to actually forget this information. And we had to go to the West to reemerge it. So it became a thing of who's going to stay. We used to, instead of reincarnate, we used to regenerate. So we used to know how to go into these temples through the chakra system, through the colors, to regenerate and heal without having to be born again. When you're born again, and there were people who were on the planet being born again at this point, but they would lose what they retained. They would go through the cycles. So when they get that baby brain, it was gone. So we knew this is considered a dangerous thing for us to start reincarnating here. And so, we did what we needed to do to be able to retain the most of it, and we knew some lifetimes we wouldn't retain it, but we did make agreements. It's like, you're going to be my father here, you're going to do this to me, you're going to abuse me here, you're going to be my sneaky uncle here, you're going to shoot me here, you're going to stab me here in this lifetime. all to get to like formulas. We were working out. Panic. This is your entire point. So you're gonna need to do this. You're gonna need to get to the West. You're gonna need to be in New York. You're gonna need to be all this. Well, it wasn't called New York, but you're gonna need to be in this geographical place. You're gonna need this, that, the other. So we figured out between us collectively as everyone's gonna be each other's parents, cousins, friends, uncles, family members. We're gonna merge at this time, taking these Auries to come down here and keep on the path. The only time we're all gonna meet up is at S'mores. And we're going to do whatever we need to do to get that white man alive in the West. Because eventually we're all going to meet up in the end times in the West to set it down. That's what's happening now. In the end, in the West. All this shit from Phyllis Hyman, she's telling me. It was much more detailed.
Oh, that's power packed.
Oh, yeah, it was power packed. It was much more detailed. And at the time, me and Bobby was dealing with it, went through it. And, got all the names and all the faces and all that shit. So all of that is tapping into Akasha, bringing you into Akasha. Now, there's other times where it wasn't as dramatic. There was, and we talked about it a little bit, and I'll bring it up in this context, that we talked about it in our series. There was a sister, the one that Bobby wanted me to get with, the I Dream the Genie sister, whose son got shot and paralyzed. So eventually, long story short, even though I didn't want to, I found myself at her house, laying up, getting pussy, helping her and her son spiritually. Motherfucker. So we doing that, and at this time, I was a channeling beast. Everybody's coming in dreams, everybody's getting advice, everybody's getting this. She literally said to me, I'm getting jealous because you ain't channel shit for me yet, in terms of on the dream level. There's plenty of shit we did around the house. But she's like, you basically ain't have some spectacular for me. I said, all right, bitch, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? Bitch. So what's interesting is this dude, I don't remember this nigga's name, but he used to come around the lectures in New York when Bobby came around. Real troublesome. You know what I'm saying? Just a weirdo. He used to have a pocket pack, you know what I'm saying? Just a weird dude. So he would call Bobby. He was always on it. Watch something called Fringe, and he'd be the first nigga on that shit. But he was just a weirdo dude. So now he used to sniff around and Gina, pretty much. So I'm like, all right, well, you ain't seen that lecture. See a son that embarked on this nigga before. All right, whatever. So I'm at her house, it's Sunday. Dick is leaning to the left, out the shorts, gut just everywhere. You making pancakes, bitch? It's one of those mornings. You know what I'm saying? Put extra syrup on my shit, extra syrup. I like syrup. So she had, in the Brooklyn, the door was locked downstairs, 3 apartments, inside a locked door.
Okay.
So to knock on her door, which is on the 3rd floor, it's troublesome now because her son is now paralyzed. It's impossible. You got to ring the buzzer downstairs. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, knock at the door. It's supposed to be impossible. I can't remember this nigga's name. Let's just call him Kenny. It's fucking Kenny. I said, Lex, Kenny? He said, yeah. She's like, hello? I said, don't tell that nigga I'm here. He'll never leave. You know what I'm saying? My boots is out in the front. On some high spy shit. So she opened the door, what's up? She's like, yo, I ain't mean to bother you. Because she was just talking to me on the phone. I live here. She was just casually, and the nigga showed up. I ain't mean to bother you. I ain't mean to do this. But he said, yo, the spirit told me to give you 2 statues for your son. Ogun and Oshun. No, Oshun and Shango. I said, okay. And then word to the mother. We got a channel last night. He needs Ogun and he needs Shango and Oshun. We got a channel, and he rolls to the door with these 2 fucking statues. I said, oh, maybe he's working with something. So I called Bobby. Remember that nigga Kenny? I said, nigga just nuts him, so he showed up at the door, and he goes, them motherfucker, he just showed up. It's that fucking misfit. So I'm like, nobody came with the stats. He said, see, Panic, sometimes you gotta trust the misfits. Like I tell you just say whatever word. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta listen and trust the misfits. I said, yo, why you calling this nigga a misfit? So I'm just laughing at that. So I said, let's see if this nigga got something. So I said, when you call him, just ask him what else he get. He started saying something like, get a rubber tree. I said, no, this is as far as it went. So I said, no, I'm gonna hook him up with some pussy. You know, you deserve it. So I called him. He said, yeah, I didn't know you was there. He said, I seen the boots, but I said, yeah, kid, I didn't know I was sleeping. Blah, blah, blah. I said, yo, who you fucking on? You know what I'm saying? I said, I know a chick. She's real bitch. You know what I'm saying? Down ass bitch. She's with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna call her and see if she trying to fuck with somebody. Bye for Marga. Yo, what's up? I got a nigga for you. What's good? Fucking anybody? I said, no. She said, I talked to him, see what's what. You know what I'm saying? I said, all right. So I'm telling him, yeah, kid, she's nice, she's cool, she's from, you know, I told him the state, you know what I'm saying, she's a real bitch, she on it, she dealing with it, I can't say enough good shit. Fine and everything, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah, I gotta see. What the fuck do you have to see? So she said she's talking to him, and he's telling me, I'm like, what's up, kid? What's good? She said, the nigga, she's like, I come out here, he said, I don't think you're ready for this move yet. I think you need to wait till you're ready. So I'm like, who you live with? This, that, the other. So it just caught me. I said, oh. He's like, the way he's talking, I said, oh, this nigga's gay. I said, I didn't catch. That's the whole weirdo gay vibe he got at the shit. So I call Bobby, he's gay. He's not gay. He's just a I know this nigga's gay. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I'm not. He kept saying it. He was laughing when I kept saying it. Like, you're not getting it. That's what he was trying to say. He like lives with his aunt, some old, you know, shit like that. So Bobby's a funny nigga. Next visit, I go in there. Bobby waits. I get to the lecture. Starts going in silently on this nigga. He don't even know. He said, all these chicks in here dressed up. You niggas wearing pocket packs. Look like the man from Brawny. Because you remember Brawny? He looked like this nigga. I kept calling him Brawny. Bobby blew this shit up in the lecture. Look like the man from Brawny. Y'all got to do better. Y'all want to get some pussy. But y'all niggas dressing all funny. You know, I'm like, oh, he's really getting that, son. But we're going to let that go. So she's telling me, and I'm doing what a God is supposed to do. This nigga ain't responding. This nigga. I'm like, wow. This nigga really gave a misfit. But he picked up on that shit. The misfits count. So, Bobby told me later, this is after the stroke, said, yo, you been last time you talked to Senator? He said he just kept calling me, telling me shit. And I just told him, look, man, when the fuck are you going to admit that you're gay? I said, oh, you told him that shit? Yeah, man, I'm tired of this shit. Just be fucking gay. He said, I ain't heard from this nigga since. He just called me all the time, just wanting to small talk me to death about fucking nothing. Said, look, man, get up, bitch, or just be gay. Said, damn, B. I said, I get it, man. You know, it's troublesome. You know what I'm saying? So, I thought he was coming into something, wasn't really nothing. So, she was getting me sick. You know what I'm saying? This was a union Bobby. So happy to see. But I knew, you know what I'm saying? Sure enough, came through deep in our Akashic records. Now, we put Shingo and Oshun in the house. I may have did a couple more. Then I kept telling them about Baba Luaye from that same black and white book. Let me see if I can find that book real quick. If I can find it, make it easy. Oh, my ass cheeks hurt me. This fucking... I think it's just right up here. If it's not, I'm not going to look hard. Oh, here we go. Let me see what happens. one more show. Oh my God, for anything. Oh wait, one more show. Okay, this is the one. This is the one. I found both of them. I'm going to ass all cushiony again. Alright, the first one I want to bring up is The Daily Life of the Egyptian Gods by Dimitri Meeks and Christine Flabard Meeks. Looks like this. The Daily Life of the Egyptian Gods. That's the one I was telling you that talks about Pleiades and that the Native Americans come from Pleiades and all of this one. This is the one I was telling you about to give the power of the Orishas. Excellent book. This is by Magente Gonzalez Wiebler. Santeria and the Workshop of the Saints. This is the one where it gives all the saints practice of Santeria, Oludemer, Alegua, Ogun, Ochosi, Osain, Orunala, Babaluaye, Angu, Sola, Chango, Obatala, Oya, Yemiya, Oshun, Ibeai, and Nile, Inlay. Let's look at Babaluaye real quick, 51. So it tells you the synchronism or identification is Saint Lazarus. So Saint Lazarus, which I have a statue of Saint Lazarus here too. I'm gonna just go do it over here. Bringing this shit up. I don't think I have the classic Babaluaye, you know. Oh, god damn. All right. This is Saint Lazarus. Looks like this. Saint Lazarus. And you see here, there's a couple of dogs with him. He's like a sickly man. So Babaluaye, the Africans, which is usually a veiled man. I don't have the Babaluaye statue, the African version of that. But St. Lazarus is how we get him too, for healing. So Babaluaye is known as Chankpana or Sopono. His name in the Dahomey Island of Aria, St. Lazarus, is his only identification in the Catholic Church. So they tell you St. Lazarus, feast day, December 17th, and they give you this whole thing about St. Lazarus. Contrary to public belief, Lazarus, with whom Babaluaye is identified, is not the brother of Martha or Mary, who blah, blah, blah. So they give you the whole deal on St. Lazarus, and they tell you Babaluaye is a cosmic force. They do it to all their Orishas. Babaluaye is a title that means father of the world. And it was given to Chankpana, who is the dreaded god of smallpox amongst the Yoruba people. So there's a god of smallpox. Why would they make a god of smallpox? Because making a god of something or deifying something is the way to control it. So you control everything out here through self-deification. That's the key to this. That's the trick. So he's the god of smallpox. How do you control smallpox? If you can control the energy or put a name to it, which gives you a way to control the energy, control smallpox.
Because we just do the same thing with cancer.
Cancer, yeah, everything. You know what I'm saying? We haven't deified cancer. We only made it some great thing that we scared of. And that's why it's working. Take control of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And then you see little doctors, I control my cancer. My cancer means you see these little doctor commercials. Because that's the start to positive thinking. In Santeria, Babaluaye is perceived as the personification of all epidemics. Leprosy, skin disease, syphilis, ulcers, paralysis, and all type of infirmaries. So paralysis, her son was paralyzed. So therefore, she was amped on Babaluaye. But let's just give him a little bit more. Lately, the epidemic of AIDS has been adjudicated to this Orisha. Santeria believes that Babaluaye not only cures sick illness, he rules, but he can also cause them. So you can use him to send illness. To the Santerios, Babaluaye is a symbol of death and illness, as well as a cure for all types of ailments. So even then, even in that thinking, he's the cure and also the death, shows you that still originally that line of either this way or that way is still blurred in this shit. You get what I'm saying? Him being the cure and him being the death. It's still blurred in this shit. But see, we still see as one or the other. And that's our problem. If you can see that for the cure and the cause and the cure, if you're able to break down those separations, then you're at the beginning of working with something. So that breaks down good and evil. Medusa is evil. Or Medusa is set is evil, is ugly. The cure and the cause. So they tell you is there. You know what I'm saying? Again, the Santerios, Babaluaye is a symbol of death and illness, as well as a cure for all types of ailments. Babaluaye's representation. This is one of the elder Orishas. He's highly respected. Santeria, he is envisioned as an infirmed old man with trembling limbs, his body covered with pustules. He's dressed in a short tunic and sackcloth. He carries a knapsack. He must have got it on the floor. In his hand he holds a sheaf, a leaf, palm leaves, blah, 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 blah. Other staff on which he leans. The saint, he leans on two crutches. He's allowed to take the possession of any person, regardless of his or her ruling orishas, whether they are sharp, disagreeable, smell in the house. The Santerios believe Babaluaye is near. Perfect, because we talked about it last week. Remember, I used to see deities show up in the homeless people. And I forgot when I did the study, which is highlighted here, that's Babaluaye. He shows up through the homeless because of their look, their appearance, their downtrodden look. That's him. So that's who you're fucking with. It's so interesting just reading this. When we brought it up the last time, I was saying about that, and I forgot I did the study, and I was like, oh, that's Babaluaye. I forgot more than niggas will probably get into. His attributes: 2 iron dogs, a pair of crutches, noisemakers, a sheaf of palm leaves he tied with a sackcloth adorned with cowrie shells, white dogs with yellow spots, flies and mosquitoes. Color: royal purple. Day of the week: Friday and Wednesday. Number: 17. Necklace: he has several necklaces according to various paths, but the most common is made of his blue beads with white stripes. This is a popular one. I've seen those. Foods: all types of grains such as rice, wheat, corn, beans, chickpeas, garbanzo, popcorn covered with palm oil, burnt bread, toast corn on the cob, roasted corn on the cob, green coconuts, garlic, onions, smoked fish, possum. His ascribed animals are pigeons, roosters, guinea hens, and bearded goats. His herbs, and they give you the herbs in Spanish, there's over 15 of them. Babaluaye is an archetype. Babaluaye is identified with people with broken or missing limbs, derelicts and beggars, and those who have abandoned or forgotten by society. His lesson is one in humility and composition and the sense of social responsibility. That's why I gave that motherfucker $40 fucking dollars, because I know I wasn't giving it to a man, I was giving it to Babaluaye. You And the same thing when I see them show up, plates of food, we be having our hands. Here you go. Because you're talking about Alue. Some of them bums, I can look at them and use a bum. Some of them niggas, hold on. I'll be right back. Let me get some change. Or take it. Take the whole thing. I know I'm paying the gods. And you keeping away sickness and all these things. That's how they're getting their sacrifice from you. You know what I'm saying? So it's rare I'll turn away a beggar. Them niggas coming up to your car, it's not so much. Because I can see a hustle too. But you know when that woman is sitting on the side of the curb, I'm driving something. And I drop it anyway, but even this makes it easier for me to do it. He permanently is tugging at humanity's conscience, then he punishes its indifference and complexity, blah, 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 unexpected illness. Santeria sees Babaluya in every beggar and in every homeless person. He teaches these persons must always be succored, as one of them may be Babaluya himself in disguise. These people who have machistic tendencies or who love to parade their sorrows, real or imaginary, in the face of the world, and those who see the darker side of things are said to reflect the negative aspect of Babaluaye, while those who are always ready to sacrifice their lives and well-being for the sake of others are the typical and positive side of this Orisha. Paths of Babaluaye. And look, and this is what people don't get. They may be talking about Babaluaye, but there's different paths. And let's go through his paths. The paths of Babaluaye and his necklaces. The name Babaluaye means king who owns the world. He has many paths, and each of them has a different necklace. And I'm going to try to get these names right. Asoyi, brown heads, 3 black, jet black. The pattern is repeated till the desired length is rich. Ayano, 17 blue beads, white stripe followed by 7 beads. The pattern is repeated. Awo, 17 blue beads, a white stripe, 3 black. The pattern is repeated. Ali Priti, 17 blue beads, blah blah blah. Alfarimi, Alwa, Bara Aribido, Sokuta, Loku own, and I just give it 17 brown beads, 7 blue. Azudo, Sujo, Daka Namdo, Nanu, Cake, Usunaik, Africarity. The Orisha has other titles and paths, but preceding are the main ones. He is also known as Asawando Asiyor Orisha, the youngest of the Babalaos. According to Santerios, this is his real name. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I just read 16 different names for one energy. We don't, and if I went to Oshun, and I'm just going to count Oshun's names, 103. Because they go through his initiation, his legend, so they give you a little history. The Odu, I think that's I can't remember what African name that is. It may be something to do with it, like a sacrifice to him or something to him, or I don't know. But I'm sure you can look it up. The rulership of him, so they thorough. The Igbos, that's the sacrifice. The Igbo, or what you can do with him. So they tell you how to dispense evil and death, cleansing for good luck, cleansing to regain good health, for money, which I have highlighted because it's probably easy. The person made 17 balls of popcorn, sprinkled them with honey and palm oil, to 2 7-day glass-enclosed white candles are lit in the name of Baba Luaye. As soon as the candles are finished, the balls of popcorn are placed inside a paper bag and brought to the woods with 17 cents. Easy shit. Man, you get some money dealing with Baba Luaye, you know what I'm saying? Alright, let's go to Oshun, and I'm not going to bore you with that. I'm just going to read her paths. Because everybody's all Oshunish. I got a lot of shit highlighted for Oya. She's that bitch. Yeminya. Oshun. I'm just going to read her paths. Well, while we're here, how's Oshun represented in the saints? Lady of Caridad del Cobri. Lady of La Caridad del Cobri. Captain Saint Cecilia, the patron of music, but the most popular synchronism is the Virgin La Caridad el Cari, patron of Cuba. So that's her saint. Now, she has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 paths listed, besides what you know. Identify with a vulture. You know what I'm saying? Ibu Koli. When do you ever see the Oshun on Facebook that says, yeah, I'm the vulture Oshun? Right, they all the pretty ones. So they just picking what they think for that. That tells you it's their ego. At least in the E5, some of them have different paths of Oshun, like Oshun Funke, bitch funky. The aspect, she's very wise, and teaches many of the mysteries to her children. I don't hear that. Where's that Oshun at? You know what I'm saying? Beautiful. Identify with the vulture. She's a timorous aspect of the beautiful Oshun, where has fallen down on her luck and lives in the muddy streams. There's an Oshun that lives in mud, bitches. Where y'all at? Ibu Kole Oshun lives in the mud, falling down on your luck, living in the muddy stream. She is ferocious witch who feeds on what the vultures bring her. Ibo Aku Aro. Identify with the quail and the path she heals the sick. The hard-working, fond of doing charitable work. This is one of her most amiable aspects, where nevertheless she's a bit spendthrift, loves to dance. Path, she destroys evil and banishes the dreaded Abiku, who kills small children. There's another one identified with warriors. There's another one identified with both warrior and gold as a gold coin. There's another one identified with the swamps. Let's read that one. Ibu Ana, identified with the swamps and marshy waters. In this aspect, she's a powerful witch and the owner of the Bata drums. Ibu is a Lukame term, but means river. Oshun has other well-known aspects such as, and they go on, this is her happiest. In this aspect, she's an elegant grand. She's very closely related to the dead. Oh, let's go to that one too. Another Oshun Awe. In this aspect, she's very closely related to dead with whom she works. This is dark shit. All these pretty old honey hip Oshuns out here. Dog shit, muddy water hoes. Where them bitches at? Swamp. Where the swamp hoes at? Where the vulture hoes at? Where's them hoes fucking with the dead? In this aspect, she's very closely related to the dead. Where's the Necronomicon Oshun? Where that bitch at? With whom she works. She is completely unlike the happy Orisha, owner of the drums and of the dance, whose beauty maddens every man who sees her. In this path, she is full of sorrow on the grave, and her clothes are dirty and unkept. Wow. You see how more complex this shit is? But see, that's always been my problem with black people. They want the good, but they're not accepting the whole entire picture. And that's why they're not benefiting from the true power of dealing with Oshun. When you know there's aspects of it that's a little bit more holistic than this foxy hoe with feathers and honey and peacocks.
Which I think is like knowing anybody, right? If you really know somebody, you know that shit ain't all pretty.
Right.
You know that, you know what I'm saying?
Right. If you really know Oshun, you would know it's a little bit more complex than just that. Oh, you can feel, and those paths are complex. And see, most people get stuck on a certain Oshun because they think that one is on your head. But actually, if you're doing energy work, you need to know, even if you're not working with all these paths individually, you have still a holistic, more broad understanding of the one energy, because it's all about that one energy. So my understanding of it, which is what is leading me to be able to use it and empower myself through it, is my understanding of it on a broader scope than something that makes it satisfy me. You cute, emotional. You know what I'm saying? There's so much more to it. You may be that muddy water hole. You may be that vulture hole. You may need to accept that. You that nasty swamp bitch. Swamp hill pussy's good too, though. You know what I'm saying? You just dummy it up with a few cents. You know what I mean? With some Gina Tay or some shit. Some swagger by Old Spice. You never know what you may have there. You know what I'm saying? Ocean of the swamps, of the muddy vaginas. So once we know it and broaden our horizons, we'll be able to get somewhere. Now, okay, and this is going to be a hard one. The fuck did I bring that one up for? I was going to tell you something about Akashic and the Orishas, and who was I talking about?
You had brought up the woman's son who...
All right, now we got it. Vaseline. You got me. So when I did go into the dream world, this is what happened. I was watching a whole scene of a Native American war. And the man with his lover, a woman, get hit by a poison arrow. And what was going to happen was, through lifetimes, they would always be together in some form or fashion, and this curse would always hit them through him. So I'm watching this going, okay, I got that. I see this fine ass woman. So we go into this cave. While in this cave, there was this little boy next to me, and he's explaining to me, I need you to talk to her. He's really excited about it. I'm like, slow down, little fucker, little fat fucker. Slow down, little fucker. So the woman comes out, and I started explaining to her. I said, look, we're going to have to break this curse. There's a curse in this thing that just happened. It's going to follow you through lifetimes. And I said, you did what you need to. I can help you. I said, but you need to remember me. I said, you need to remember me and listen to what I'm saying. I said, you need to remember Ricky Ricardo. And she's like, huh? She was making the same dumbass face that she makes when I was fucking her. Huh? So I'm like, you need to remember. She said, I just need you to tell my father. So I said, all right. So the young kid's like, tell him. I'm like, I don't feel like dealing with it. This big African black motherfucker came out. No shirt and had a veil from here to here. He asked me what's up. I remember telling him in monotone what I was telling her. This is going to happen. We need to do that. We need to do that. I need for you to release him. I need blah, 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 blah. He said, all right. Then the little fat dude was going crazy. Yay, hip hop parade. You know, yeah. I didn't know what the fuck that dream was. But then I knew it was Gina. So I'm like, wait a minute. So I said, let me tell her. I said, no, you did come through. And I said, I did get in your Akashic records. I said, y'all have a curse on you. I said, that was your husband, lover, and all that different life. And it's not so hard. Mother and son, the way they used to argue, you wouldn't have to be a rocket scientist to see these motherfuckers was distant lovers, you know what I'm saying? And or lovers from another lifetime. So I say, what I did was I broke the curse. I said, he's not gonna get up and walk in this lifetime. But y'all will no longer connected to this curse. I said, I talked to you, some black. I said, that was Baba Luaye. That was the veil Baba Luaye before it turned into St. Lazarus. I said, that's why she kept bugging me. I'm thinking because I told her about he helps the paralyzed. Because somebody came in there and they did a whole Obatala ritual. And this was somebody in the community, got her money, tore up. I said, look, sweetie, Obatala handles people who were born that way. She's using the wrong energy. People who were then paralyzed later, Babaluaye. So she kept saying, let's do Babaluaye. I'm like, I'm not feeling it yet. We was bringing Marie Leonza. I was firing her house up. And she was with it. She kept begging for Babaluaye. I said, I'm gonna do it, we're gonna get it. I got her the veiled Babaluaye statue, which is the ill one. I'm like, I'm gonna set it off. Just don't worry. Let me get there. So I said, oh, that was Babaluaye I was telling this shit to. He must be connected to you. She called me your father. Then I kept saying in the dream, remember Ricky Ricardo. Then I said, Ricky Ricardo used to be under the head of Babaluaye. He used to sing that on the I Love Lucy show. He used to sing Babaluaye, straight out on the fucking shit. And nobody knew he was Cuban. And that's the home of this shit. So he'd be beating them drums, Babalu, and then he used to jiggle the Babalu. He was calling on Babaluaye. So I was telling her in the dream, just remember Ricky Ricardo. And when I got it for the life, I'm like, what the fuck would I say that for?
Right.
And then it started coming, and what seemed so obvious, the way the power comes, it took me a couple of days to have that realization. When the Orishas were coming to me, I was having dreams. It took me days to realize what's fucking obvious. So obvious. So I'm making it obvious, but that was a brainstorm. I said, oh, that was Babaluaye. So we did the Babaluaye rituals, whatever we did, lit up what we did whatever fucking we was doing, whatever was going on. And I knew her curse was broke. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't gonna be in another lifetime. We already knew he wasn't getting up this time. You know what I'm saying? But that's not gonna follow him. And that was the end of me and her stint. But I was able to go into Akashic and all the shit I was saying. I said, yeah, that Native American shit, that's why I see I was always knew I was Native. Like, this was her thing. I was like, oh, okay, I hear you. But I get that all the time. I knew it, how did you know? I'm like, this shit is real. You know what I'm saying? I ain't guessing at it. So that was another big time I was able to go to Akashic. And me and Bobby started really talking about Akashic. Like, he said, well, some of the shit he read was the path or the visualization. As you see yourself in this library opening books. He said, as far as I got, he said, I made it to these halls in this library. And he said, I sat down, opened the book, but I couldn't get anything. I said, nah. I said, you trying the regular white way. I said, no. We getting in Akashic, we just recognizing these are regular dreams. You got to know the subtle difference. It was a subtle feeling. How do you judge the feeling? There's always, when somebody talks to me, they tell me about the one dream that they had one time that they just cannot forget. And I'm like, because you actually wasn't dreaming, you were soul traveling. That's why it's so profound to you, and you don't dream day to day normally like that. You went deep that day. The idea of this astral travel and spirituality is to be able to go that deep without it being on purpose, without being random. Now, so you will get to know the different textures of how far you are in that dream. When this is day-to-day routine, or you actually went further than the astral world, or high up in the astral world, you could say. And so this was so I was like, no, it's a little bit more subtle when you're in that Akasha. And it's a little bit more subtle when your spirit is not evaluating earthly affairs, when your spirit is actually going through an initiation of some sort. Now, there's an initiation, and a lot of people say they know it, where, I figured out it's actually the riddle of the Sphinx, what they've been calling that. That half man, half cat. There's something in the hidden idea of the feline's DNA that you have to spiritually merge with, become one, like the Sphinx, to open up the riddle of the Sphinx. And what was happening, and I got that through Malcolm X, to a channel that he didn't want me to be able to repeat a lot of. You have to be initiated into it. It was on his birthday, and he kept coming through, but I didn't feel him coming through as profound, like to hang out as a homeboy. So he comes through. He told me to put on this movie. He said, I'm going to show you how funny this movie is to me. I promise you, I was watching that movie like it was an absolute fucking comedy. I had to rewind the part when he told him to say your number a little. And then he hemmed him up. I forgot it! Like, I just kept rewinding. And you would think you're laughing at Malcolm X, but he was initiating these fucking like. He's like, look at this when they was walking like this and shit. Just everything was funny. And then when the mother was looking out the window, I done told you not to give that boy no pork, but you gave that boy pork. And like, I'm like, this is crazy. Because Spike suck, you know what I'm saying? And then, I'm a man. Just everything became hilarious, and I knew I was enjoying this shit with Malcolm X. That's when he told me the Denzel thing. And I said Denzel, and he raised him up in that swag. He's like, man, he said, this whole energy I'm eating off of him, and I'm raising him up. As if I was in acting, I would be that leading man. I said, yeah, you a leading man. That's what we looked up to as a man. You know what I'm saying? He said, yeah, now you see it in Denzel. Oh, okay. Then I wrote down some shit about cats and felines that was a fucking blockbuster. I don't know where that shit is to that day. I was writing, I had names. This was the be all the end all shit. I was like, we about to go home. I was writing down so much shit. I can't find it. I found it one time. I couldn't find it the next day. It came up again, so I found it. You know what I'm saying? I used to have my books at the end of the bed. I found it. Read it to Bobby. Lost it again. But I remember this. What he dropped was, because we was having dreams where cats would get on us and we couldn't pull them off in the dreams. We was like shaking them, these black cats. It was impossible. Like you would wake up out the dream frustrated because you couldn't get it off. A couple other people had Bobby had it. And he was telling me that it is actually you merging with DNA of the cat, which has become the riddle of the spades. So basically it's an initiation to that level. So I'm like, oh, okay. So, I mean, there's so much shit that I went through that you couldn't make it up. You said, well, it's all in your mind, and anybody. I don't even know how to make the shit up. I'm not that creative. If I was that creative and I have any indication I was just making this shit up, I'd be a fucking novelist. I'd be writing sci-fi. I'd be really getting some fucking Harry Potter money. You know what I'm saying? But it's just not, because you don't. The feeling is so revolutionary, so profound, so enlightening. You don't know how to dumb it down into a story or a hook or a way to even present it as a aha moment. You know what I'm saying? It's like I can't remember until they come up, like now, number one, because they were so life-changing, not left as a story. They were so life-changing for the real purpose of changing my life. You know what I'm saying? When they come up, I can remember when we have a context.
So, like for you, you mentioned the palo, right, that you were drinking, and then like would you induce a state of meditation in order when you begin?
It's all meditation. You know what I'm saying? It's all meditation, because meditation is a way of shutting down your humanity. That's all it really is. Your conscious mind is your humanity or your ego. So it's a way of making it your bitch. The more you meditate, the more you make it a bitch, and the more you let your subconscious mind reign supreme. That's your divine mind. That's the spirit talking. The spirit cannot talk over. Sometimes it can, depending on who you are. And it's not really talking over, it's talking in spite of your everyday chatter in your mind. So one of the biggest things about the herb pack that I sell is it shuts down the chatter. And that's people's biggest problem. They need to understand the conscious mind is trying to survive. So it's trying to shut down the thing that actually can make a change, your subconscious mind. It doesn't want change for better or worse because it's viewing your existence as one that has been making it this way. So while you're consciously or logically saying, but I can't pay my rent, I can't pay my gas bill, I can't pay my car note. But your conscious mind is saying, but you've still been making it. So whatever you've been doing to make it, we're going to keep that party going. So you've been begging, borrowing, and stealing. We're going to put you into a position, or you're going to have you put yourself in a position to continue that, as opposed to finding something that can sustain you. Because that is a change your ego is not willing to accept so quickly, because it is in survival mode. Mm-hmm. It is not there to rationalize, change, try something new. It's here to keep you maintaining with your same way of thinking. So when the fact that you are becoming conscious and finding new information, two things are happening. The ego satisfies itself so it can continue to survive. So, in other words, it won't change you from saying hello, but it'll now have you saying hotel, which still satisfies hello and satisfies the ego in your conscious plight, because you now say hotel. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Your hair is now natural. You now say aborigami and beloved. So now that you say that, the ego is now saying, okay, that's changed, that's good enough. You're still greeting bitches and treating them the same way. Mm-hmm. Greeting niggas, treating them the same way, talking them the same way. But you feel like something's different. You know what I'm saying? You feel like something different. When you're making true difference, see, I mean, niggas know what I say? Hello. Hi. Niggas would, just to piss them off. Like, niggas would text me, niggas come up with the most fantastic greetings. I've seen greetings that's like, whoa, where'd you get that one from?
Right, like a whole sentence long and shit.
Yeah, like, Ubama Gama Nam Ram Tamali, like, hi, tata. What does that mean, nigga? Hi. Hello. So I have to say, hello, how's it going? And then, like, they're waiting for, like, a better greeting from me. You know what I'm saying? Besides, what's poppin', fool? And it's like, it's pathetic. That's what it's coming down to. Now, what's happening? The ego says, I'm still saying hello when I meet people. Still calling people, instead of my nigga, beloved. You know what I'm saying? So you're actually doing the same thing. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Which is not interrupting your true ego. You just got a new name. So now it satisfies you. It makes you feel better. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But you haven't really transformed yourself into nothing else. So when you start saying, where nobody can realize it, I was this and now I'm that, where maybe you can't even explain it, you're really initiating change. And this is where your really war of set and horrors come in, because that's where the ego, which is used to not this new change, is doing everything to show you how to be your old self again. That's why I did all of this, Patty, but it's not working, because your ego is doing everything so you don't see it as something that can work. It cannot not work. It cannot not work based upon one thing that we love to say. In the laws of Tahuti, one of the laws are cause and effect. That means every cause has an effect, every effect has a cause. But no one's looking at it this way. That means, by law, that every single thing you do on this planet will have an effect. There's nothing you can do that does not have an effect. So every ritual or magical act you do is guaranteed to have an effect by that law. Guaranteed. See, us understanding the effect is the problem, because our limited mind and our ego will shut us down from understanding that effect, so we see it as ineffective, so we can go back to our old business, because it's been surviving like that. It knows vanilla ice cream. Don't go get Rocky Road. Stay with what you know. That's what it's saying constantly. So each time you get into something new, it's telling you to stay with what you know. But see, if you understand the techniques in magic that I teach in class are techniques that bypass the doubting Thomas, which is what your conscious mind is, to doubt everything you do. How do you effectively bypass the shit that is designed to tell you, stop, no, keep it like you know what I'm saying? Do missionary position. Don't go in doggy style. You know what I mean? You know up and down, nigga. You don't know. It's side to side. You know, that kind of thing, you got to be able to bypass that where that's not even a factor. In which that's the symbols. So, or one of the things is sigils, if you will. You You know what I'm saying? You create a phrase that you understand intelligently, legibly, then you turn it into something that's unintelligent to the conscious mind. But you understand the intention. So your subconscious mind can deal with the intention and the symbol, which is his language. So to the subconscious mind, this is a direct conversation of your intention. When you say your intention through the conscious mind, you're going to have that his natural thing, that's play a hater. That's in the movie Revolver.
Mm-hmm.
That's a must-see.
Yeah.
With Revolver, Andre Benjamin, Big Pussy from Sopranos, Crank, and it's done by Guy Ritchie, Madonna's ex.
Mm-hmm. Madonna was a part of it too.
Yeah, at the time he was fucking with her. This Guy Ritchie was.
Right.
And not only is it an action-packed movie in the vein of his movies, highly metaphysical. It is a metaphysical movie because they weren't trying to hide the metaphysics. In the end, they had Deepak Chopra and the rest of those scallywag-ass niggas trying to explain the ego. But the statement they made about it being your closest enemy, all on point. That's what it is. The emperor has no clothes. That's your ego they're talking about. It's not. It's naked and ashamed. So since it's naked, it has to do everything to make you believe it's the emperor, that it runs this. So it will tell you and do whatever, but it's actually naked. So you look at Puffy, even conscious niggas, the fullest conscious, he walked in the room, niggas would be like, yeah, it's Puffy, but he ain't got no fucking clothes. He's a fucking dummy. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. 5 minutes, if he was, you wouldn't even sit down to correct him. I wouldn't sit down to correct him on jack shit. He's not even worth me correcting him, his ignorance. He's somebody I would totally bypass as someone to talk to. But he walks in the room, how'd you do it? And these conscious niggas would do the same thing. And he ain't had no hit since fucking 30 fucking years ago. Lil' Kim, all of them washed up motherfuckers. Niggas would be bogging. And they are dumber than people you would call dumb. They make dumb people look like, at least we can work with this stupidity.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Totally ensconced in ego. And, so the mechanisms that you would call on is so far stifled, so strangled in people like that. There's nothing in them that you can communicate to. And some of these black people call themselves conscious, not because they're malicious or even trying to be evil. They just don't understand that this is the method of what they're doing. That's why my classes became what they became, because that's what I'm revealing to these people's aha moments. That's the national anthem of what I hear constantly, because I'm putting you up on what it is that you're missing to make this thing effective. So it's not what you hear or what you're dealing with if you don't know how to feed that part of you that it actually builds up. You're feeding the wrong part of you. You're feeding the part of you that's going to just tell you, all right, just say Hotep and we good. Just say Borigani and we good. Just say Beloved and we good. Just say the metamorphic field aspect ratio that reverberates off the grid line into the morphic web of Isis, or the magnetosphere that the sun reflects at a 90-degree angle, which reach around, come back around on the elliptical pattern, that understanding that folds out into the understanding, each one, which teach ones for each one, that's each one's understanding, maybe it be understood in the reverberation of the field morphic frequency that turns within itself, unfolding constantly to refold within, only to have self-realization, to realize and understand what's understood, only to understand to be overstood within the realm of all prosperity, all things being born in this the third dimensional frequency. Ashe.
Sounds like some spoken word to me.
Yeah, that's what that shit is. You know what I'm saying? What that shit is. You know, and really they're entertaining themselves. And in their mind, though, in their motherfucking mind, they are educating the people. And you know what happening in the mind of the people?
Mush.
I think I'm being educated, though. You know what I'm saying? And this is fucking pulling each other's ego. It's a circle jerk.
Mm-hmm.
We need you to say these great things to make me feel smart, and I need to understand a few moments of it to say I'm doing something smart. It's a fucking circle jerk. Real education is going to come by way of making it plain. You know what I'm saying? ABCs, this kind of shit you hear now. That's somebody with the intention of educating you. Malcolm X also said that as well. If anybody who's educating you or understand what they're speaking about, they're able to explain it to you like you're a third grader. I'm able to explain what I'm talking about to you as if you were a third grader. To give you references that you can hold on to and grasp, because I have an understanding of it. If I don't understand it yet, because there's plenty of things I don't have a full grasp of, I don't speak on it. I learn more before I can sit around and speak on details. I understand the concept of sacred geometry, and where I speak on the areas which I can fit it in the context. There's motherfuckers that spend their lifetime just dealing with pi and where that shit shows up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's good. That's what you need to teach. The motherfuckers want to be do-it-alls and know-it-alls and scientist dropperies all the time, and not really want to just grasp something that maybe caught their attention first and just get a thorough life-changing understanding of it for yourself. Mm-hmm. Not for black people and your kids, mm-hmm. your economy. Just know something to know something.
And a lot of what you're saying, it sounds like the methodology you use was your own creativity. You finding out how the magic works for you. You allowed yourself to guide yourself to where to these realizations.
That's all it is. There's no other option.
Right. And
there's no other option.
And so for everybody, that is the path is you got to find your own path.
Know thyself. You know what I'm saying? Not Panic figure it out for everybody, or Bobby figure it out for everybody, or Phil figure it out for everybody. Phil, Bobby, and even Panic can only display what I consider to be a success story in it. And the whole gist of this, if I can do it, you can do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not more special than you. If I'm not more special than you and I can make these strides, then I truly believe you can make these strides too. Or strides on the level your fucking competence can bring you to. Mm-hmm. I don't hear nobody making any strides. Not do it like I did, but tell me what you're doing that's so potent for you. Not potent for me. Potent for you. Not potent for black people and the people, whoever the fucking people are. Mm-hmm. But potent to the point where you like, look, motherfucker, my mind is being blown every day by some shit I'm doing.
Right.
Like eating Jolly Ranchers, niggas? Oh, well, hey then, who am I to judge if your mind is being fucking blown? Mm-hmm. And you having light realizations.
Right.
Do whatever. I don't hear nobody having realizations. I hear too many people asking me, what about that though? Mm-hmm. So the first thing I say in my class, after you take this class, you lost your permission to ask me any fucking thing.
I remember.
Because what you have gained now was the tools for you to rely on yourself. Mm-hmm. I ain't Creflo, nigga. If y'all gonna Creflo me, y'all niggas need to buy me a jet. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas could do it. You know what I'm saying? I believe y'all niggas could do it. You know what I'm saying? But y'all niggas need to give me a jet. You're gonna make me Creflo. So I don't want to be Creflo, and I don't want no jet. I want you niggas to be empowered. Mm-hmm. You just listen to the stuff that you hear in these little lectures that we're doing, because it's really nuggets by way of the thinking process. I do not want to tell you how to think, but I want you to understand a process that you may benefit you.
Your spirit will guide you to the creativity that you should do for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
See, people haven't gotten to that point, and that's the scary part, where they're able to listen to their spirit, because that's exactly what guides you. Your spirit, because it is your higher self. It is your doppelganger, your spirit double, your ka. But let's talk on this higher self shit, because we used to saying that word. My higher self told me. It's your fucking spirit. It's your spirit double, your ka, or your melanin. And people don't know what that voice sounds like to be able for it to guide them. Their ego is guiding them. More hotep, more beloveds, more black people saying how much we love other black fucking people. More dark skin. That's why they go, when you talk about that dark skinned girl, it was the Willie Lynch and you guys have Willie Lynch. I'm like, you can't even see a dynamic moment. You understand? But you're so busy categorizing behaviors. Not to say it wasn't, but you might have to say, well, they wrote a whole book. He wrote a whole book on Willie Lynch. Maybe this was just one ugly bitch, perhaps. You know, maybe it was just that sometimes. Sometimes you have to just let that go. Because it shouldn't be such a concern. Out of 5 hours of all the shit I said, that's what you want to email me about? To me, that to me is a shame. Even if I was 100% Willie Lynch on that. You heard 4 hours and fucking 53 minutes of other shit that should have been changing your life. And you gonna waste my time, at least waste it with a question that's conducive to what you just heard. You just heard that and that offended you. That's only tapping into your own ego. Let it go. You know what I'm saying? Let it go. That's a big part. I listen to you all the time. Like, you listen to me. A big part of spirituality is stop trying to correct this world and really, really understand it. Put your spiritual shit in it. Your spiritual shit technically will correct the world. So my intentions is not to go out there and correct the world. My intention is to have everybody on their spiritual shit. And in your right mind, you will be living in a correct world. So you're indirectly correcting the world by correcting the individual or giving them, me personally, giving them the tools to correct themselves. The tools to correct themselves. So when it's not even petty, but I understand her concerns as a human. So on one level, I get it. And on the other level, I'm like, if I could listen to Bobby, Dr. Ben, Brother Phil, and if I agree with everything they said, then I'm fucking a preacher. I'm actually listening to all of them. Bobby, too. I ain't doing that shit. I don't believe that shit is whatever. If it's, because I understood if it's working for him, then so be it. But it's not going to work for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the day I agree with him just because he's Bobby, or just because he's Phil, or just because he's Panic, is the day you failed.
Yeah.
So why even wait? But there's nothing in me that's going to email Phil after he did an 8 and 10 hour lecture and say, that thing you said about eating potato chips, I think we need to, as a people, like, motherfucker, you said fucking 8 hours of shit that is mind-blowing. Let me just stay with that, because that's what I came for. I came not to correct motherfuckers' grammar or tell them what you should be saying and what you shouldn't be saying. Just to hear, give me some light, fucker. If I'm listening to you, listen to me all this fucking time. Motherfucker, thanks for the light, nigga. I don't care about you personally, nigga. You do? Buy me a jet. Creflo me. You know what I'm saying? TD Jakes my ass. Let me see these he motions. You know what I'm saying? You see your he motions. Like, if you're not doing all of that, then don't give me no fucking personal advice. Oh, believe you me, I already got one woman that tells me what the fuck to do around here. I definitely don't need no random hoe that ain't fucking me telling me what to do. I got one. She said every fucking moment, the forks go on the left and the spoons go on the right, nigga. Damn, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I like to eat my curry the way I like to eat it. Nigga, you ain't doing it right. Put it on the mat. Use a coaster, nigga. How come you went to the table without no napkins? Did you wash your hands, nigga? Sit in the chair correctly. Don't break my chairs. You know what I'm saying? Who put the stain on the fucking table? I don't even sit on that side. Yeah, but nigga, I know you. Willie Lynch. It's the Willie Lynch. I got one already. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing you gonna say that's gonna make me go, thank you, man. Well, I can't say that. You might, but not from that context. I already got me a headache. You know what I'm saying? Every goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? Putting shit in the goddamn trunk. Don't move those clothes. what the fuck? What the fuck was that? You know what I'm saying? You about to move the clothes. I'm like, if I fucking did, what the fuck would it matter? And you find yourself just debating and arguing about shit that's like holding on to shit. If I want to put my fucking sock on the floor, fuck it. I paid the shit up in here. I'm putting my sock on the floor. Nigga, just move your socks. Who does that? You fucking animal. Oh, I can't believe you just said that shit. You like, you argue about socks. Like, you know what I'm saying? She brought my shirt upstairs, put it on the banister. Like, I can't fucking believe I'm putting this shit on the banister. I said, well, come and hang it up then, bitch. He said, you get up and hang it up, motherfucking sucker MC. I'm like, damn, bitch. Bitches would hang up my shirt. I put that shit out there. Brother Panic needs his shirt hung up. These hoes is coming, so you better act lucky. He said, call them bitches. Call them bitches, motherfucker. Let's see what happens. And like, you argue about shit, then somebody hit me on the, nigga, you doing the last thing that's going to get my attention. And I appreciate the pure heart. Like I said, I don't want to make it all this, because she really did nothing wrong in the bigger picture. But I don't respond. That's not what I'm about. I don't respond to that black people need and we as a people shit. I don't respond to that. I'm sorry. Is it true that black people need? Maybe so, but I let whoever fight that cause. This is not the cause I'm fighting here. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. She made it, I totally get it. And like I said, I want to be clear. She was absolutely respectful and Brother Panic, I love you. It was one of those Brother Panic, I love. These motherfuckers come out there neck on my ass too about some old skinny shit. Like if I read those fucking emails, y'all niggas wouldn't want to do this. You know what I'm saying? The keyboard thuggery is in full effect. Nigga, I bought an herb pack. I don't even listen to your fucking ass anyway. Like, why? Like, why? Like, why are we here then? I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? And then they mad when you give them a fucking a refund. Niggas get mad when you give them refunds. I'm like, but that's your money. We even Steven now. Fuck you. Like, no, the whole idea was to say fuck me. You know what I'm saying? And there's no other way to interact with me but spending a little $30, get an herb pack, and then just get your shit caked, your shit on. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really answer too many emails until, I answer emails in systems. So you may email me, sit a couple of days, and then I'll answer it when I'm answering a bunch of emails. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't keep up with the niggery. I promise you I can't. Niggas come with some old left, you know what I'm saying, some Donald Trump wig shit on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, how did that get up there? You know what I'm saying? For real. And, I try to answer it as best as I could. Motherfuckers on the site, motherfuckers doing lesbian, motherfucker nigga please. But motherfuckers come with everything. I'm not looking for a pep talk advice. If I'm saying something that's so offensive, it's time for you to say goodbye to me. For free. That's it. And I suggest you do that to anybody else. What you're trying to do when you do that, make me accountable. And I understand you should be accountable of your entire message. You know what I'm saying? So I'm accountable by way of what I say I'm here to reflect. I need to reflect that to my best intelligence. But while we're talking, and I'm telling you a story about fucking collard greens and cornbread, and I'm talking regular nigga shit, anything might be said. Anything real might be said. So you're trying to hold me to this polished, manicured preacher type thing, because that's where that comes from. Like they say, when you say that to a preacher, we need to make our preachers accountable because y'all preaching morality. So y'all should be accountable for a moralistic picture. If you sitting there, I was getting my dick sucked and Jesus came through, that don't add up in that. If I say I was getting my dick sucked and Oshun came through, then you just say, oh, panic. So what's the difference? My message isn't a moral message. Their message is. So I was getting my dick sucked by Oshun, and I felt something tickle my ass. And I turned around and was Yemen Yah. Amen. Let the church say amen. The Yemen Yah who's tickling my ass. You go, where the fuck am I? You know what I'm saying? But if I told you that, because it actually happened. fucking ocean. I said, oh, yeah, man, don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Come around this side. You know what I'm saying? You can see both of y'all. Now ooh, Patty, how'd you do that? How'd you tap in? Because I don't have a moral message. When I say a bitch is ugly, I'm a little bit more versatile just because she's dark skinned. All of a sudden she's automatically pretty. But the bitch was ugly. She been light skinned and ugly. You know what I'm saying? Ugly's motherfucking ugly. And we ain't gonna act like all these motherfuckers cute. You know what I'm saying? Out this motherfucker. So when I say it, you're trying to get me in a moral place. And then you're trying to use our system of morality as Willie Lynch as if, like, Willie Lynch is so much more deeper than just hate him because he's black and white. Come on now. Who ain't figured that one out? Spike Lee has been doing that shit in school days. Talking about good and black hair. You know what I'm saying? The dark-skinned ones had natural hair. The light-skinned ones had perm. You know this. Ain't nobody just talking about this and can't see this anymore as, I just think all black people are ugly. And I think all like kids, you know what I'm saying, when they point to them dolls, I get it. You know, it's there. So it's valid why I know why she's saying it, because it's there. But you're trying to push this to the wrong area. You know what I'm saying? This is not effective for someone like me. I'm conscious enough to call it like it is and know the differences. But if you don't feel like it, I get it. But even sending me a letter because you don't feel like it falls on deaf ears, to be real. You know what I'm saying? To be real. Because I'm not looking at this thing from, we need to hold people accountable for moral behavior unless they come out as a moral entity. Mm-hmm. As holier than thou and telling black people how they should live the better way and to start explaining to black people what their problem is as black people and how to improve, then you need to be the example of it. I can't talk spirituality unless I talk to spirits. So I can't talk morality unless I'm a moral being. No, I don't fight for morals. I don't give a fuck about your moral fortitude. Mm-hmm. The only thing that gets me out of my bed is niggas talking about breakthroughs, light. That's the only thing that should get niggas who's really on this path out their bed. Mm-hmm. Breakthroughs, light. Because that's what the fuck you on this planet for. I'm not here on this planet to cultivate a decent relationship with you with the words I say to make you feel good.
Right.
I'm here to cultivate a relationship with you with the words I say, help you to get to your next level of light based upon whatever work you doing. And that's how it's going to go down. That's how it should be going down. That's what I learned from the teachers who are really teaching this shit. Not the YouTube aficionados, but the real teachers with the mentality that you had to walk through the door as a conscious person was straight up. You start following me like a preacher, you might as well get the fuck out now, because I don't have nothing for you. Bobby Hemmett used to say it all the time till it became fucking a part of a stick. You follow me, nigga, you following the wrong nigga. Child, the toilet handle on my toilet is, I gotta jiggle it to flush it, and you talking about following me? And then my toilet game ain't even right. So nigga, you following the worst of the worst. And I say, you following me, you following her. Nigga, my initiation is, you want me to initiate you? And niggas was talking about that for a while till that wore off. You know, we have to get initiated to do something. I said, nigga, you want me to initiate you? The first question is how much salmon could you eat? You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, you a son of Ogun, nigga. You eat a lot of sand. You know what I'm saying? Mm. I make you go feel other niggas' dicks. Go feel his dick. Panic, that's gay. It's Ogun, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Control his penis. And, I don't think he would be wanting to initiate under me no time soon. Why'd you do that, Panic? Just for the giggles. Just to see if he would do it. You know what I'm saying? Just to see if he was doing it. Because I know how worthless that is as something that you do that makes you in the club. Mm-hmm. Your mind ain't ready, I don't give a fuck what initiation. He ain't gonna be ready. These corny, lazy niggas not researching past fucking common sense, really. Get initiated into these old things and they think somehow they're in. But their ego is telling them that. That little nigga got initiated in Apollo, wasn't doing shit before. He actually was following one of the lecturers till the lecturer said, look, enough, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Enough. And then, his whole world turned into shit after that. You Remember when the sad part came on Cosby?
Fat Albert.
Fat Albert.
Yeah. That's exactly what you was playing.
Then the sad part. That's when the potential is. Hey, hey, hey. What you got going on? Hey, Fat Albert. We got something called crack. Oh, you're not supposed to smoke crack, Rudy.
What was that cat's name that walked like this?
That's Rudy.
Is that Rudy?
Yeah, no, that's not. That's Harold. That's Harold.
Yeah.
That's Harold. And then Mushmouth. It's the booty baby baba alphabet. You know, Bill Cosby talked about how black people can't speak proper English. And this nigga had, here's the fact about it. What the fuck are they going to do but now for this nigga? And then Russell, hey, Albert. Little nigga, little Russell. Weird Harold, Rudy. You know what I'm saying? Wow, wow, wow. And then they just get that junk and play that song. Just be good to your brother, love one another, and we can and we'll get along together as niggas. So yeah, that little sad ass. You knew it was on. I don't know why you talked about that.
I think it was talking about, parts of spiritual growth, egos.
Right, and probably talking about the moralistic aspect of it. Now I get it, and a lot of that morality is valid in social situations. But we pass, or we should be past as spiritualists, correcting each other's morality. You know what I'm saying? Because this shit isn't real. Now, if there's something personal between you and me where I feel is disrespectful or creating an imbalance, should address it or deal with it. But I don't expect you to behave a certain way. You know what I'm saying? And then you call yourself God. And then you tell me the restrictions on my behavior. Now, I understand the restrictions on human behavior. You just can't go around slicing bitches' throats because they ain't fucking you. We're not talking about nothing that can go that far extreme. We're talking about this day-to-day of how we should carry ourselves, because it makes us look and feel better. To who? Makes you feel better if I don't say this dark-skinned bitch, but really feel that way. So you feel better that I'm not saying it, but actually I'm feeling it. That's why I know we're not dealing with reality. You know what I'm saying? See, when we deal with reality, it's like, say what you need to say. And even if we say it's the most dysfunctional thing we're saying, at least I'd rather, the light to me is recognizing it as dysfunction more than telling you to stop. So if we recognize the dysfunction, then you can make the decision, well, maybe this is a little bit too dysfunctional based upon whatever. Self-realization. You know what I'm saying? Somebody ain't going to pull your coattails. Maybe they will. But the people who pull my coattails, I respect them on a different level. The general public ain't going to do that for me. And these is going to say, look, nigga, maybe. You, look, nigga, maybe. My sons, look, nigga, maybe. My sisters, look, nigga, maybe. Some other shit I never know. Look, nigga, maybe. Look, bitch, are you crazy? I'm not going to listen to you, even though you may be 100% right. It doesn't work that way. So we need to see the way these things work. So the better way, if it doesn't work, not just because it doesn't work that way for me, who do you know that it works for like that?
Plus, I mean, when you're doing what you're doing, the type of work that you've been doing for a long time,
right?
Are you really concerned about, like you said, as the work, as the break?
Yeah, I'm concerned about the fucking work. You know what I'm saying? And I'm concerned about what I say helps people do their work. I don't give a fuck about how you feel about me personally. Buy me a fucking jet then. You know what I'm saying? And I'll act a certain way. You know what I'm saying? You niggas got me flying around this motherfucker. We going to fucking Dallas in my personal jet to teach chakras. Okay, and when that day comes, I'll be in that motherfucker saying whatever thing you like.
Wearing all white.
Wearing all white, you know what I'm saying? Yes.
Come out the plane with your arms like
Yes. Hotel to you niggas. Whatever it is, you know. But now, no. We're not gonna get caught up in that. The better thing to do, because nobody's gonna listen to you anyway. And I just told me, no one fucking listens to you. You shouldn't do that. Grown up, thank you for that. You know, thanks for sending me an email randomly. Nobody listen to that anyway. So to save yourself time as a conscious person, you don't buy into that shit. I may be absolutely dead wrong and ignorant, but that's not what you're listening to me for. You're not listening to me to understand how deep I am Willie Lynch tonight. Only if my science is pure. And that Willie Lynch chip isn't affecting that. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? Does it affect the message? Is the message stronger than the personality? Too worried about motherfuckers' personality. And that's a church mentality. So we worrying about that. Even now, what's going on in the conscious community, all this YouTube wars and YouTube debates, half of what's going on is about a lot of these niggas' personalities. It's not even about their message. Because once you get past all the debate shit, nobody even knows these niggas' message. The message is the argument. The message ain't even, it's a basic concept in what they believe and what they stand on, what religion that they stand on. But you don't really know what they're bringing to the table as an individual who's doing this work. What have you had to? I've offered plenty that came from the ethers, from my perspective, that people can use on their own. Neutral information that can be used more than what you find in the book or me repeating some shit that's already been said. Mm-hmm. So when I'm hearing, I'm like, I hear no fucking message. I hear everything is about their personality, what they're doing, what they're not doing, how they living, and nothing really about, they taught on, I will never hear this subject. This person taught so thoroughly on this subject, I totally get it now. Left no stone unturned. Don't hear that nowhere from no one.
That ain't happening.
Nowhere. Show me where this is happening. In their fucking mind, they think they're the teachers of the century. But they're not. All they're doing is just defending some shit they believe in. And trying to rally up the people who have that same belief. Mm-hmm. It really became very pitiful. What we call in this conscious shit is very pitiful now. Especially if you around from where it was before. So, and why it works is because now that they not really bringing nothing new to teach, because remember, we went to the heights in this. We went to the level of spirituality in the occult. So if you're not building on that really, if you really want to get, this is my opinion, if you're not building on that really, you're only repeating shit that's already been laid out. That's real. Because everything's been laid out by us. I don't hear nobody coming with something new. And with spirituality, it's dynamic. You can always have different new breakthroughs because you're in the cusp of something that's cosmically unfolding. Not shit that happened already that you re-explaining some shit that somebody explained already.
Right.
So it's unfolding. So now that you don't have nothing to really break through with, what you do is you inject how you live and your personality into it. And you become a character. A character that sets you different from the people that you're just repeating. You get what I'm saying?
And what makes him a character is really just turning on the camera and starting to talk.
Ranting, yelling,
that's it.
Shitting on other things. Right. And telling about your life in terms of this shit is doing all of this for me. You wanna do this, come my way. I'll say this shit is doing all for me, but you gotta find your path that's gonna do it for you. The method of what I'm talking about is our ancient science, not the way to do it that's going to work for you. And if they don't do it, and that may be very well true, you know what I'm saying, but then people want to see your personality and how you live to spend money with you. Mm-hmm. Because if you living like a bum or halfway, they'll say I ain't gonna spend the money. But if you could show them your shit is lifestyles of the rich and famous, they want that. And really, that kind of shit is really appealing to your lower nature. That's what we were taught as 101 in your conscious classes.
When you go to church, I mean, that's what church does.
It goes back. Church was losing members. Do you know to what? Self-help niggas. When Les Brown and all the niggas, Les Brown used to come out, oh, this ain't got nothing to do with church. Remember, that was his thing. Mm-hmm. We ain't church folk. What started happening when they started telling people you could be rich? Stadiums of motherfuckers started filling up. And you know what started getting less? Churches. So you know what the churches did to fight back? God wants you to have prosperity. Then all of a sudden, all these preachers started talking about prosperity. Mm-hmm. And slowly but surely, all them asses de-assed from the goddamn self-help, went back to the fucking home church. We can get money. It's about lids, it's about slamming Cadillac doors and diamond in the back. You know what I'm saying? So they got their viewership again. Only other thing that they did try a little bit, Creflo did, was metaphysics. He started injecting metaphysics, saying, no, we need to start talking metaphysics. They said, no, we need to start talking prosperity. Prosperity won. T.D. Jakes was a self-help dude. He was one of the ones that made the transition. Les Brown now talks about God. My mama always said, just to keep up in the game, because that little whole thing died down. So the whole prosperity movement was to get people back in the asses and the shit, put you back on this materialistic shit, which people really got in those last days. Mm-hmm. So everything's a hustle. Everything's a psychological ploy to play into the ego and people's own personal feelings. See, it was hard. See, Bobby and Phil would talk about, this ain't personal, this is information. One of the teachers would talk hard about cell phones, what they do, how they fuck you up. So Shabazz was out there with a nigga. He's like, just use the phone. He said, no, I ain't using no cell phone. Brother such and such said this, that, the other, this, that. He went on this whole spiel about what brother such and such said as brother such and such walked up on the cell phone. And he said, no, motherfucker, I'm giving you information. Motherfucker, I gotta call niggas. But what I was telling you is absolutely true, and it's information. Right. Now, I'm sure the brother know how to offset that with the organ and whatever he does. Mm-hmm. But like they're taking this too much like preachers, and in a certain amount of it is you talking about how you live, but a certain amount of that shit is just the facts, especially back then. Not even when I was doing this is metaphysical teaching. Those are the facts. And metaphysics, they'll give you the facts. This is what the science is. You do it as you will, because the whole idea was we were missing information. Black people needed information. And in the information age, which we was going to, that's what this conscious thing was. We're going to give you so much information. We're not going to tell you how to live, what you should be doing, what you should be eating. You figure that shit out. You grown. You God. But what we are going to give you is all that missing information about who and what you were, what we think, what we thought about, books you can read. It was an information game. So now that we got so much information, and when the internet became popular, you had people whose business was based upon this, were now technically out the game. So they said, we need a way to keep this shit going. And that's pretty much what you see now. How you have something that actually transformed into free information on YouTube. How do you keep it alive? So, you got people who are dealing in areas which the originals in this shit made a point of of dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So they got this idea, not just this girl, like, because you hear a lot of these newer lecturers talking, and what they're talking about is how you could hold them accountable. That's because they're really trying to authenticate themselves. So how you can hold them accountable as a community, as black people, what we're doing for black people, and how we should be doing with black people. And people not seeing this. Well, they don't understand this was not even a concept in consciousness. It was, you know what I'm saying, but it wasn't the majority. It didn't float over all the higher levels of consciousness, more on the RBG level. That was still popping because they still had a voice within the conscious community, and that was more popping. Now that seems to be everybody's story, when a lot of what you're teaching is too advanced for this human accountability. Spiritual accountability, why not? That's what I'm teaching. But human accountability, you get what I'm saying? You said what you said, because especially if you listen to Bobby, you would be offended all day if you took him seriously.
Right.
And what I was saying about the girl or any of this stuff is not, we're making jokes here. We're keeping this entertaining as we teach, because it's not to be taken too serious. It's supposed to be taken with a grain of salt, some of this. But people are taking it hard because they're looking for a moralistic way. They want to be able to point to, let's say, Brother Panic and whoever, as if it's what they believe. So for them to believe in me, they need me to be a certain way. Or even if they say, well, to your friends, I'm not into Jesus, but you should check out Brother Panic. They don't want to send them there, and he's telling Cicely Tyson ass bitches and this, that, the other. It's like, you know what I mean? It makes them look bad. It's really just down to that simple. They can't look at me and say perfect. But she said, all this is perfect, but, you know what I'm saying? And I knew that but was coming. But see, it's not her. Like I said, she was very, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm not saying her name. It's not really attacking her. She's just the subject of a lot what many do. You know what I'm saying? In one way or another. And I know where that's coming from. But like, you're looking at the wrong guy. You see, I used to say that more back in the days, and it was more understood. I didn't get those mail. So now that no one's really in a position to say that, because I would be technically the only one at this point, that was just the national anthem. Don't follow me, don't listen to what, you don't like it, turn it off. It's not. But the information I'm talking about is this. And people knew how to say, nah, that nigga is talking some more weird shit. But when he talks about Medusa, that's when he's on point. But then he starts talking about Set, and he lost me. And they were comfortable with that. That didn't merit an email or let me holler at you. It just merited, like, thanks for the Medusa shit. You take what you need and you leave what was not for you.
And along those lines, what you're saying as far as, being an information age, how much information is available, a lot of the conscious teachers, some are still here, some are, but a lot of them are online, at least like, for instance, how you are right now. Right. But so when we're looking at the great old ones, as was mentioned, that will come back, right? And Richard House connected with the Aryan race and so forth and so on.
Right.
So I guess moving forward, being that we have all this information, all this information's on tap, then I guess, not that everybody's individual thing, I guess, just has to be whatever works they're going to do with it, because there isn't any information that's outside of our grasp anymore. There's nothing that can't be found out.
No more. There's actually no excuse.
Right.
No excuse. So the question?
It was more of a question of, with all this information, I guess it'd be up to someone's spirit to say, okay, what do I gravitate to? What should I utilize? How do I look to access?
Yeah, whatever. That's easy. Whatever it is you like is pulling you for that reason. And what I thought you was going with the question is like, well, they talk about the return of the great old ones, return of Osiris, the return of all this energy. How can it return in the midst of this madness?
Okay.
That's what I thought you was going with. Well, understand that what we're talking about when we say you must learn and you got to do this, it's up to you. That's for those who liken themselves as hands-on conscious. And what you're hearing is me calling them on that reality. But the hands-on conscious guy is a person who is taking control of their evolution. But the average everyday Christian or dumbass Puff Daddy and Kanye West, just because they are human beings, humanity itself based upon time will evolve. That's that morphic grid that's being raised up now. thousands of motherfuckers are now privy to this information, even though they're not doing any conscious work, that the information is there. Because I remember before and after. Christians know a lot about Baphomet. My cousin's a dead Christian, Kenya. And, you know, she was saying shit like, I heard all this Bobby Hemmett. She said, Bobby Hemmett is right, but only if he went to church, he would know. Like, so it don't even, their rationale for once this is in their head, they have to ration out everything with it. But the things she's heard and known, never in a lifetime would you would think this would have happened. And I know it's a lot of people like that. My cousin who had cancer when she was a kid took her leg. Said she's going. That's it. Not only is she still here, she had 2 babies. They said you'll never be pregnant after that chemo and all that shit. 2 kids. One of the strongest women I know, that's Kenya's sister, younger cousin, got cancer again. She became full-blown conscious just because the information was there. Bitches saying Hotep and every fucking thing. She was almost open to it because they all called them devil worshippers. You know, 4 sisters. They wouldn't come over here. Poochie's the younger one. She came over and she was, trying. You know what I'm saying? But, but that bitch is Hotep and they got a vegan whatever now. It's baby consciousness, but baby consciousness nonetheless. And, she's doing all the holistic, organic, vegan shit for her health and Queen Afua, I gave her everybody she should know, Dr. Africa. She knew about Sabi, you know what I'm saying? So I seen her become full conscious of the information when she had to look for an alternative was there. It's there now. So I could see that type of thing is raising the morphic grid. So, but it's just as predicted as the teachers taught. Dr. Phil, Brother Bobby, Dr. Africa, Dr. Delbert Blair, C. Freeman L, Dr. Joe Pogram, Dr. Wayne Chandler, Dr. Lee Mel Bay, I'm missing, I'm sure, a heavenly list of others. But what they said was, we don't need all black people to be conscious. We only need us to be conscious. Because by doing what we're doing, we're raising this field. By bringing this consciousness back to the planet, that's our task. So I don't task everyone with being conscious. That's why I don't sit around and understand better than saying, black people, you have to say black people. See, conscious niggas, Bobby, Brother Phil's era, which I am from, proud to say, will tell you, you never cast pearls to swine. Let the dead lay with the dead. Ain't none of them brothers was talking about resurrecting the masses of niggers out here. That's impossible. Impossible. What's going to raise is our overall consciousness or overall conscious frequency because of the consciousness we place in the ethers. So by us doing this work, not only does it have a direct benefit for those with hands-on conscious evolution, it also adds to the frequency, the vibration of this entirety by just putting it in the ethers. So we need to talk our shit. You know what I'm saying? We need to do our shit with us. Stop focusing on the niggas outside. What falls off our table, because what falls off our table is the leading in anything a nigga could do here. We'll rescue the rest of these fucking niggas standing around by osmosis. You know what I'm saying? But we not talking consciousness now. We are now bringing out shit to include their ignorance. Love and hip hop argument. You know what I'm saying? One of them shits had a fight. You know what I'm saying? You get it?
Yeah.
So we are no longer even adding to the ether of very few is.
Right. I say, right. Not everybody is, but some are.
Right. Some are. Let's say that. So now, by osmosis, the human race will eventually raise up. That's all mythologies and all talking. So now, the great old ones at Cthulhu, they said, when the great old ones rise up, first thing they're gonna do is destroy humanity, and all humanity is morals. So they're talking about this ancient evil that is not restricted by morality. When this rises up, which is something within inside of you, or when it's prepped to rise inside of you based upon your natural evolution of it. And the fact that you have true conscious people bringing this information back to the planet's frequency, it will eventually, that morphic field of that consciousness will start to rise up. And then these primal things will now start to dominate. And they call that, we are now in universe A. We used to exist in universe B. Universe B is now the new world, or the world to come. But it's all ancient future. It's the ancient world returning. In this ancient world, what reigns supreme are the monsters. Or what we've been calling monsters, who are monstrous in this realm, but the most beautiful. When you read the story of Kali, she's monstrous on planet Earth as she destroys the 8 demons. But she's the most beautiful, succulent mother of heaven in the cosmos. So they're talking about 2 different worlds. So Medusa, the primal Kundalini, is the most beautiful. Later day, they made a Kundalini and Pegasus. She turns into Pegasus, which is a form of Kundalini. You get what I'm saying? But the later day, beautifulized version, this is the primal raw dog version. So this raw dog exists in all of us. And as you know, the Christian person, they'll get with whatever the trend is. See, what's going to happen is the trend of consciousness will now take over as supremacy. That's all the 2012 processes, the return of the Satya Yuga, whatever it's called, the Golden Age, the return of this time period where it's conducive to humans succeeding based upon their spiritual knowledge, let's just say that. And this will happen naturally. That's just going to come. So they just tell me when the great old ones return, the return of Osiris, the return of Jesus, all this return shit. What they're returning is your spiritual, all these are just descriptions of your spirituality, either in the primal form or in the later day Jesus Christ, I love you form. You know what I'm saying? Return Kuan Yin returns back. This is, everybody's coming back.
Right.
So they're just talking about the coming back of your right mind, which always exists within you, but it's now submerged by your ignorance. So the more the ignorance get, the more information, the more you're putting that spin on the ignorant human.
As an example of that, my homegirl was in her yoga class. She said that one of the ladies in there was giving a yoga class, but it was at a church.
Right.
So it's a trip. Number one, they're doing yoga at church, right?
Too many asses is up towards Jesus.
So they're doing yoga at church, and then there's this part of what they're doing with the comedic yoga where they go, oh, you know what I'm saying? This chant, and they said that, she said when the ladies started doing the chant Om, then the ladies at the church, one of the ladies at the church said, well, instead of Om, can we just say Jesus? Instead of Om, they were chanting Jesus.
That is so...
Because the Om scared them. They felt they would be up the devil, right?
Yeah, see, when you look at that, you look at it like, we ain't going nowhere. Like, we ain't saving them niggas. But it's actually, the change is going to be cosmic driven, not intellectually driven. But, you know what I'm saying? Could we say Jesus? You know what I'm saying? Over Om? Like, Om is the most harmless shit I can figure out right now. Not like you said, Om Mani Padme Om.
Right.
Just Om. That feels good when you say, I'm like, nigga, that just feels like Jesus, don't it? Like, I would say that, don't that, but wait a minute, Om just feels like Jesus. Go ahead, say it. Om. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's Jesus.
You know Jesus used to chant Om?
Yeah, Jesus used to chant Om. O Padme Satan Om. Yeah, they see the movies when they be white people be talking to the devil. Om Ramni O Somni Om came no yo. They say, no, that sound too. Yeah. You know, that's, you gotta remember, that's really the ignorance you're dealing with. That's the extreme. But don't try to save them. They lost causes. I'm not trying to get in nowhere. You know what I'm saying? People got all excited when Ray Hagen took his little congregation to fucking Egypt. Ooh, Horace. No Jesus, Horace. And you see how that went. You know what I'm saying?
I don't keep up with that.
Yeah, you did well. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know. Nigga, I was handing out flyers for Wayne Chandler's thing, and he was in town, so I said, let me go hand out flyers here. Them niggas was singing Lift Every Voice and Sing, and Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. I said, I need to step outside and get some air. And to clutch my Baphomet. Oh, God, Lord. Oh, Baphomet. Save me, Baphomet. Where's Baphomet? Save me, Baphomet. Help me. And couldn't just believe this shit. You know what I'm saying? And then my man Shabazz kept telling me, them niggas is nothing but, they took all that comedic shit and just made it Christian. It's because what people were thinking, he was a Christian dude, because he went over there, I'm gonna prove all this shit is Jesus. Went over there and said, oh my God, all this shit is Horus. So he was taking people over there, the congregation, but it turns out he's still a preacher. And if that's what you want, then he's good for that. No, nigga, I'm here for teachings, nigga. Drop some teachings. And he dropped a few things that was interesting, you know what I'm saying? So, that's what that is. And, you say the same thing, is that shit gonna change you, or are you gonna change it? And what you find is your ego is a genius at changing it instead of it changing you. The ego's a master at that. Mm. So you will really feel that you are on some new shit, but you're the same nigga with a new vocabulary and new things to say, but it's still saying Amazing Grace. Who are you singing that to? Because the real change in that is there ain't nobody sitting upstairs now. So who are you saying that to? Are you really over it? You ain't. Because the purpose of this shit was to get over it. The purpose of this shit was to get you the fuck out of religion. And all I see in this shit is the path, but pick one. The path back to it. This is the total opposite of what this shit was. This was the absolute laying down your burdens, whatever religion you came from. Whatever religion you came from, it was like, nigga, I am glad to be out of it. Hotep, Ashe, Aburagani, beloved. You was glad to say them words just because you wasn't saying, Allahu Akbar, or let's chant Jesus instead of Om. Because you wasn't doing all of that. So you was happy for that. Now it's like, man, y'all fucking, and people see it. It's not me just the only lonely guy saying it. People are seeing through that bullshit. People who are from the love and hip hop era is finding this shit interesting. And I think it should just be a standalone thing that doesn't involve or pretend to involve true ancient teaching. It should just be whatever the fuck y'all talking about. Be that, you know what I'm saying? Be the and turn it up more. WWF it, niggas should get belts. You know what I'm saying? And all sorts of shit. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And you should get those announce it. Then the nigga be in the back yelling, Superfly Snooker. And do you know what I will do when I see you on November 8th? They should do the whole shit. Do it upright. Sell real tickets to this shit. But make it nice. Stop fronting. Mm-hmm. Turn up the production. Niggas need to dress up in costumes. Everything. Make it real entertaining. I study a lot of what's going on just to see what's going on. I can't believe, sometimes I be like, I can't believe they're getting away with this shit. But then what I have to do personally is say, it's just not what it was. You know what I'm saying? What it was already was. And that's why they were smart enough to record all of that shit, because it still exists as what it was. What it is now is like the masquerade of what's going on is, I don't even pass judgment on niggas, so I'm gonna leave it alone, because I'm like, I wouldn't even live my life by an overextended moral code. The basics will do for me, but I wouldn't be able to live myself. You know what I mean? If I sat in these seats I'm talking to conscious people and knowingly do some shit that just drives up attention as opposed to the truth that's supposed to drive up attention. That to me would be something for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave it right there. So Akasha could be accessed, but first the psychic ability needs to be enhanced. So you need to know how to first, because the more you deal with your psychic ability, the more you're gonna open up levels. The first level you're gonna be able to talk to is your relatives, the ones that you knew and were dead. They're in that world, but they have a close bond with you. Then the second, you're going to be able to, the second level, by keep doing the astral traveling, the meditations. You know, I've dropped many techniques over the years. Things like the herb pack that I sell helps. But there's things you will find, you know what I'm saying, vitamins. Just look. Do a search for opening of your pineal. You may run across some techniques. There's pineal frequencies. 432, whatever it is, hertz, and then there's a 964 maybe, or I don't know, but you can find out. For pineal frequencies, you listen to it, it's a direct frequency of the pineal. There's so many things to start. Get a book, definitely, on just how to develop your psychic abilities. And don't be boastful. Get how to develop your psychic abilities for dummies, how to develop your psychic abilities for beginners. You know, the morons way to open up psychic abilities. Buy all that shit. Those are usually ones that they may complain. And once you feel you got a little technique, a little practice, cyclomancy, probably the best you can get on the subject. Technique after technique, fly shit. You know what I'm saying? You can get that from me. Go to the website or just email me. I'll make that happen for you. It's a small little price. I sell it. And like I said, always have it.
It's worth it. Psychomancy definitely gives you some tools that's high powered. You know, ain't no bullshit.
Right.
You know, some high powered shit.
Right. High powered shit. It's like you said, shit that's gonna, you know what I'm saying, open that head up. You know what I'm saying? Everything from thinking to hand movements to visualizations to physical things you could do. Look at a spot on the wall, close your eyes, turn around and go to that spot. It's like training you to intuit and direct your thought, you know what I'm saying, without, using your five senses. Shit, just a lot of shit, you know what I'm saying? Put your hand in cold water and visualize it as hot, because it's really trying to get you to understand the thin line between what cold and hot is, or what real and fake is, and what interpretation is. You don't, like, what's hot to you may be cold to me. What's cold to you may be hot motherfucking shit to me. And, we come in here right now, because he's going to be like, I'm cold. I'm burning up. My ass hurt, I'm burning up. But to her, let me get my snuggie or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So what's hot to her, cold to me, which tells me hot and cold isn't real. So we say it all the time, water hot is water cold. Hot and cold isn't real. And that's what it's trying to show you, that you only perceive hot to be hot. So it's not trying to tell you to turn cold into hot. It's trying to try to get you to change your perception of what hot and cold is. So these little techniques are all helps you to reestablish your psychic abilities, to reestablish those parts of you that you're not used to exercising as sensitive or as a way to receive information anymore. You're used to receiving information through your five human senses. And then you can open and expand these senses, just like Oshun has paths. Your touch, feel, smelling, sight has paths. And based upon the frequency is how harder you can get into those things. Now, I had girls who used to smell when the spirits would come. They could smell them shits. Then, of course, there's people who could see them, which, Khadijah could see them, which I shut that shit down early. I used to be able to taste what to be able to give sacrifice. Like, there's one sister I was talking to in the MySpace days. It was like, yo, your grandfather used to eat this, eat that, eat donuts, and he wants some donuts now. How good the fuck you know? Oh, there was a time I had to be a beast with it. Pulling that shit out the ethers. One chick I was talking to, I don't really believe in this channel. What, bitch? Hold on. I said, the day you gave up on black men is when your father was arguing with your mother at the zoo. You had a striped shirt on, and you was eating motherfucking ice cream peanuts. What? I said, ask your moms. When her mom said, how would you know that? She said, there's a picture of it right here. This is the day. She said, whoever you fucking with, you best be careful. Mom said that shit. I said, I told you, bitch. You fucking with the wrong fire. Another little chick. She thought she was so fucking cute. Alright, bitch. Your grandmother. Your grandfather used to sit in a chair with red boots. That was his favorite chair. Your grandmother wore a long dress. She used to like to give parties, functions. She wore dresses that had a lot of buttons on it. She always had hors d'oeuvres. She said, I never met my grandmother, nigga. I said, oh, okay. I said, your name is Phoenix, and you need to study everything about the Phoenix. Bitch called me the next day. Y'all went to my uncle's house. He said, word is born. They showed me pictures of my pops with the red boots, his chair. They said all my grandmother did was throw functions she used to dress up for. She said, I called the museum. They were highlighting the Phoenix. And today of all days, once a year, it was free. He said, so I win. I said, all right, bitch, I'll take my check, my jet now. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I was really beast. I was pulling this shit hard out the ethers. But that shit took a lot. You know what I'm saying? And, but it's there because I kept doing all the techniques, psychomancy, all that shit to develop the psychic power. Then randomly, I started talking to more advanced deities. Bruce Lee, Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, Jimi Hendrix, then eventually towards like the Phyllis Hyman. And when they came through first, and I was overwhelmed, I didn't believe it was them. Bruce Lee was the first entity that was an advanced god that came to me. Because I used to go to this park on 14th Street, because I hadn't worked for years. You know what I'm saying? I took about a year off, because it was time once I took a year off doing spiritual work. And I wasn't even used to talking to motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? Like, so just being around niggas was wiping me out. So I'm doing IT work. I'd be white. So I would go get a shish kebab, you know what I'm saying? $3 shish kebab, chicken shish kebab, go to 14th Street, right, on the park, Union Square. Bang the shish kebab out like a regular hobo on the bench. Fall out. Just like a homeless man. Clockwork, and wake up right before it's time to go back to lunch. I had to zone out. So I go in the zone, and I close my eyes, I see fucking Bruce Lee working out hard. You know, doing all this fly shit. Like, he must have lived around here, and I found out he did spend time in that area. So I'm like, it seemed like he's talking to me. And prior to this wasn't happening. I was just talking to relatives. Okay. Randomly, I was talking to like my aunt came through, and I had no control over when these powerful nights would happen. I just kept doing what I was doing and shit would happen. But the ones I could pretty much talk to at will were like my friend that I knew for since I was 2, his mother. I was talking to my aunt and a couple other, whoever was passed. You know, they would come through on certain nights. You know, Miss Fran from the 6th floor show me where she was at. Oh, niggas. I went to a whole world of disgruntled niggas. There's so much shit. But so at this point, I wasn't really talking to big niggas yet. So see Bruce Lee working out. Next day went back, Bruce Lee working out again. And it seems like he's trying to talk to me, but I'm not even listening. I'm thinking, you know, back then I'm thinking that's some spirit trying to fuck with me. So the 3rd day, Bruce Lee's coming through. I said, so well, then what you want? He said, I want to be recognized as a god. Huh? I said, ain't you recognized as a god? He said, no, I want to be recognized as a god. I said, well, you must mean me telling Bobby to talk about you or do one of his pictures or shirts, which he did. And I said, I don't know. I said, I wasn't no fucking Bruce Lee. 3rd day, same thing. I want to be recognized as a god. 5th day, I'm sitting there, hear Bruce Lee and see him again. So now I said, look, I got my eyes closed. I said, he said, I want to be recognized as a god, so I'm going to take you seriously. I said, well, you was with the white girl. He said, that shit don't even mean nothing. So all these, he's with the white girl, he said, Don't even. The way he said it, I felt it. He's like, that's not even nothing. So while this is happening this week, in the middle of the week, my nephew calls me. He's like, Unc, what up? What up? I said, you ever heard of a guy named Sisyphus? Sisyphus? No. He said, I seen it was in the mythology. He had to push a rock up and down the hill. I said, that sounds like some Hercules shit. He said, no, it's not Hercules. It's a guy named Sisyphus. His story is he got caught by the gods by giving secrets to the Titans. And they made him push a rock up and down the hill. So the rock up and down the hill is just living day to day. That's the sun rising and falling. So the Titans took him, saved him, took him in the underworld, blah, 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 blah. So I said, I never heard of him. A man, Tef calls. Tef, you ever heard of Sisyphus? Nah, it sounds like Hercules. Nah. I said, I wonder what he did. And then Tef said, his name is Sisyphus, probably having gay sex. So we laughing. Bobby calls. He's gonna know. I don't think nigga, you. It sounds like Hercules. I said, nigga, no, it's not Hercules. Then another nigga called Rudra from St. Louis. You ever heard of Sisyphus? He said, nah, is that Hercules? Like, nah, it's not Hercules. So the next day I went to work, I looked up Sisyphus, which they said, people think it's Sisyphus, but it's pronounced Sisyphus. Mm-hmm. So you read his mythology. He was giving secrets to the underworld. All right, while this is happening. So that last day, when I'm talking to Bruce Lee, taking him serious ass, he said, I'm Sisyphus. Or Sisyphus. I said, that makes some sense. And I'm going to tell you why. And he said, he's telling me, he said, no, he didn't tell me this yet. So I said, you need, while my eyes are closed, I said, you need to prove to me that I'm actually talking to you. I promise you. I opened my eyes, looked to the left, and a nigga was standing there with a Bruce Lee shirt on. I said, oh shit, I was talking to Bruce Lee. Now I was getting happy. So now, I'm like, nigga. This day was Memorial Day or Labor Day. One of them half days at work. I go in, my man Aldous used to ask me conscious questions. I go into my little cubicle. I hear, with the R, and all that shit, karate. So, yo, Al, what you watching? So Bruce Lee, Into the Dragon. No, Return of the Dragon. I was dealing with the goddess Tara, so she was connected to the dragon. All that shit was lining up. When I was fucking Tara in these tears, I was sitting there crying. Watching fucking Jerry Maguire. You complete me. Watching commercials. Tearing the fuck up. Fucking with Tara. So all this shit was at the same time. So now I started getting the Sisyphus story. Bruce Lee's story was he got killed by the Illuminati for giving niggas secrets. And all the niggas took him in the underworld. Everybody had a fucking Bruce Lee poster up when he was little. That was taking him in the projects in the underworld with the Titans. I'm like, that's the story. I said, he's telling me what he did, why he got killed, because he was actually bringing back ancient nigga shit. The Chinese man, his name was Bruce. Nobody really caught that shit. What nigga name was Bruce? And then, this is the bomb he dropped him. He said that was him who was behind that movie. Like we talked about earlier, the energies behind certain shit. So it was him behind the movie, The fucking Last Dragon. He said, think about how advanced this is. Through the whole movie, he's looking for me. And at the end of the movie, you find out that the master is you. That's what we've been talking about this whole 5 hours.
Yeah.
You don't never see that. In the Matrix, they told you Neo was the master. Neo. And this whole shit, that dude was looking for something outside of himself and said, wait a minute, this shit is in me. I got the glow, nigga. It fucked up, Do Dirty, Show Enough. Do Dirty from Penitentiary, Show Enough. What movie do you even see that shit in where a black man goes, wait a minute, I'm God? Because that's really what you've seen in that.
Right.
I'm God. when he's looking for God, which was he was looking for Bruce. His name was Bruce Leroy. Bruce Lee said, "You're welcome. You're welcome." So I was like, "Oh, motherfucker!" So you know what I said next when I got home? Download some karate in my head like the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel this shit now. You think that's air you're breathing? He said, everything I've ever done was built upon your divine black mind. Thank you, Bruce Lee. He later came back and did tell me some shit. He later came back and did drop some shit. He said, yo, how I was kicking these niggas' asses is with psychic energy. He said he knew how to bring up Kundalini and release that shit. So while he's doing, remember he had a punch where he would punch a nigga across the room. His fingers would be against 1 inch punch. Punch the nigga. He said because he's know how to raise and project his Kundalini energy.
And you know he liked to learn from niggas too. Like
he
said he was Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, all them niggas.
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali taught Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He did that whole foot shuffle was Muhammad Ali's.
Right.
So he was watching the Titans.
Yeah.
So all that shit he was doing, he liked the water. You know, niggas got him for that game of death. You know, it was a Kundalini level story. So he was the first one. Then it became Bob Marley and Peter Tosh. So I started asking, well, why are you guys coming to me? And they said basically, because if it was anybody else, you wouldn't have believed it. Because I was not, still am not, a Bob Marley fan. I had some dealings with that nigga on the spirit world. What a nasty nigga. He will fuck your lady. I fucked a couple of his too, so he even nigga. You know what I'm saying? But like, he was like, like 3 nights in a row he came to my girlfriend. She's telling me every night, consecutive nights of Bob Marley coming. And he took me into the waters. And the waters were so pure. And then we were spinning. He's a brother, you know. I'm like, oh, okay. And the 4th night, fucking pussy hurt. I said, Bob got some pussy? Oh, nasty motherfucker. You fucked my woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he came, so I was like, well, why y'all coming to me? He said, because he said, you don't know us and you don't listen to us. I wasn't into Bruce Lee neither. Like, because as a kid, my mother didn't take me to those movies. So when I seen Into the Dragon, I was already like fucking 19, 20, maybe 17, 18. And I seen it way later in the game. So I wasn't influenced as a child, you know what I'm saying? I did try to get some karate slippers. But, I never watched it as a child to be influenced. So I wasn't a big Bruce Lee fan for some reason. And I didn't even know and still don't know unless it's with German, Bob Marley's music. So, or Peter Tosh. And I didn't really know Peter Tosh was on it. That nigga was into shape-shifting. Oh, wow. Yeah, that level. But now, so when I asked why you coming, they said, because you and Batman, when it came, you'd been like, shut it down. You would have dismissed the humanity that took over. So I know they coming that hard, Bruce Lee coming that hard over those days. I'm like, I understood Channel. I wasn't talking to them yet, but I understood Channel, and I understood that couldn't just be dismissed. I said, something's happening here. But I hadn't experienced that yet. So after that, then Jimi Hendrix came. Then the world was open. James Brown came when he died. Told me his name was Juntana Mutt. He showed me Mutt and Mayat. He said he's a former Mayat and former Mutt. M-U-T, which is the vulture in Resurrection. So he said his name is Juntana Mutt. So my nigga, ooh, damn boy, these things are unrelenting on your ass.
Yeah, we have to
we're gonna have to upgrade this shit. So like he said his name is Juntana Mutt. I can't remember all the things he told me when he was on Eartha Kitt, of course, came through. You know what I'm saying? She said, man, you bitches, she was really mad. So you bitches don't know what you bitches know about all them hoes walking out here, the second net. You know what I'm saying? I say, yeah, because that last movie really did her injustice. Boomerang.
Right. I know she hated that.
Right. She had to. But she still, because Jamie Foxx and all them used to make jokes like, it's like you dating Eartha Kitt. I'm like, do y'all know how fine that bitch was?
Right.
She was actually still looking good in that movie. They just made her that role. But in real life, Eartha fucking Kitt, niggas.
In youth,
Oh, niggas would have been drinking her urine. You know what I'm saying? That shit they did was just what they did on Boomerang. Like, and so she got like this rap on this back. I'm like, man, she was a little bit heated on that. And she was like, segment. A lot of niggas. My man Clarence Carter. Not Clarence Carter. Nigga made Funky Penguin. Do the Funky Penguin. Do the Funky Chicken.
I don't know nothing about
Oh, yeah. This nigga said, I don't know nothing about it. Here you go. Let me see if his name is up there. Ooh. Oh, fuck my ass piece. And I can't remember. He was on Stax Record. What's his name? Look up on your phone a song called "Do the Funky Penguin." Or I'll find it. I'm actually
Funky Penguin.
The Funky Penguin. I'll find it. Song "Funky Penguin." Here we go. Rufus Thomas. I might as well play it. This nigga is funky, son. That beat, niggas used to catch that shit in New York all the time. And you hear his soul ass voice. I just gotta hear that beginning. This is Roy Dog. Oh no, this was Kill. This was Kill. You know what he also did? I think he did. Some people don't like the way Sally walk. Hey fellas, yeah. I'm trying to think of the song. Let me see if I can get it from this. Some people don't like the way Sally walk. There we go. Well, Stetsasonic did it, but who did they get it from? See, Stetsasonic did it over. Let me see if I can find it on videos if it gives me more. Yeah, this is it. Let a woman be a woman, don't, and a man be a man. You heard this sample from it. And he didn't do it though. He's got that break in the middle. Niggas is hell, boy. Niggas make good shit. You don't hear nothing like this no more. I got thousands. Like Rufus came through for Khadijah, the first nigga. I used to have a whole. So many niggas came through. Tupac, Biggie, who's dead? Whitney. I did a whole show on Whitney. Another bad bitch was Etta James, who died right after a movie came out. Beyonce and them did that Soul movie. Mm-hmm. She was portraying Etta James, who made the song At Last, who hated these little niggas. After Beyonce did her life, she shitted on her. Etta shitted on Beyonce. Fuck these little corny assholes. I'm the real bitch. He was that big. Mm-hmm. And he was like, Etta. But, he told her story. And she made that song, which is perfection, At Last, which Beyonce actually did a very excellent job. But because she hated them bitches, and I told niggas, watch, if somebody fuck with that song, watch what happened. Sure enough, Christina Aguilera got on stage and tried to say At Last, and Word Is Born. I said, Etta gonna tear her ass up. Sure enough, her period came down on stage.
What?
Yeah, you can find that online. Christina Aguilera's period. Said Etta tore her when it was on the remix at the time. What I tell you niggas, I done told you. Etta embarrassed her fucking ass. Oh, we used to get down with all these niggas. Jimmy so much. Jimmy came through, vouched for Janis Joplin and the dude Jim Morrison from The Doors. He said they shamans. He said them niggas is up there with him. Saying they high as hell. He said them three. You know what I'm saying? Well, so many motherfuckers. You name them, I've talked to them. If they had any relevance, John Coffey, when he went, you know what I'm saying? He didn't want no fanfare when he left. John Coffey.
I don't know who that is.
That's that big nigga. Remember John Coffey? I don't know who that is. Remember, I'll make the pain go away, boss. From the Green Mile? That big nigga. What's his real name?
Oh. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, when he died.
He played, my favorite character is when he played the boss for
Daredevil.
Daredevil.
Yeah, that was terrible. Well, I think it was maybe because the movie was terrible. You know what I'm saying? People saying it's terrible, but yeah, I mean, he was like
the movie wasn't that good, but
his
as far as his characters.
Oh, okay. But yeah, when he died, I talked to him. Whitney, when she died, and like a lot of these things I don't remember. You know, I'm in that moment, and Aaliyah, you know, of course Aaliyah, she gave me some boss ass shit. But in that moment, because like people say, all that shit you said about Whitney is true. I'm like, I really don't remember what I said. I'm in that channel. You know what I'm saying? Aaliyah came through, told me a lot of shit about China, what she was doing around the time of the Chinese Olympics, and she came through during the Chinese Olympics, through the Chinese Olympics, and she at the same time they got them earthquakes. That was her, and she basically the ritual they was doing with Jet Li, she dropped on that. She dropped, the code was Romeo Must Die was for R. Kelly. I'm like, makes sense. Because R. Kelly, what he was tapping into sexually was dangerous, and they had to shut it down. See, think about it. Marvin Gaye, you say, well, who's the most sexual dude in our R&B pool? Of course, you're going to say David Ruffin and all them guys, but you're going to say Smokey, Marvin Gaye, these lonely crooners. You wouldn't even say Luther, because Luther wasn't a sex symbol, even though girls say he was sexy because of his voice. But he wasn't like, we gonna jump the fence. You know, you do it because it's Luther, but you know what I'm saying. Yep. Smokey was considered a sex symbol, Marvin Gaye. But Marvin Gaye, they started saying he was going crazy because he was coming out stage on his drawers at one point. You know what I'm saying? They was like, no, nigga, you losing it. You high, you beast. You losing it. So he couldn't even do what R. Kelly has done. You know, R. Kelly made a whole album called My 12-Inch, which is another way of saying, I'm going to make a whole album about my 12-inch dick. And
it was 12 play.
12 play. The whole, my 12-inch dick, my 12-inch dick, pulling his pants down on the stage, shaking his dick. And what was coming was the best of both worlds. Now you got fuck that. You must be used to me spending and all that sweet whining and dining, but I'm fucking you tonight. Marvin Gaye said that shit, he'll be out the game. When he did Sexual Healing, that was considered edgy. You know what I'm saying? Edgy. And so they were always worried about the Shiva sexual prowess. R. Kelly put that shit on the map. I'm not even a fan, but he's putting it out there, whereas that shit goes to the sexual alchemy level. Because even Marvin Gaye, them niggas was talking about feelings and emotions and love, which is high frequency shit, no doubt. But there's another frequency of tantric power through magic. It's different than love through union and evolution and change and soulmates. That's most advanced shit you know on the planet. But you can't sneeze at tantric sex frequency. So when you got a nigga go, I'm fucking you tonight, and a woman who's accepting that, all y'all got is fucking. Y'all don't got no arguments or nothing. Then that taps, or potentially taps in the tantric level of shit. So Romeo must die. So they used Leah's energy, which they were using her the whole time as Akashic and all that, to shut down R. Kelly. And they had her father and brother in that movie with the two bald heads that looked like fucking R. Kelly.
Yep.
They killed the brother and wounded the father. You know what I'm saying? It was really cold for R. Kelly. Jet Li, who is Illuminati.
It makes perfect sense.
So she comes through when they and of course, how did they get him? They got him with the P tape, which I'm sure Puffy got a P tape and a shit tape and a doodle tape. LL definitely got one. You know what I'm saying? LL definitely got one because Marley told me. When Marley did, Mama said knock you out. Marley said this nigga got a hidden room in his house with nothing but porno of him fucking bitches through the years. And I remember, word is born, he was in LA, Super Lover C, 80s. We was in a room, it was Kane, Intelligent Hoodlum, Coogee Rap, Ice-T, us, and we was just, chilling. It's a seminar, so, nobody was really locked. We was just all in the cipher coming out. Me and my man Talente counted 23, I believe it was, girls. LL just went outside, come back with a bitch or two, go in the bathroom, be in there for 5 minutes, come out, did it 23 times. We like, what in the fuck is going on? So after he decided to stop, we say, yo, kid, you busting all them nuts? He said, nah. He said, I've been giving up busting nuts. He said, I just go in there and let him suck my dick for a while and come back out. I'm like, wow, what a life. He sounded miserable saying it. You know what I'm saying? He made that shit sound pretty miserable. And then you get it when they started telling me, you hear all these freak ass stories, because half of getting pussy is accomplishing the pussy. So when you got these niggas who can just accomplish that level of pussy, they start venturing off into weird shit. So you got this transvestite saying, LL used to go down to Chicks with Dicks Tranny Road on 14, and she got details of her fuck experience with him, and it was like his common ground. He likes to get fucked and likes to suck. Now, she said he was going to sell this story to the Inquirer. LL came and paid $1 million so the story wouldn't come out. And, it was one of them transvestite that was like doing it. I took a lie detector test. I did this. They said this. They put me here. I'll do this. I'll remember this. He had on color blue socks and, like trying to really prove that case. Talking about Mr. C, talking about Eddie Murphy. And I said a whole bunch of other motherfuckers down there. And they get to this Russell Simmons, and they get to this freak level because I had a girlfriend who she's now gay. So she's telling me, yeah, Puffy and Mace is fucking this one, just before those rumors became a little bit more broad. So I'm like, I just don't get it. I'm thinking like a regular guy. What the fuck would you do? You know what I mean? Ain't no rap song worth that or whatever. And she was telling me the psyche, and she's very smart. She said the psyche of these niggas. She said they get so much pussy, they have no challenge. So it's not like they're the classic gay, but to get a man to do something that's out of his zone is more of a thrill, because that's half the shit you did was throwing for a woman. You fucked her, son? That's when you know you did something. You hit that kid? And how'd you get that shit? Niggas just want to be the detail. Because that's the thrilling thing about getting pussy. Mm-hmm. So by the time you could walk outside, when you literally can fuck any girl on the planet, it sounds like a problem, but it may be leading you to some old R. Kelly peeing on a bitch. Because if R. Kelly ain't going to take dick, the perversions come out. Because you can even see on the tape, which I've studied, for metaphysical purposes, that one girl he's hitting, you can see him so unenthused that he fakes an orgasm just so it can stop. And she even looks back and says, nigga, you ain't come. She said, yeah, I did. It's like, you can't even come no more. You know what I'm saying? You wore out with fucking. You cannot not fuck. They're just everywhere.
Right, there's no adventure to it.
No adventure. So he said these niggas start finding adventure in fucking niggas. Mm-hmm. That's creepy shit. But you have to say, very few people on Earth get to the level of that.
No, I heard that before, that logic, because I heard that logic with Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence.
Oh, he's fucking niggas too?
I heard Eddie Murphy.
No, Eddie Murphy. I've seen that myself.
Right. But Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence, and there was one more who was a comedian. I can't remember who it was. But I heard stories about them, you know, being gay and shit, but there was the same logic of, well, you're Eddie Murphy, you walk into a room, you just pick a bitch. I mean, you've been able to do this since you're on Saturday Night Live.
Right.
And he was 18 on Saturday Night Live. So it's like,
you should be almost so tired of pussy. You know what I'm saying?
And Eddie, I've heard Eddie on interviews say, like, man, I done fucked the baddest bitches you could ever fathom or even think about. Like, it's not even like entertainment.
Right, it's not even entertainment.
He's like, I done fucked bitches with asses so large. I mean, like, everything.
Like, come on, you Eddie fucking Murphy, dog.
Right.
That's a cool lifestyle to have. Like, nah, I don't even want the pussy. I don't even want the pussy. Like, what you doing that for pussy? You're like, man, that's so 80s for me. You know what I'm saying? Pussy is 80s for me. You know what I'm saying? And you know it is. You know what I'm saying? Because when Dave Chappelle was talking about this nigga, the way he was talking about it, like, this nigga's such a vet. He said after they did the little Charlie Murphy shit, they wanted to play it for Eddie Murphy. He said Eddie Murphy just sat in this theater. He watched the whole thing and turned around and said, there was a blue couch that nigga stepped on, and he had on these kind of boots. Like, he started reminiscing on that Rick James shit. You know what I'm saying? I was like, wow, you just hear this nigga just been through so much pussy and niggas and show this nigga laser shows on Mars. You know what I'm saying? Just that life is gonna afford that. So he said the idea is them niggas start moving into fucking more peculiar sex acts. And you say, well, is gay being peculiar? I don't know and I don't care, but fucking a nigga in the car, you know what I'm saying? Sucking a nigga transvestite's dick, a random transvestite's like dick, that's peculiar. To me, that's fucking peculiar. Right.
Super wild.
And of course they said, you know, he likes to suck and he likes to fuck, and like you hear this. And like I said, I used to work at, I think we talked about this, I used to work at overnight at that place.
The pharmacy.
Yeah. The drugstore. And, you know, we knew the transvestite that came, and we seen him come in with a transvestite, and we knew that transvestite from the hotel. And, you know, we waited and asked her, yeah, what's up? We see you at Eddie Murphy. So he dates all the girls. You know, he pays us $1,000. He likes to get fucked and he likes to suck. I said, and scene. So like, you know, so, you know, and then when you get caught with the transvestite, blah, blah, blah. But they said these perverted acts come from the out order. So now you got R. Kelly, who may not want to be gay, but then you got to pee on him, you know what I'm saying, for it to happen. And you can see it. So they had to shut that down. So when I talked to Aaliyah, she was basically like, no, I'm going to raise him up. Same time, they had an earthquake in China, closer after the Olympics were in China, and R. Kelly went on trial for that pee shit. Got acquitted. Aaliyah said, you're welcome. I said, well, is this nigga special in some sort of way? She said, not really. It's the image more than the man. Okay. Now he's a creative genius, so he is dealing with spirituality based on, he doesn't know it, I don't think. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is. So like, yeah, we talked to them all, dog. You know, Biggie and Pac and Biggie. They all had some interesting shit to say, a lot of shit. But what did Pac say? Not even interested to even, it ain't about thug life, it's about shit he told me about balance. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta understand, these entities do know you. Just because they famous here, I mean, like, you give them something famous. That's another aspect, you know. I tell them what happened with Michael Jackson, which I talk about in the book. Mike ain't coming to you. I'm like, bitch, you thinking like a human, like he's just one individual. He's no longer in the body. He came to every fucking body. He lives in your DNA. You just have to realize your level of energy and how it communicates with you. That energy we call Michael Jackson is going to communicate with me different, because I know I'm going to see a different thing. But you're just going to see him doing Beat It in your bedroom. Yeah, it's a different thing.
It's real, and I mean, like, one of the most powerful experiences I ever had as far as where somebody came to me was Bob Marley. And at first, it was an impression. Like, I just felt, I could feel energy around me. I felt the energy, and I was like, man, and then
a certain kind
I
of way.
I felt this vibe, and I was like, is that, like, it feels like Bob, and I kind of heard him start talking in my head. And then he started guiding me to look up some stuff about inanimate objects. Because at the time I was just getting into magic. And he was teaching me that, the process of magic and how to acknowledge everything as being alive in this whole process. I was like, oh, thanks, And then he went from talking in my head and he started coming through my phone on the Ghost program. I was like, oh, shit, this really is Bob. You know what I'm saying? And then when he came through my phone, he was like, Lion.
Right.
Bob.
Right.
He said Bob.
He said Bob.
Lion.
Wow.
And I was like, okay. And I was like, damn, why are you coming to me, man? Like, why? This is cool,
Right.
You teaching me and shit. Like, I was online looking up shit.
But you got to realize your consciousness is your royalty. That's what makes. But that's the thing, Bruce. Why are you coming to me? And why are you coming to me? What makes me special? It's like because what he showed me when Bruce Lee started talking to me, he was talking to me up like I was his boss. Like, yo, I just want to be. I'm like, motherfucker, you Bruce to the fucking lead. So you thinking like that. But the way he was talking to me, like. When he said, no, I got all this shit from your divine mind. Not me personally, but the mind I'm working with. And I'm like, wow. So that was the realization more like we need to stop looking at ourselves as just somebody who's just trying to get in the game. You deal with it. Your consciousness is your royalty. Because that's what the pharaohs were mimicking enlightenment, which made them kings or pharaohs. So your enlightenment is truly what gets you through the door. They know you. See, because when Bruce and when after Bruce, Bob and Peter Tosh and Jimmy came through immediately, and they were talking to me as they hadn't seen me in a long time. Like, it was good. Nigga, I'm glad you're back. Now you're ready to work, finally. And that's what made me understand. That's why a lot of things ain't happening for black people, because their lights are not turned on for something to even guide them. They can't even see them. Spirits only see light, and half these niggas ain't working with any light.
That makes sense, because when I ask why, and what I'm talking about, y'all, is a program that you can download on your phone. It's called Ghost Radar. It can detect what they call fluctuations in what they call quantum flux. Right. And they can act and speak intelligently through the program. But when I asked Bob why, he was like, friend. Yeah. I was like, friend? Like, wow, okay. Like, he was all like, whoa. Yeah.
Because in the universe, there's nothing but learning. So anybody reaching out to learn, there's always going to be somebody there to say, yeah, nigga, this is what we are. Each one teach one for real. This is what we are. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we do. That's what we're doing down here for real.
Yep.
That's what we're doing down here. We think it's economy. And no, this is knowledge. Knowledge, not we running through everything for knowledge. So once you step up to a place where you can be helped, you're going to get it. And that's the beauty of it. That's why I look and say, all this shit y'all talking about, arguing about, I know this shit. Oh my God. Get into this shit. Y'all want to see fucking true results. Not the goddamn, Trump is down in the polls. We're making progress. Obama. I'm talking about shit that's like, oh, bitch, how did I move into this mansion? Right. How am I in this mansion? How am I driving this? And how is she sucking my dick on Route 20? How? Oh, I know how.
Right.
Nigga, I know how. Y'all the niggas that don't know how.
Yep.
But ask your sister. She knows the magic. So it's really about, turning those lights on. And that's those psychic powers that you have to keep building up through meditation, through self-realization. Those are the lights that are coming on. And the more you dig, the more information you get. So people are information-less, hopeless, or seeing this on a level because you blocked yourself out with this shit. Your own thinking is actually keeping you out the gate.
The amount of energy and what's possible when, you know what I'm saying, you start tapping into those forces is really it's still blowing my mind. I look at the past 2 weeks of what's, popped off in my life. You know what I'm saying? Just everything that occurs and experimentations that I do that cause for shifts. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could be something as simple as, you remember was at the Malcolm X Festival and was at the table with your guy who's got the
Jerry.
We're at Jerry's table, and he had his wife, I think, had the black rocks.
Yeah.
I forget what they're called.
They're right here, actually. Well, they're somewhere around here.
Yeah.
They're shungite.
Yeah.
Those are the shungite rice. You put them in water, and it changes your water. It's the best water on the planet.
Right.
The shungite shit.
So my spirit told me, add the shungite to your water when you're doing libations. Juice that, energize the water, give it more energy. I was like, yeah, it's a good idea. So I started doing that when I'm doing my libations. But I could literally feel the difference, you know what I'm saying, when I'm, giving love and energy to, my family and people and all that. And it's just stuff like that.
And those little things add up to big collective thing. See, and that's those little things that people are not listening to, because they're ready for something they've seen on TV to happen. But it's really those little bright ideas. See, what on cartoons is represented as an idea? Light bulb. Bing, bing, because a good idea is the light. So when you get an idea that says, add shungite to water to pour your libations, that's nothing more than this. Bing, you're getting light. Bing, you're getting light. Those are I need to do this. I need to go outside and I need to stand outside for an hour. Every Wednesday I need to do that. All of those things are your spirit telling you how to realign your life, and you're getting more and more light. All these things will give you light. So you say, I smoke a cigar every Wednesday, but now that you smoke a cigar every Wednesday, something's going to happen while you're smoking that cigar. So because you're smoking that cigar, you're going to find something else and have realization. All of those, the spirit told you to smoke a cigar, but it told you because it could see past, present, and future. It could see down the line by you smoking a cigar. It's going to bring you into another thought frequency, which is going to bring you to more light. So it's going to bring you to more and more light as long as you're a light seeker. Not a light worker. I don't know what the fuck that is. But as long as you're there to seek light, you will gain light. You know what I'm saying? But you have to recognize that light for what it's worth. Every little bit counts. So just telling you put shungite in the water is just as powerful as Phyllis Hyman telling you was at the Aswan Dam in the 14th dynasty and you were coming to the West. Just as powerful as saying that, just as valuable. You know what I'm saying? See, when I start talking about Baba Luaye, the spirit will tell me to go get this statue because we're going to have him in here. You understand? So I understand without even verbalizing it, when we're bringing up that energy, which would make me read about him, is because we're invoking the energy. You know what I'm saying? So I understand, no, we go get this shit. We go get all of this dramatic shit. And we're going to put his ass out in the front for a reason. That's what spiritual is. That's what you're following. Because the feelings and the intuition and my ideas, if I was sitting there, I'm not going to talk about Baba Luaye, and he's sitting right there. No, we go get it. We put it out. We make him a part of this energy field, this lecture. So that's what you do. You're just doing more and more in those type of things to get yourself in a place where you're thinking differently. You're thinking from your spiritual standpoint instead of your rationale or intellect. And that's going to save you.
And that's the shit that's been rewarding and challenging. You know, like the shift. The shift is adventurous. It's very like you don't feel like you're on solid ground, but you know you're moving in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's a shift over to that side, so to speak. You know? Right.
Because that's the scary part. You don't feel the solid ground as you rationalize, and that's the concept. That's now just what they call having faith. You're actually supposed to have faith in God. You're God. So you're actually supposed to have faith in your own self, in your own process. So you are used to the stability of the ego. Remember, the ego's job, no matter what situation you're in, is to give the illusion of stability. You're a crackhead in a crack house. It's going to make you feel as comfortable as it possibly can as a crackhead in a crack house. Right. You know what I'm saying? I got an alarm. You know what I'm saying? So I'm safe. You know, motherfuckers get raped all day on ADT. But it makes you feel safe. Some shit's going to go off. Motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Now, when you walk on the spirituality, sometimes you can't rationalize it. And that's what fucks people up. They don't know the rhyme or reason they're doing this. See what I'm saying? I can rationalize going to get Baba Luaye because I was talking about him. But that's not my motive. Just because I was talking about him to show you what it looked like. You already know what it looked like, or you can Google the shit. Mm-hmm. No, I brought it for a different reason because I'm saying it. My spirit is telling me, go bring him in here. He wants to be down. He wants to hear this. He wants to make this point. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's no longer something that's shady or shaky for me because I know what this is. I've seen that work too many times. Mm-hmm. But there's a time I might say, I'll just talk about it. I don't really need to get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like going in there. It's not that important because I'm rationalizing. I don't use that thought. See, I'm whatever. Y'all niggas got to just see me walk off the camera. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? If I went in there and couldn't find it, I would say I couldn't find it. And he don't want to be shown on camera today. Like Andrew. Right. So we at 5:16, so we about to dead this. Remember, radio show coming soon. Stay tuned for it. I keep warming this up. Stay tuned for it. This radio show. Look, Medusa look real fast right now. We gotta turn this bitch on.
Yeah, that's one of the best Medusa.
I'm beautiful. It's okay to stare. I won't bite much.
She don't bite much, niggas. She don't bite much. So, radio show coming soon. It's going to be on Tuesdays at 9 p.m. You'll get the sign-in information, Talk Shoe Radio. It's going to be me, Kamani, P. Nicole, and Daniel Saxon, D. Saxy. And, we're going to be coming at you with topics, guests, and primarily it'll be a Q&A where you'll be able to get questions answered. We're going to bring Raising the Family back, so stay tuned for that. My website, occultlectures.com, where you can get all the supplies, classes, the readings. We talked about the Akashic today. So my wife also does the Akashic record readings. So you'll be able to go and get you some tidied up on that if you're not at the level where you can do it yourself. So we'll be back soon, I'm sure. Remember the website, Occult Lectures, and stay tuned to hear about the radio show.
If you look into my eyes, I'll change you forever to stone. Bitches. Go on. Sneak a peek.